Chapter 1, Opening Reward. Son of the Pagani Wind. A rainy day in Shanghai. Outside the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, inside a Chinese fast food restaurant called Soy Milk King. A man in a black t-shirt is sitting on a plastic stool, lost in thought. Lin Xinshu is a junior at university. He came here because his girlfriend He hasn't talked to him for a month. She doesn't reply to his messages and just says a few cold words when he calls. Is there anything wrong? Nothing, I'm hanging up. Lin Xinshu had a childhood sweetheart girlfriend, He. The two met in junior high school, became familiar with each other in high school, and didn't confirm their relationship until they went to college. He got into the Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, and Lin Xinshu also got into Shanghai Jiaotong University. Why didn't the two of them apply to the same school? That was He's decision. She told Lin Xinshu that distance creates beauty, and Lin Xinshu believed her. Now, the sad Lin Xinshu suddenly remembered a saying, I don't know which foreboding predecessor said, when a woman's center of gravity and attention is not on you, you can feel it. Lin Xinshu now feels the same way about this sentence, but he is not a person who treats things coldly, so he took an hour-long bus ride and went to his girlfriend's school to ask her out and set things straight face to face. An hour had passed since the phone call, but he still hadn't come out. Lin Xinshu's heart grew more and more chaotic, and he even began to feel a pain in his chest. Ding! A person who is feeling heartache has been detected, and the binding criteria are met. Ding! Selecting system binding. Ding! Binding complete. Host, Lin Xinshu. Strength, 6. Stamina, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6. The maximum for each attribute for ordinary people is 10, and the host's values are within the normal range for ordinary people. What the hell? System binding? Lin Xinshu had read novels before, and generally system binding was used for people who were licking the dog and got dumped, or the spare tire who was eliminated and was filled with grief and anger at their fate. How did it end up binding to him? From what he had read in the many system texts, the condition he currently met should be a breakup. Or did the system detect that he was a dog licker? This is a fucking misunderstanding. System, come out here and I'll explain to you, I'm not a dog licker. Lin Xinshu cried out from the bottom of his heart, but there was no response from the system. And what about that attribute of being a dog licker? He was after all a basketball star at school, and it seems that he barely reached the passing grade, giving a 66-66. He also often fantasized about fighting with others, beating 10 people at once, but now it seems like all delusions. While Lin Xinshu was still calling out to the system, a long-haired girl wearing a large-sized parka walked in through the door. Lin Xinshu's expression became a little complicated when he saw the parka. It was not difficult to tell that it was a man's jacket. And it was easy to imagine the purpose of He's blatant attire. What do you want? He said coldly after sitting down. Lin Xinshu's eyes became complicated. He picked up a bag from the side and placed it on the table. Xiao, this is honey from my hometown. It can beautify and nourish the skin. I brought it to you. He glanced at it and a look of contempt flashed in her eyes. I see. Is there anything else? Lin Xinshu's mouth opened, wanting to speak, but stopping. This time, he wanted to ask He clearly what she meant. If they didn't love each other, they should separate. But after seeing her, he couldn't say anything. Seeing his appearance, He said with contempt, look at your pathetic appearance. I thought you had finally grown a pair and came to break up with me. Since you won't say anything, let me do the talking. Let's break up. Lin Xinshu looked at her sadly and uttered the 3 words, why? Why? What did I get out of being with you? The silver necklace you gave me for my birthday last year? Or the money for the hotel rooms when we went out to play? Lin Xinshu, let me be honest with you. I was with you because your parents, who run a business, were not rich, but they were well off. Now that your parents have gone back to the land to farm, your living expenses are not even as high as mine. What will you do to support me in the future? He's hysterical voice struck his heart again and again. Lin Xinshu opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Two people who were originally in love ultimately succumbed to reality. Lin Xinshu thought that the two were in love. Ding! Detected that the host is breaking up with his gold-digging girlfriend. Option 1, do your best to keep the other person, reward with a titanium-licking dog nameplate. Option 2, pour the soy milk in front of you in the other person's face, and take away the honey you just gave the other person, reward with a Pagani Zonda. Lin Qinshu was stunned. A dog-licking nameplate. It's even made of titanium. System, you're bullying me. You think just because it's a dog-licking nameplate I won't dare to want it? I'll choose option 2. Why hold on to a woman who looks at you with cold eyes when you can choose a luxury car? It's a €25 million Pagani Zonda. Although this loser has never seen a real car, he has heard of the cup-holding artifact, which is essential for novels about rich people. The system has already said that he is gold-hungry. After I own a luxury car, she should change her mind, right? System, the path of the host licking the dog is getting farther and farther away. He saw Lin Qinshu standing there, stunned, not speaking for a long time. She thought he couldn't accept this reality, and her eyes were full of contempt. Now there are so many people chasing after me at school. Do you see this shirt on me? When I first came out, a rich second-generation senior student was afraid that I would get wet in the rain, so he put this shirt on me. And he is just one of my backups. All of my backups are second-generation rich guys. How dare you say you are qualified to be my boyfriend? How can you even think about taking the place of my wife? Lin Qinshu came back to his senses, laughed at himself, and said, main wife? Does he think she's the emperor? He then grabbed the soy milk on the table and splashed it directly in He's face, then picked up the honey on the table and walked towards the door. What I owe you is all in this cup of soy milk. From now on, we are even and will never see each other again. He wiped the soy milk off her face and said with a cold face. When she was splashed, she was angry for a moment, but she quickly suppressed her anger. Instead of letting Lin Qinshu pester her, she let him splash her once. As long as she could get rid of this dog's skin plaster, she would be fine even if she was splashed twice. Maybe those spare tires would see her wet appearance and come to pay their court more diligently. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of pouring soy milk and fetching honey. You have earned a Pagani Zonda. The reward has been placed in a reasonable manner by the system in front of the shop, and the key is in your pocket. Lin Qinshu felt in his pocket and indeed found an extra key. As soon as he walked out of the door of the Soy Milk King, he noticed that his Pagani Zonda was parked on the roadside, and all the surrounding cars looked pale in comparison. Chapter 2, Shanshan, the beautiful girl at the university. There was one more unexpected sight, a girl in a bright red pleated skirt, a white blouse, and long slightly curled hair that hid her face. But from her figure and clothing, she should be a beautiful girl. Next to the Pagani Zonda, there was a shared bicycle lying on the ground. It seemed that this beautiful girl had ridden the shared bicycle and scraped Lin Qinshu's car. Lin Qinshu was speechless. He had just seen his new car and it had been scratched. He sighed and walked towards the car. Ding! A beauty with a face value of over 90 points has been detected. Name, Chen Shanshan. Face value, 93. Age, 20. Height, 168. Breast size, 34C. Favorability, 0. Ding! Favorability of 90 points or more will make the host unswerving. Lin Qinshu's footsteps clearly paused. He didn't expect her to have a 93-point appearance score. Although he didn't know how this appearance score was calculated, the fact that the system had issued a prompt meant that she must be a top beauty. And that favorability score was completely like a progress bar for picking up girls. Ding! A beauty with an appearance score of 90 points or higher has bumped into the host's car. Option 1, strongly demand compensation and use despicable means to make the beauty commit to you. Reward, a box of super powerful Viagra. Option 2, do not demand compensation and send Shanshan to the interview. Reward, the first luxury mansion at Yunlu Villa worth 500 million yuan. Do you need to choose? A 500 million yuan luxury mansion, a beauty, and a box of Viagra. It has to be the mansion. With that mansion, do you still fear that there will be no more beauties in the future? And that super powerful Viagra, he doesn't need it at all, right? Now is the time when youth knows no bounds. Lin Qinshu walked up to the car and flashed a smile that he thought was handsome. Beauty, is there anything I can help you with? Chen Shanshan looked up at him and ignored him. She thought Lin Qinshu was here to hit on her. She didn't have time to chat up anyone right now. She had scratched someone else's car, and there was no phone number on the car. What's more, she was in a hurry to go to an interview. It was an interview she had passed in the first round, and now she had reached the second round. If she couldn't go, it would be the same as her forfeiting the interview. At that moment, because it wasn't raining, the number of people around her slowly increased. Seeing the Pagani Zonda at the school gate, they all came forward. Wow! What a local tyrant is here at our school. This is a Pagani Zonda. Isn't it just a sports car? Now domestic electric cars are also making sports cars, and soon sports cars will be sold like hotcakes. Country bumpkin, this Pagani Zonda costs 25 million yuan, don't compare it with those domestic electric sports cars. No way. This car costs 25 million yuan. But it's not surprising, this is the magical city, and there are plenty of rich second-generation kids driving luxury cars to school here. I wonder which one of the rich kids it is. I'll go up and get to know him her later. A woman with heavy makeup parted her hair on her shoulders with supreme confidence. Isn't that Shanshan, the ordinary school beauty queen? Why is she standing next to that car? I thought she was aloof and didn't care about the attention of the rich kids. She's just a flirtatious bitch, and she beat me to it. Those rich second generations probably don't meet her requirements. A few million sports car is not on the same level as a car worth tens of millions. Look, there's a shared bicycle next to the sports car. Maybe this is the strategy of our ordinary school beauty, just like what they show in idol dramas. The surrounding discussions entered Shanshan's ears, and she trembled. 25 million. She couldn't even come up with 2,500 yuan, and for a moment, she seemed a little overwhelmed. Lin Qinshu saw that she ignored him, and awkwardly scratched his head, took out the car keys and pressed the unlock button. If you don't need help, please move aside, I'm leaving. Shocked. Petrified. Everyone looked at the loser-like man in front of them, who had taken out the key to the Pagani Zonda. Holy shit. I thought this loser was just a cheeky flirt, but I didn't expect him to be the owner. No way. The clothes he's wearing are $30 street stall goods, so how could he afford such an expensive car? Don't ask me how I know, because I have an exact duplicate. What rich people like is not measured in money. If someone is dressed in pearls and jewels, it's more likely that they're just trying to impress. You know so much, are you rich? I'm not, but I have an aunt whose next-door neighbor's friend's son is rich. Not everyone else raised their middle fingers at him. Shanshan said a little panicked, I'm sorry, I accidentally scratched your car. Look at how much it needs to be repaired. I can't pay for it now, but when I make money, I will definitely pay for it. Lin Qinshu looked around and saw that there was indeed a white scratch. Do you know how much this car costs? It may cost hundreds of thousands to repair this scratch. Lin Qinshu said indifferently. Although he didn't know how much it would cost to repair it, he always saw related news after brushing up on the topic. It seems that hundreds of thousands of dollars are needed to repair a scratch on a luxury car. Shanshan's face instantly turned pale, and she stammered, I don't have that much money. I'm not trying to scam you, but do you have any relatives or friends who work in auto repair? You can give them a call and ask. Lin Qinshu was in no hurry to make an offer. Some things just have to happen naturally. If he rashly offered to take her to the interview, wouldn't that make him seem like a brownnoser? Lin Qinshu hadn't noticed it himself, but with the system in place, he suddenly had a knack for these things. Shanshan really did have a cousin who worked in auto repair, and he was in the Magic City. When she first came to college, her father took her to dinner, and they exchanged numbers, but they hadn't kept in touch over the years. Because at the time, her cousin didn't particularly like this distant poor relative. Cousin, this is Shanshan. Shanshan dialed her cousin's phone number. There was the harsh sound of a hand grinder at the other end of the line. Shanshan. Why haven't you come to eat at my place in the past few years? Sorry, uncle, I'll come over sometime. I've got a problem here and I want to ask you about it. Shanshan looked a little embarrassed. It was not her character to suddenly contact other people. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was so exaggerated, she would not want to trouble others. Oh. What is it? Tell me. Uncle, I rode my bicycle and scratched someone else's car, leaving a scratch of more than 10 centimeters. What do you think it is? It's just a scratch, isn't it deep? If it's not deep, a few hundred yuan for the paint, and 1,000 yuan for a better car. Shanshan's eyes lit up at the news. If it's a few hundred or 1,000 yuan, she can borrow it and solve the problem. But this is a sports car. Shanshan's uncle was obviously silent for a while. A sports car is more troublesome. What brand is it? If it's a good one, it'll cost tens of thousands of yuan. Chapter 3. Are you taking yourself too seriously? Lin Xinqiu, the son of the Pagani Wind, saw Chen Shanshan's inquiring gaze. This car seems to be called the Pagani Wind Sun. Do. The phone was hung up directly. Chen Shanshan also instantly understood what a terrifying existence this car was. Her cousin was afraid of getting him into trouble, and decisively hung up the phone. How is it? Did you find out the result? Lin Xinqiu looked at her with a smile. Chen Shanshan said with a pale face, I'm sorry. I will definitely pay you back for this money, but I don't have any money right now. Can I pay you back when I earn some money? Lin Xinqiu shook his head and looked at your anxious appearance, as if you were going somewhere. Yes, I have an interview that I need to rush to. After I pass the interview, I can work and earn money to pay you back. Chen Shanshan saw him shake his head and thought that Lin Xinqiu didn't want to, so she quickly said that she had to go to an interview and would be able to earn money to pay him back soon. Lin Xinqiu smiled and said, how about this? Promise me one thing, and you won't have to pay me back. Chen Shanshan looked at him with full alertness. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host has dropped by 10 points. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host has dropped by 10 points. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host has currently dropped to 20 points. Damn! After all that build-up, it still resulted in a drop in favorability. But the priority is to get the reward for that mission first. This student. I, Chen Shanshan, am not the kind of person you think I am. If you have any improper thoughts about me, I advise you to give up. I'll call the police right now to deal with this matter. Chen Shanshan said with righteous indignation, and took out her phone to dial the police. Lin Xinqiu sneered, what kind of person are you? I haven't even said anything yet, and you already think I'm up to no good. Don't you think too highly of yourself? Chen Shanshan's face turned pale and then red when she heard this. My condition is that you take my car and I will drive you to the company where you have the interview, and then I will not pursue your responsibility. Besides, there are so many people watching here, and some people are even recording a video. If I trick you into the car and plot against you, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? I'm not a person who likes to make a big deal of things. There are too many people around here, and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Let's discuss how to handle this matter while we walk, Lin Xinqiu said indifferently. Chen Shanshan then noticed that many students had gathered around, and most of them were filming her on their phones. Lin Xinqiu took out the car keys and pressed them, causing the doors to open like wings. Chen Shanshan didn't want to stay here anymore, so she hurriedly got into the car as well. Lin Xinqiu slammed the accelerator, and the Pagani Zonda began to roar as it sped off. Just as the two got into the car, he happened to come out of the store Soy Milk King and saw the scene, shocked. Then she thought, how could Lin Xinqiu, that loser, have a sports car? It must be rented, and even the woman is rented. Humph. Losers are losers. It so happens that they got in the car just as I came out. Even if you pretend to be rich, it will only make me look down on you even more. He snorted and walked towards the school. She didn't see the woman clearly, and if she had known it was Chen Shanshan, she wouldn't have thought it was rented. She and Lin Xinqiu were both from the countryside. Lin Xinqiu's parents ran a business outside the village, and in the eyes of the villagers, they were considered relatively well off. However, 2 years ago, his parents suddenly stopped doing business and returned home to become farmers. Suddenly, everyone in the village began to mock them, and there were even more rumors that Lin Xinqiu's parents had run up huge debts outside the village and had failed in business and returned home. Lin Xinqiu was also driving a sports car for the first time. In the past, the family also had a Toyota, but it was a manual transmission, and he couldn't get enough of it. The feeling of gripping the steering wheel with one hand and weaving through the traffic was just great. He suddenly remembered a saying on the internet, he looked so handsome driving a Ferrari with one hand. Although Lin Xinqiu wasn't driving a Ferrari today, it was more expensive than most Ferraris. Lin Xinqiu and Chen Shanshan sat in the car in silence. Chen Shanshan was still thinking about how she got into the car so confused. What if Lin Xinqiu drove her to a deserted place later and tried to do something inappropriate? Shouldn't she call the police first? In the end, Lin Xinqiu couldn't hold back and spoke first. Where is the company you want to interview at? You have to tell me. Chen Shanshan finally reacted, picked up her phone and started navigating. However, the navigation seemed to be a bit off, as it kept telling Lin Xinqiu to turn into an alleyway. The alleyway was only wide enough for 2 or 3 people, and his car really couldn't get through. Lin Qinshuo's spirit beast took Chen Shanshan's phone and glanced at the destination. It was the Lujiazui branch of the Shanghai City Bank. He changed the ride Chen Shanshan had set to driving, and finally navigated to the right place. After arriving at the destination, Chen Shanshan got out of the car. Lin Qinshuo didn't even say a word before driving away. A woman with a negative 20 favorability rating, no matter how pretty she is, he has no interest in getting involved with her anymore. Chen Shanshan suddenly looked embarrassed. It wasn't until this moment that she truly believed that Lin Qinshuo had really driven her to the interview. Until she got out of the car, she thought that the other person wanted to do something inappropriate. And he immediately left after dropping her off without saying a word. It seems that she misunderstood him. As for why Lin Qinshuo left in such a hurry, it was because he realized that the car was almost out of gas, and he didn't have any money to pay for gas. No one would believe it if they heard it, that someone driving a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars would have no money to pay for gas. What I miss is being able to tell each other everything, what I miss is dreaming together. Lin Qinshuo's phone rang. It was the ringtone he had changed after his Cold War with Ye, and it fit his mood at the time. Lin Qinshuo took out his phone and saw a Shanghai phone number. Hello? Who is this? Hello Mr. Lin, this is the sales office of Yunlu Villa. I am Li Qing, the housekeeper of the sales department. The penthouse you purchased is ready for handover. What time is convenient for you to come over? A pleasant female voice came from the other end of the line. Ha! Lin Qinshuo thought of Chen Shanshan's task. Logically speaking, shouldn't there be a system prompt? Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of sending Chen Shanshan to the interview. You have earned a reward of a 500 million yuan luxury home in Yunlu Villa. It turns out that there was a delay. I didn't think the system would delay. Ding! The system will release the reward directly when the host completes the task. The prompt tone will appear at an appropriate time, it is not a system delay. I see, but right now Lin Qinshuo doesn't want to collect the house yet. If he has to pay any property management fees or something, he can't afford it. Miss Li, I don't have time to go there yet, I'll go there sometime then. Although there is now a system in place, he has not yet fully understood its functions. He was rewarded with a luxury car and a mansion right from the start, so how could there be any lack of money? He should be rewarded with money in less than 2 days. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll be waiting for you here. After Li Qing finished speaking, Lin Qinshuo hung up the phone. He drove to the basement of the International Finance Center, where there were many luxury cars. The property management was also very capable, so he felt most at ease leaving his car here. The parking fee was a bit expensive for him, but he couldn't care less at the moment. Chapter 4: Roommates in the Ultimate Dormitory. Right now, if he showed up at school in a luxury car, it would definitely cause a sensation. It wasn't that he didn't want such a sensation, it was just that the car's gas wasn't enough for him to make it back to school. This system doesn't play by the rules. All the other systems give you money first, but this one gives him a luxury car and mansion first. It would have been nice to give me a few tens of thousands of dollars to add some gas. Lin Qinshuo took the bus back to Shanghai Jiaotong University. His last bit of savings had already been used to order soy milk at the Soy Milk King. For the rest of the day, he could only live off the 50-odd yuan in his campus card. There were only 3 yuan left in his bank card. Which rich celebrity would be so poor? Lin Qinshuo chose to take the bus, which takes longer but is direct and requires no transfers. Taking the subway is more complicated and costs more. When Lin Qinshuo returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates were deep in the game of King of Glory on their phones, playing in 3-player mode. Their dormitory is known as the best dormitory on campus because everyone's name is so memorable. Fan Jianxiang, Xiaolu, Li Wuqi, and Lin Qinshuo. Each name evokes a different response. Hey, the beast is back, update your number quickly. It's a new season, you need to be fully prepared. We're going out on a date, let's meet up in the 3rd row. Li Wuqi glanced at Lin Qinshuo, who had just entered the door, and hurriedly greeted him. He was a bit of a loose cannon, and completely forgot that Lin Qinshuo had told them that he had gone to break up with his girlfriend. The other 2 men looked at Lin Qinshuo carefully and noticed that he wasn't as dispirited as they had imagined, and even saw a hint of joy in his eyes. You bastard, did you not get your share? Your girlfriend obviously doesn't want you anymore. The Cold War has been going on for so long, she's forcing you to break up. Fan Jianxiang asked with a frown. Xia Lu's game character had just been killed, and the screen turned gray. He put down his phone and came over. You didn't go back to her, did you? The three dorm mates usually called Lin Qinshu a dog licker, but Lin Qinshu never admitted it. He never felt like a dog licker. Fuck you. It's over, I just ran into something else that made me happy. Lin Qinshu placed his hand on Xia Lu's shoulder and patted it twice to reassure him. Nasty, it's already resurrected, hurry up, this is the last wave. Li Wucheng shouted anxiously. The other two were also relieved when they heard Lin Qinshu say that it was over. They didn't know but Lin Qinshu was a big guy at 1.8 meters tall, with a decent appearance, and he was neither humble nor arrogant towards anyone. It was only towards that he showed humility, whether it was on the phone or in video chats. Xia Lu picked up the phone on the table and continued playing the game, saying as he played, "Don't worry, I'll go out to dinner with Yin Yan later and have her introduce you to a girlfriend. There are plenty of flowers in the world, so why pine for just one? And it's not even a good flower, and although she's quite attractive, there are plenty of attractive people at our school." Lin Qinshu smiled and didn't answer, picked up his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower. He had gotten a little bit of rain on the way back to the dormitory, and a hot shower was just right. As Lin Qinshu showered, it seemed that his mind became clearer, and he recalled the past with He. When he looked at it from the perspective of a bystander, He really didn't love him as much as he thought. More of a companion looking for loneliness. Lin Qinshu was not as relaxed as he appeared to be, and deep down he was still very sad. However, since things had come to this, he could only let time slowly heal these emotional wounds. When he got the system, he was still thinking about how to win her back. After he had finished splashing the soy milk, what He said made him realize that she really had no more feelings for him. In order to break up with him, she didn't even scold him after he had been splashed, just worried that Lin Qinshu would continue to pester her. Lin Qinshu came out of the shower and saw that only Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang were left in the dormitory. Xia Lu had already gone out on a date. Hey, in the past, the only singles in our dormitory were me and Lao Fan. Every time I saw you and Xia Li going out to find a partner, I was full of envy. Now there are already 3 bachelors, and you are welcome to join the team of single guys. Li Wuqi said meanly. Lin Qinshu shrugged his shoulders and said with a sneer, I had a partner for too long, and now I want to return to a single life. You won't understand the feeling of this gap for a while. Li Wuqi gave Lin Qinshu the middle finger and quickly logged in. I'll see you in the 3rd row. I'm not playing, I've been running all day, I need to sleep. Make me a duck leg rice for dinner, the rice card is on my desk. Lin Qinshu climbed into bed and took out his phone to scroll through his moments. He happened to see the friend circle post sent by He. Thanks to Zheng Gang's jacket, I didn't catch a cold from the rain on this rainy day. It was accompanied by a top-down selfie wearing the same raincoat from earlier in the afternoon, with a thumbs up. Lin Qinshu directly crossed out this friend circle post and put the phone aside. System, open the panel. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 6. Stamina, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6. The maximum attribute for an ordinary person is 10, and the host's attributes are normal among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Zonda. House, Yunlu Villa. Now there's a car and a mansion again. Today is the first day I got the system, and I've already accomplished what most people strive for their whole lives. Lin Qinshu is thinking about under what circumstances the optional tasks issued by the system can be triggered. It seems that the most unlikely way to trigger a task is to stay in the dormitory. After Chen Shanshan's task just now, it seems that the system detects that a task will be triggered when it detects a beauty with a score of 90 points or above. It seems that I still have to go out more. Lin Qinshu decided to take a nap and then go out for a stroll. In a daze, Lin Qinshu was awakened by Fan Jianxiang, who said that they had already returned from eating and told him to eat while it was still hot. Xiaolu called us to go to the bar to play. Their family member Yin Yan's birthday is today, so they asked 2 people from the dormitory to go to the bar to celebrate her birthday with her. Li Wuqi entered through the dormitory door and said. Lin Qinshu was about to refuse, but then he thought he had wanted to go out for a walk anyway, and instead of wandering aimlessly, he might as well hang out in a bar with his friends. As for money, there was no need for him to worry about it. Xia Lu was a rich kid in their dormitory. Xia Lu was also generous with his friends, and the 3 of them had gone to the bar for the first time with Xia Lu. The 3 of them quickly tidied up and left. It was still early, so they decided to walk there. The bar Xiaolu had mentioned was just 2 blocks away from the school, not too far or too close. Most of the students came from ordinary families, so the cost of a taxi was too high. Senpai. A cute voice called from behind Lin Qinshu. The campus entrance was bustling with people, and all the boys turned to look in the direction of the sound when they heard this call. A girl exuding boundless vitality sprinted up to Lin Qinshu. The girl was surrounded by a faint fragrance, and her 2 big eyes had 2 small dimples. At a height of 1.64 meters, she came up to Lin Qinshu, creating the most adorable height difference. A black pleated short skirt matched a white t-shirt, and the little white bunny perched high up on her back led Lin Qinshu's eyes to blink up and down. Chapter 5 Ye Mengxi. Ding! A beauty with a face value of over 90 points has been detected. Name, Ye Mengxi. Face value, 91. Age, 18. Height, 160. Bust, 36D. Favorability, 85. Meng, have you eaten yet? Lin Qinshu was surprised that Ye Mengxi's favorability towards him was so high, only 5 points away from reaching the realm of inseparable. And Ye Mengxi's appearance is actually judged by the system to be a beauty with a score of 90 points or higher. However, after Lin Qinshu asked this question, everyone present was speechless. It's almost midnight snack time, and you're still asking if someone has eaten dinner. What kind of question is this, if you don't have anything to talk about? I've already eaten, senior. Where are you going? The school gate is about to close. Ye Mengxi asked sweetly. The school gates close at 10:30, and you won't be able to get in after that. It's almost 10 o'clock now, and Lin Qinshu and the others are still happily walking out, acting as if they're not going to spend the night at school. Oh, you, Senior Xia, are celebrating your girlfriend's birthday, and you told us to come hang out. Lin Qinshu replied truthfully. Xiaoliu had already booked a room outside tonight, and they were going to go straight to the hotel to sleep after playing until the middle of the night. They didn't have classes until the second period in the morning, so they could just go back before 10. Upon hearing this, Ye Mengxi's eyes flashed with a strange light, but she still beamed with a smile and teased, I hope nothing goes wrong with your reunion, or else when your girlfriend finds out, you won't be able to get away with it. Lin Qinshu waved his hand and said, Don't worry, we've already broken up. I'm single now, so I'm not afraid of anything going wrong with the reunion. Upon hearing this, a flash of light suddenly appeared in Ye Mengxi's eyes. You beast, this schoolmate is very unfamiliar, and you've never mentioned her before. Li Wuqi wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes shot out green light, like a jackal. Lin Qinshu looked at his despicable appearance and introduced them to them. This is Ye Mengxi, a schoolmate I met when I first entered the school. These two are my roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang. Puff. Ye Mengxi couldn't help but laugh out loud when she heard the names of these 2 people. I almost forgot, senior is the best dormitory in our school. Ye Mengxi's laughter made Li Wuqi blush in shame, but he also reacted instantly. Ye Mengxi. Isn't this the name of the new school flower? Li Wuqi looked at Lin Qinshu in shock. He didn't expect the dog-licking beast to actually know the new school flower. With such resources, he still enjoyed being a dog licker so much. The new school flower? Lin Qinshu looked at Li Wuqi in confusion. Because he was still in a relationship with Yi before, he had never bothered to find out about these campus gossip, and he wouldn't even give other girls a second glance. Li Wuqi browsed the campus for him every day and knew a lot about these things. He knew exactly which class the so-called school flowers belonged to and their names. Ye Mengxi, a freshman in the Department of Media, was voted unanimously by all the freshmen to be the new school beauty queen upon entering university because of her cute face and impressive figure. Along with Su Weiwei, Xinyu, and Xin Wolin, she is known as one of the 4 school beauties of Shanghai Jiaotong University. However, Xin Wolin has already gone out for an internship, so only the 3 major school beauties are still on campus. Li Wuqi took out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from nowhere and put them on, as if he were reading out a legend, reciting the information about the school beauties. Lin Qinshu was stunned after listening, not expecting that the so-called school flowers were actually 4. Li Wuqi seemed to sense Lin Qinshu's doubt and continued, the 4 school flowers are ranked together because they are all beautiful in their own way. This is recognized by everyone at Jiaotong University. Oh, no. It's just a compliment from my classmates. Ye Mengxi shook her head and smiled, not looking very happy or unhappy. Ye Mengxi quickly changed the subject. Senior, do you have time tomorrow? An MCN company invited me to an interview this afternoon, but my friends are all busy. I'm not familiar with the city, so if you have time, can you go with me? I'll buy you dinner after the interview. Ye Mengxi playfully stuck out her tongue. Ding! A beauty with a face score of 90 points or higher is requesting the host. Option 1, reject the other party, let them be disappointed in you, and you will be rewarded with 1 million yuan in cash. Option 2, accept and accompany Ye Mengxi to the interview tomorrow, and you will be rewarded with 500,000 yuan in cash and 1 attribute point. Ha! Here comes the mission. As expected, the mission will only be triggered if you encounter a beautiful woman when you go out. If you hide in the dormitory, the system is useless. Finally, there is some cash coming. One is 1 million, and the other is 500,000. It seems that the 1 million is more cost effective. Just say no and you will get 1 million. But who am I, Lin Qinshu? How could I hurt a young girl's heart just because of a measly 500,000? I choose the second option. In fact, it's not that Lin Qinshu doesn't want the million, but because there is still a little bit of total attribute points in the 500,000. That's the attribute added to him. The average person has a full attribute of 10, but he only has 6, just barely passing the bar. With the system, 500,000 is easy to get, but attribute points are different. Some attributes may not be able to be improved even if you try your whole life. I don't have class until tomorrow morning, so I'm free in the afternoon. I'll go with you. Lin Qinshu agreed without hesitation. Ye Mengxi's eyes immediately radiated with joy, and she kept saying thank you, senior. Then I'll see you tomorrow. After Ye Mengxi had cheerfully left for a long time, Li Wuqi, who was standing next to Lin Qinshu, yelled, "Shit! You animal, you actually know the school beauty, and the school beauty actually asked you out together. Oh, God! Are you blind? A handsome and charming guy like me is actually no match for a lickspittle." Fan Zhangxiang also looked at Lin Qinshu angrily. Although he was not good at expressing his thoughts, his inner thoughts were the same as Li Wuqi's. Lin Qinshu gave Li Wuqi a hard slap on the back of the head. "You dog, who are you calling a lickspittle? Hurry up and go, Lao Xia is already impatiently waiting." Li Wuqi and Fan Zhangxiang hurriedly followed Lin Qinshu's footsteps, but their eyes were still full of resentment. The three quickly arrived at the bar Xia Lu had mentioned. At this time, there were some people gathered in front of the bar, clashing with each other for some unknown reason. The three of them wanted to ignore it and go straight into the bar, but they heard Xia Lu's voice. "Immediately apologize to Yan Yan and her friends, or don't blame me for being rude." Xia Lu's angry voice came from the crowd at the door. Hearing this, Lin Qinshu and the other two hurriedly squeezed into the crowd. They saw Xia Lu standing next to him with 4 young girls, and standing opposite him was a yellow-haired skinny guy. The yellow-haired skinny guy's face was red and he was a bit unsteady on his feet, obviously drunk. Chapter 6, Snowy Bar. They're just a few bitches. Do they deserve an apology from me? Hick. After saying this, Huang Mao burped, and a smell of alcohol drifted out of his mouth. The girls next to Xia Lu frowned and covered their noses. "Old Xia, what's going on?" Lin Qinshu and the other two managed to squeeze in. In this day and age, there's never a shortage of people who like to watch a show. The three of them were stared at a lot during the process of squeezing in. Xia Lu saw that the three of them had arrived, and suddenly felt more confident. Although there was only one person on the other side, he had just been surrounded by women. Now they had 4 men on their side, and it would be a piece of cake to deal with a drunk. Xia Lu told them about the conflict. It turned out that this drunk man had seen the 4 girls next to Xia Lu when he came out of the bar, and said that he would pay 10,000 yuan each to spend the night with him tonight. Whoever performed well would get an additional reward of 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Xia Liuyu was about to rush up and beat Huang Mao up, but he was stopped by his girlfriend, Yan Yan. Then there was the current scene, demanding an apology from the other party. Li Wuqi, upon hearing this, excitedly ran up to Huang Mao and slapped him directly on the back of the head. "You're just going to act like a thug here, are you? Apologize quickly, or else I'll show you why flowers are so red." Huang Mao, who had been slapped by Li Wuqi, suddenly felt a lot clearer in his drunken head, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Do you know who I am?" Li Wuqi saw his sneer and his temper flared up. "I don't care who you are. Apologize now." 7 or 8 people suddenly walked out of the bar and shouted at Huang Mao. "Li Shao, why did you disappear in the blink of an eye? I thought you had left." Xia Lu and Li Wuqi and the others saw that the other party had come out with so many people, and their faces suddenly changed. Li Wuqi also slowly backed away, retreating to the side of Lin Qinshu and the others. After Huang Mao had finished scolding the other party after coming out of the bar, the leader of the other party walked up, a sneer curling the corner of his mouth. You all dare to hit Li Sha, you see if you don't want to mess around in the demon capital. I'll give you a chance. Let the 4 bitches accompany Li Xiao for one night, and the 4 of you men crawl through my crotch, and this matter will be forgotten. Li Wuqi's face turned red, and he shouted angrily, it was you who made the mistake in the first place, and you still dare to speak wildly. Fan Jianxiang also took a step forward. His body was the most burly of the 4, and when he stood next to Li Wuqi, it immediately made Li Wuqi feel more confident. The man next to Huang Mao sneered and said, you're useless even if we give you a chance. After saying that, he clapped his hands twice, and the crowd that came out with him gathered around, and even the security guards from the bar followed behind them. This scene made Lin Qinshu and the others suddenly realize that Huang Mao was not an ordinary person. Even the security guards at the bar did not hesitate to choose to stand on their side. The bar that Xia Lu brought them to was called Fluttering Snow. Although it was not the best bar in the demon capital, it also had its own uniqueness. Rumor has it that the owner of this bar is a woman named Piaoshuwei. This woman is rumored to be a very beautiful woman, so even if the bar is not particularly high-end, there will be many second-generation rich people coming to spend money just to catch a glimpse of Piaoshuwei's beauty. And the fact that a beautiful woman can run a bar in this city on her own shows that she is also a very capable person. Ding! Detected that the host is in danger of being beaten. Option 1, rise up and fight, regardless of success or failure, fight for your dignity. Reward, +1 strength attribute point and ownership of the Snowfall Bar. Option 2, give in, beg the other party to let you off, agree to their demands, and crawl through their crotch. Reward, 200,000 cash and a titanium medal for being a pushover. Lin Qinshu was shocked when he heard this quest. It's here, finally, another choice quest has been triggered. It seems that it's not just triggered when you meet a beautiful woman. It can also be triggered when you encounter something. But the system's constant offer of a titanium nameplate is really a bit too insulting. Damn it! System, that's enough. I, Lin Qinshu, am a man of 7 feet tall, how would I crawl into someone's crotch and beg for mercy? If you want to fight, then fight. Lin Qinshu yelled inwardly, and with heavy footsteps, he came to the front of Xia Lu and the others. For against 10, it was obvious that they couldn't win, but the other side had been drinking, and the 4 on their side were young and strong, so they could still fight. Option 1 is to add all attribute points and take ownership of this bar in front of him, and option 2 is to pay 200,000 in cash. For Lin Qinshu, who has the system, he still has to go and grovel to other people in order to get 200,000, which is something he can never do. He didn't even respond to the system and made the decision to choose option 1 without hesitation. The person next to Huang Mao sneered and commanded the people behind him, toast me or suffer the consequences. The man will have his limbs broken, and the woman will be sent to Li Xiao's side. Dozens of people surrounded them, and the security guards from the Snowfall Bar immediately gathered around. Ding! The host is commendable for his courage, choosing to stand up to the forces of evil. As the host of this system, the host's humiliation is like the humiliation of the system. The host is now rewarded with an hour of IP Man's upper body. Please let the host vent the power within his body to his heart's content. Lin Qinshu suddenly felt a flood of information about Wing Chun Kung Fu rush into his brain, and his body muscles instantly became solid. Lin Qinshu took a step forward and pushed Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang back with his hand. You guys step back a bit, these little caramids, let me handle it. Lin Qinshu hooked his finger and said to the other party, I'm going to hit 10. There were 10 people in the group, excluding Huang Mao and the person who just spoke. Li Wuqi and the other 2 looked at Lin Qinshu, who had suddenly become more confident, and were at a loss for words. Damn it, you're so arrogant, if I don't beat the crap out of you, I'm not going to hang around here anymore. A man who reeked of alcohol picked up an ice cream cone nearby and smashed it at Lin Qinshu. Seeing this, Xia Lu and the other 2 people behind him hurriedly tried to help, but the next scene shocked them into place. They saw Lin Qinshu sidestep the ice cream cone and quickly step forward, using his shoulder to knock the drunk man holding the ice cream cone flying. This kid is a bit weird, let's all go at him together. The drunk man, who had been knocked into the air, got up and shouted. 10 people around him attacked Lin Qinshu with fists and feet, and a series of miserable screams could be heard. In less than 2 minutes, all 10 people on Huang Mao's side were lying on the ground. Lin Qinshu clapped his hands and walked slowly towards Huang Mao. Huang Mao shouted at the sight, Do you know who I am? My father is Li Jianfu of Genen Long Real Estate. If you dare to harm a hair on my head, my father will not let you go. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar around him. Li Jianfu of Genen Long Real Estate has a dark background. Rumor has it that he made his fortune by stepping on a mountain of blood. For so long, his opponents have either gone bankrupt or died in accidents, and none of them have had a happy ending. This has also led to Genen Long Real Estate being feared in the industry. Chapter 7: Why should I give you face? It's just that in recent years, the country has cracked down on organized crime, and Genen Long Real Estate has not been as high profile. Li Jianfu also has a spoiled son named Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong's negative news is comparable to his father's, except that his father's are major incidents of murder and arson, while his are all kinds of despicable news like forcibly robbing women from the people. The son of a well-known gangster in the city of demons now appeared before Lin Qinshu. The onlookers around them also backed away, covering their faces for fear of being mistaken for someone from Lin Qinshu's side. Li Tianzong looked at Lin Qinshu standing in front of him without moving, and also thought that he had scared the other person. He sneered and said, "Now that you know who I am, why don't you hurry up and ask those 4 little girls to help me to the hotel? I've had a bit too much to drink, so I need them to carry me to the hotel." "Carry?" Lin Qinshu's lips curled into a sneer, and he slapped Li Tianzong in the face. The loud slap made the air around them stop. What followed was Li Tianzong's miserable scream. "Ah! You dare to hit me! You're dead, no one can save you." Pop! Another slap sounded, and Lin Qinshu imprinted a palm print on the other side of his face. The lackey on the side tried to help, but was slapped several times by Lin Qinshu and collapsed on the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the resistance mission. Reward +1 power attribute point and ownership of the snowfall bar. Host, Lin Qinshu Yi Wen strength is on top. Strength, 7. Stamina, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6. The maximum for each attribute for an ordinary person is 10, and the host's values are normal for an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Zonda. House, Yunlu Villa not claimed. Mr. Lin, please stop. A lazy and pleasant voice sounded from inside the bar. A woman in a red dress walked out of the bar. The woman's face was young but mature, and her tall figure immediately attracted the attention of everyone around her. Ding! A beauty with a face score of over 90 has been detected. Name, Wen Ruxue. Face score, 95. Age, 26. Height, 172. Bust, 36 c. Likability, 50. Piao Shui. It's the owner of Piao Shui Bar, Piao Shui is out. Someone next to her exclaimed. Is this the legendary Piao Shui? She really is a beauty, even I, a woman, am moved when I look at her. The girl next to Guan Yan exclaimed. Pfft, she's just prettier, and I wonder how many people have slept with her already. The other girl next to Yan Yan exclaimed disdainfully. Lin Qinshu frowned slightly as he looked at the other person. It turned out that Piao Shui's real name was Wen Ruxue, but how did this Piao Shui know him? From the way she had just addressed him as Mr. Lin, it was obvious that she knew him. Piao Shui walked out of the bar, past Lin Qinshu, and came to the side of Yan Yan and the other women, extended her right hand, and slapped the girl who had just spoken ill of her in the face. Little sister, next time don't just bring your mouth, remember to bring your head too. Piao Shui finished with a smile before turning to Lin Qinshu's side. The girl who was beaten covered her face turning from green to purple. Looking at the women around her, none of them seemed to want to help her. After snorting, she left the scene. It was indeed her fault in the first place, and she couldn't protect her irrationally. Can you two do me, Piao Shui, a favor and let this matter pass, regardless of who is right or wrong? Piao Shui's lips parted slightly as she looked at Lin Qinshu. After all, Lin Qinshu was in control of the situation. Li Tianzong had been slapped twice and his face was swollen. Naturally, he hoped that Lin Qinshu would agree to let him deal with Lin Qinshu and the others later. Why should I give you face? Lin Qinshu looked at Wen Ruxue indifferently. Although he was a loser, it was not necessary to turn into a lickspill when he saw a beautiful woman. A hint of surprise appeared on Wen Ruxue's face. She did not expect that her words, which had never failed her, had actually been blocked back, and she suddenly stood still in place. Xia Lu and the others also came forward to persuade Lin Qinshu to let it go, to forget it, and that the beating had already happened. If the stalemate continued, they would not even be able to celebrate Yan Yan's birthday. Lin Qinshu pondered for a moment before shouting at Li Tianzong, apologize to the ladies and you can go. It's not a solution to keep on like this. His Wing Chun is also time limited. If this gets out of hand and his Wing Chun expires, he'll be the one who suffers. Li Tianzong was so angry that his face turned red. Over the years, he has been a bully and has never encountered anything like this. Who would have thought that he would hit a brick wall today? Li Tianzong yelled inside his heart, I will definitely take revenge. Li Tianzong looked left and right, and all his lackeys were avoiding his gaze at the moment. It wasn't that they didn't want to curry favor, it was just that Wing Chun hurt. Li Tianzong gritted his teeth and said sorry to the three women, then turned around and quickly fled the scene. After this incident, Xia Lu also lost interest in the bar and planned to find another place to celebrate Yan Yan's birthday. Mr. Lin, please stay. Piao Xue can arrange a private room upstairs for Mr. Lin's friends, with free drinks. And we have a pastry chef at Piao Xue who can make a birthday cake right away. Wen Ruxue heard that the few of them had originally planned to come to Piao Xue bar for their birthday, but then they ran into the little hooligan Li Tianzong and this mess happened. Although Lin Xinshu just now did not give her face, she is now in a position where she needs to beg, so there is nothing she can do but appease the other party first. How did you know my surname is Lin? Although Lin Xinshu guessed in his heart that it was the system's doing, he still wanted to hear the other party confirm it personally. Wen Ruxue laughed lightly. Mr. Lin is really forgetful, we have been in contact before. He pointed behind him at the Snowfall bar. Upon hearing this, Lin Xinshu was certain that when the system was distributing rewards, it had implanted in Wen Ruxue's memory something about him buying the Snowfall bar, and these events had not appeared in Lin Xinshu's mind. This should be what the system meant by rewarding the host in a reasonable way. Lin Xinshu looked back at Xia Lu and the others, who were also hesitating. Lin Xinshu had given them so many shocks tonight that they were a little dazed for a while. Now even the owner of the Snowfall bar was deferential to him. Since the owner of the Snowfall bar has invited us, and we were going to find another place anyway, I think this place is perfect. Li Wuqi jumped out and said, but his eyes never left Snowfall's body, and his saliva was about to drip to the ground. Xia Lu rolled his eyes at him and then said to Lin Xinshu as well, Beast, then let's do it here, and it's too late to find another place. After all the commotion just now, it's almost 11 o'clock now, and it will soon be Yan Yan's birthday. Chapter 8 Wen Ruxue, the illegitimate daughter of the Wen family. In that case, I'll trouble you, boss Piao Xue. Lin Xinshu also wanted to find out about the profits of this Piao Xue bar. After all, it was his bar now. He had to come over sooner or later to find out about the working capital and other things inside, as well as the staffing and how to manage it in the future. It was better to choose a day to do it than to bump into it. When Ruxue asked the bar attendant to take the rest of the people to the private room on the second floor, while she led Lin Xinshu to the office. Lin Xinshu surveyed the bar the whole way, and found that it was packed. Such a lively bar was actually run by a woman. After arriving at the office, Wen Ruxue walked straight to the desk and took a stack of information out from under the table. Mr. Lin, this is all the information on the bar. You just need to sign here, and the bar will be yours. A flash of reluctance crossed Wen Ruxue's eyes. If she weren't in urgent need of money, she wouldn't sell the bar. Lin Xinshu looked through the accounts. There were still hundreds of thousands of yuan left in the bar's account to operate the bar, as well as some staff information. He glanced at it briefly and then threw it on the table. Does Miss Wen have any plans for the future? The reluctance in your eyes towards the Snowdrift bar is quite obvious. Why not just stay on? Lin Xinshu knew nothing about the operation of the bar or anything like that. With the Snowdrift bar in his hands, I'm afraid it won't be long before it closes down. Wen Ruxue's eyes instantly became fierce, and she asked coldly, how do you know my surname is Wen? Who the hell are you? Lin Xinshu was taken aback by her sudden change. It's just a name, why the big reaction? Miss Wen, don't worry about where I know it from, you just need to know that I have no ill will towards you. I know nothing about running a bar, and if I take over Snowfall, it might go out of business in no time. You wouldn't want to spend so much effort on a bar that closes down in a couple of days, would you? I am willing to give you 30% of the shares and hire you to continue managing the bar. Wen Ruxue's eyes flickered, and for a moment she didn't know what Lin Xinshu's words really meant. If he couldn't manage it, why did he want to buy it? Could it be that the purpose was on himself? After a moment, Wen Ruxue smiled. In that case, from today onwards, I will have to call you boss. Please take care of me, Boss Lin. No matter what the other party's intentions are, she really doesn't want to give up the Snowfall bar. And after leaving the Snowfall Bar, she doesn't know what to do. She had originally planned to go traveling, but you can't travel for the rest of your life. Staying at the Snowfall Bar is where she can feel her value. And as the illegitimate daughter of the Wen family, she can only hide herself well by being familiar with the Snowfall Bar. For so many years, it was Uncle Wen who helped her and took care of her in secret. Now that Uncle San is in trouble, she sold the Snowfall Bar to do her bit. For Wen Ruxue, she got the money and kept the bar in her hands, even if it was only a small share. It was the best result. Let's make a share contract. I'll only take a share of the profits, and I won't be involved in other business plans. I'll leave it all to you to decide. Lin Qinshu sat on the sofa, picked up the box of huazi on the table, and lit it. He occasionally smokes a few puffs. He is not averse to smoking and is not addicted to it. When Ruxue walked over to the desk and turned on the computer. Suddenly, she remembered something and said apologetically to Lin Qinshu that most of the working capital of the bar had been withdrawn by me, and the money in the account was only enough to maintain daily operations. There was no extra money that could be withdrawn. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while, still thinking about taking some money out of the bar to spend. However, he only had money on his meal card. Now there is only a few tens of dollars in cash on him, but as long as he accompanies Ye Mengxi to an interview tomorrow, he can get 500,000 yuan. Forget about the little money in the bar. If it's not there, it's not there. It's okay, the money in here is enough to keep the bar running, there's no need to take it out. Is there enough money in there? Do you need me to inject some more? Lin Qinshu said nonchalantly. Lin Qinshu has no money at all, he is just bluffing and pretending to be a big shot in front of Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue had clearly said that the funds inside were enough for the turnover, so where was the need for additional capital injection? Wen Ruxue shook her head. The funds inside were enough. With the business of the Snowfall Bar, profits would soon be able to be made, and injecting extra funds would be useless. Wen Ruxue's tapping on the keyboard resounded throughout the office. Soon after, all that could be heard was the drip-drip printing sound of the printer, and Wen Ruxue took out the contract. Lin Qinshu didn't even look at it carefully, and simply signed his name. If you don't suspect someone, you don't need to use them. The bar itself was obtained for free, and even if he is not missed, it is better to open the layout. Wen Ruxue's eyes also flashed with a strange color. It had been less than an hour since she and Lin Qinshu had met, but the other party was able to sign the contract she had brought out so calmly and without hesitation. In Wen Ruxue's opinion, Lin Qinshu should be the young master of a large family, and this small amount of money was not at all worthy of his attention. After signing the contract, Lin Qinshu was ready to leave the office. Li Tianzong will definitely retaliate against you. I will handle this matter for you. Li Jianfu should still give me face. But if Li Tianzong can't do anything to you on the surface, he may do it secretly. Boss Lin, please be careful. Wen Ruxue said without looking up. Lin Qinshu shrugged, looked unconcerned, and walked out the office door. As soon as he left, he felt his body deflate instantly. It was as if the Ip Man level combat power he had for an hour had left him, and there was no way he could fight 10 people now. Lin Qinshu of course knew the consequences of offending a rich second generation with a triad background, but he was also young and impetuous, and coupled with the confidence that system binding had given him, that's why he didn't fear the power and taught the other party a lesson. In the future, he still had to find a way to eliminate the consequences. When he walked into the second floor box of the Snowfall Bar, he was instantly restrained by 3 people. Li Wuqi hugged his legs, Fan Jianxian locked his hands, and Xia Lu hugged his head, shouting, "Speak up! Who the hell are you to dare take over my brother?" Lin Qinshu pretended to laugh angrily and said, "I am the ancient demon god, and you puny people should kneel down." The 3 of them immediately let go of him with a look of disappointment on their faces. They were not Lin Qinshu's match when it came to taking advantage of the situation. "Beast, you hit it well enough? You have high martial arts skills, and the boss of Piaoxue still treats you with respect. You told us before that you were just an ordinary family, but now you don't look like an ordinary family at all." Xia Lu asked the question that they all wondered about. "It's nothing, a heavenly system has fallen from the sky. I am now the chosen one, I can have anything I want." Lin Qinshu knew they would ask, and had already thought of a response early in the morning. He just told the truth to these brothers, and they definitely wouldn't believe it. As expected, the 3 of them let out a sound and didn't pursue it. Chapter 9, this bathroom is quite spacious. Hurry up and come over to cut the cake, it's almost 12 o'clock. Xia Lu's girlfriend, Guan Yan, quickly greeted them. After all the trouble last night, I haven't introduced you to each other yet. These two are my roommates, Wang Xiaoqing and Li Jiao. The one who just left is Guo Ting. These three are Xia Lu's roommates. While they are very famous in the school, the best dormitory people, I don't think I need to introduce them. Guan Yan said and also covered her mouth and laughed. They were used to these kinds of scenes. Who could have known that the four of them would all end up in the same dormitory? If it wasn't fate, then it was the school's doing. Li Jiao? We're related, maybe even related by blood. I can call you Jiao Jiao, right? Li Wu didn't waste any time living up to his reputation as a shameless person, and he immediately went over to Li Jiao. Li Jiao was a rather aloof girl, and Lin Qinshu hadn't seen her say more than a few words since they met. On the contrary, Wang Xiaoqing is a chatterbox, always talking non-stop. Lin, did you start learning martial arts when you were young? What's your name? Is it too late for me to learn? Can you teach me? Wang Xiaoqing asked him so many questions in a row that he didn't know which one to answer first. As for the roommate who had left, Guo Ting, according to Guan Yan, she was a gold-digging woman. When Li Tianzong had just molested them, Guo Ting had wanted to go up and ask if it was true. They had stopped her, and she had later complained that they were blocking her path to wealth and offending the young Master Li. So when Guo Ting was slapped by Wen Ruxue, they didn't speak up for her either. Fan Jianxiang silently shed tears. There were 3 girls in total, one was Xia Lu's girlfriend, one was stuck with Li Wuqi, and the last one was stuck with Lin Qinshu. In the end, he was still left alone. Guan Yan's roommates were all good-looking. They couldn't be called pretty, but they also couldn't be called ugly. If they were to be scored according to the system, they should all score 80 points. After cutting the cake, everyone felt that it was boring in the private room, and it was more atmospheric to go dancing in the lobby below. Lin Qinshu exchanged greetings with Wen Ruxue and went downstairs. At this time, it was already the liveliest and most atmospheric time period in the entire bar. Everyone was a little drunk and confused. At some point, Lin Qinshu had passed out drunk. His tolerance for alcohol was poor to begin with, and he had drunk some beer before, but today Wen Ruxue had served him all kinds of foreign alcohol, and he didn't know when he had passed out. A ray of sunlight shone on Lin Qinshu's face, and Lin Qinshu's eyelashes, which had been poking straight ahead, trembled slightly, and the next second his eyes opened. The feeling of a hangover filled his brain, and even his whole body ached a little. After gently patting his head twice, he began to take stock of his surroundings, because his memory was still stuck in the snowfall bar, and he had passed out at some point without knowing when. Lin Qinshu was in a room. From the light fragrance in the room and the decorations, it could be seen that this was a woman's room. He quickly looked at himself and was relieved to see that his clothes were still in place, which meant that nothing had happened. It would be a great loss if he lost his virginity without knowing it. Even if he lost his virginity to a beautiful woman while drunk, he would still feel a loss, and he would feel that he wasted it because he didn't feel it. Lin Qinshu walked out of the room and saw a busy woman in the kitchen, wearing simple home clothes and shorts. Her slender legs were straight even in her slippers. The woman turned around and said to Lin Qinshu, "There are toothbrushes and towels in the bathroom. Wash yourself. I've already started cooking the noodles. Finish eating before you leave." This woman was precisely Wen Ruxue, the owner of the Snowdrift Bar. Lin Qinshu couldn't remember how he ended up in Wen Ruxue's house. What happiness it was to have such a beautiful woman cook noodles for you after you woke up, but now his head was throbbing so badly, he couldn't feel this happiness. Lin Qinshu walked into the bathroom, and there was already a brand new toothbrush and towel on the sink. It was just that girls' bathrooms had never had men before, and some things were still left lying around casually. Lin Qinshu's gaze was drawn to them, and suddenly he felt that his hangover wasn't as bad. Outside, there was a sound of trotting. Wen Ruxue, with a slight blush on her face, rushed into the bathroom and carried the laundry out. When Lin Qinshu entered the bathroom, she remembered that she had not washed the clothes she had changed last night and hurriedly ran over. Cough cough, this bathroom is quite nice, and the tiles have been chosen well. Lin Qinshu quickly coughed to cover his embarrassment. His actions just now were indeed a bit wretched. After washing up and coming out, Lin Qinshu took a serious look at the house. It was not too big and not too small, about 90 square meters. The hall occupied 2/3 of the house, with only one room, one kitchen, and one bathroom. Wen Ruxue was really rich and spoiled. You have to know that nowadays, when people buy a 60 square meter house, they can't wait to partition it into 3 rooms. Lin Qinshu walked over to the window and looked out. He could see the Jiaotong University directly from here, which meant that he was near the snowfall bar from yesterday. A suite in the Magic City would easily cost tens of millions. Although Lin Qinshu didn't know how much the system had spent to buy the bar, and he didn't go and take a closer look last night, it should be about the same value as this house. Isn't selling a bar better than selling a house? This place is rented, not bought. I like this kind of house layout, and I've been paying rent for 10 years. Come over and eat some noodles. Wen Ruxue walked out of the kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles in her hands, as if she had guessed Lin Qinshu's doubts. Lin Qinshu sat down at the table and asked him, "Why am I here? Where are my friends?" Wen Ruxue rolled her eyes at this. "I don't know about your friends, but I met you outside the door of the restaurant. You were drunk and didn't have your ID with you, so I had no choice but to bring you back here. After all, you are my boss, and I can't ignore my drunk boss." Lin Qinshu smiled awkwardly. He really couldn't hold his drink, and last night, when he mixed alcohol with his drink, he immediately blacked out. And the odds are that his group of friends are also about the same. I just don't know what happened to those girls. Don't worry, I told them to find your friends and take care of them, so that nothing unexpected happens. It should be fine. Lin Qinshu nodded and said, "Thank you." Nothing embarrassing happened last night, did it? Lin Qinshu asked cautiously. After all, he still knew what he looked like when he was drunk. In the past, when he got drunk, he always liked to drag other people to talk about their secrets, sniffling and crying. If he did that last night, it would be embarrassing. Wen Ruxue, who was chewing slowly, looked up at Lin Qinshu. She remembered that last night, because she couldn't find Lin Qinshu's ID card, she had to bring him back to her house, and even let him sleep in her room. She would never have done that before, but maybe because he was drunk, she didn't feel in danger. It could also be because the other person had just bought the drifting snow bar at an extremely high price and gave back 30% of the shares, which made Wen Ruxue feel that she was not opposed to taking the other person home. And something happened last night that she couldn't figure out after much thought. When taking a taxi, Lin Qinshu suddenly woke up and wanted to pay the fare. However, when he took out his mobile phone to pay, it showed that there was insufficient balance. During this time, Lin Qinshu also tried to pay with a different card, but the result was still insufficient funds. This was not quite what Wen Ruxue had imagined. How could the person who was able to buy the snowfall bar at an extremely high price and casually give her 30% of the shares not even have the fare for a few tens of dollars? However, Wen Ruxue is also a smart woman. Although she couldn't figure it out, she would not ask. The person who was able to make the snowfall bar stand out in the City of Demons had the support of the Wen family behind her, but more importantly, she had personal ability and a high emotional quotient. When Ruxue picked up the mobile phone next to her, opened her WeChat QR code, and pushed it in front of Lin Qinshu's face. "Add a contact method, so I can report to you on my work." Lin Qinshu took out his mobile phone and was about to scan the code when he noticed that he had several missed calls. He opened it and saw that it was Ye Mengxi calling. He hurriedly looked at the time and saw that it was already 2 p.m. Shit. My 500,000 yuan. Lin Qinshu quickly put down his chopsticks, ran out the door, and called back while running. When Ruxue looked at Lin Qinshu, who had suddenly run away, at the dinner table and was suddenly speechless. Was it really an emergency, or did he not want to add her to WeChat? Didn't he even have time to scan the QR code? Meng, I'm sorry, I drank too much last night and overslept. As soon as the phone connected, Lin Qinshu hurriedly said. It's okay, senior. Are you feeling better now? I heard hangovers are really uncomfortable. Ye Mengxi's tone of concern made Lin Qinshu feel so guilty. It's okay, where are you now? I'll come and find you. For Lin Qinshu, that wasn't just a promise to a young girl, it was also 500,000 points and attributes. Senior, I'm already on my way to the interview. You don't need to come over, just rest up. Ye Mengxi had originally hoped that Lin Qinshu would accompany her on the subway to the interview, but now that she heard that he was hungover, she didn't want him to toss and turn and hoped that he would get some rest. What nonsense are you talking about? I definitely have to keep my promise to you, and I've already sobered up a long time ago. Okay, listen to me, just give me the address and I'll go directly to the front of the company and wait for you there, and go in with you. Lin Qinshu spoke with righteous words, not allowing Ye Mengxi to refuse. Upon hearing this, Ye Mengxi was both happy and moved. After hanging up the phone, she hurriedly sent Lin Qinshu the address. After receiving the address, Lin Qinshu hurried to the subway station. While on the subway, he saw a bank message on his phone. Dear customer, your Shanghai Magic City bank card with the last digit 9527 has received a transfer of 100,000 yuan, with a balance of 100,003 yuan. Huh? Lin Qinshu looked at the message in surprise. Could it be a scam company trying to scam the last 3 yuan I have? I miss the days when we could say anything. The phone rang, and it was a strange Shanghai Magic City number. Hello, who is this? Chapter 10. It's me, Wen Ruxue. The slightly depressed response on the other end of the line reminded Lin Qinshu of the fact that he had just tried to add her as a friend, but in his haste, he had run off without doing so. Ahem. I just suddenly had some urgent business, so I had to go. The fact that you were able to get through to me means that you have my number, and that's also my WeChat ID, so add me. Lin Qinshu coughed awkwardly twice. I already added you, but you didn't accept. Anyway, I just transferred 100,000 yuan to your account at the Magic City Bank. Did you get it? Lin Qinshu's expression suddenly looked a little shocked. Why did you transfer money to me? Didn't you say that the funds in the bar account were just enough? Last night, I even told him that the working capital in the bar could not be moved, and he couldn't figure out why Wen Ruxue transferred money to him for no reason today. Piao Shue's funds are sufficient. I set this up before you bought the bar, so I feel a bit bad about it. Since I still have a share in Piao Shui and my difficulties have been temporarily solved, let's say that this 100,000 yuan is the capital to buy the 30% stake in Piao Shui. After saying this, she didn't wait for Lin Qinshu to respond and hung up the phone. In fact, the 100,000 yuan was Wen Ruxue's own money. After seeing Lin Qinshu's insufficient balance last night, she gave the money to him in this way. She was gambling that Lin Qinshu had encountered some kind of problem, such as his bank card being frozen by his family, or that Lin Qinshu still had another card that was not linked to his phone, so that's why he couldn't pay the few tens of dollars for the bus fare. Her 100,000 yuan might be able to provide timely assistance and make Lin Qinshu feel indebted. At the same time, she was also gambling that Lin Qinshu was the son of a family that was even more powerful than the Wen family. Besides, Piao Shui now had 30% of the shares, and the 100,000 yuan would be earned back in no time. No matter how you look at it, the 100,000 yuan is worth every penny and will make Lin Qinshu feel comfortable accepting it. On the other side, Lin Qinshu was already ecstatic. He was not as arrogant as Wen Ruxue had imagined, and 100,000 yuan. He had never had so much money at once in his life. He had never thought that Snow's Bar would be able to generate so much money so quickly for him. He had originally thought that he would have to wait a month or two before he could get his share of the money. It seems that leaving Wen Ruxue with 30% of the shares was the right decision. At his age and with his social experience, if he were to run Snowfall, it would close down in no time. Now that he has money, he can finally spend it recklessly. Lin Qinshu looked at the address Ye Mengxi sent him. It was near the International Finance Center IFC. His Pagani Zonda was still in the basement of the IFC, so he could go and get it to refuel first. Ye Mengxi had just left school, and he was almost there. At least he would have to wait another hour to see her, so he would go and get the car and refuel it first. When the car drove out of the basement parking lot of the International Finance Center, the parking fee had already been more than 100 yuan. It was indeed very expensive, and it was not enough to park for a whole day. Lin Qinshu's 6-digit balance instantly dropped to 5 digits after paying the parking fee. He drove to a nearby gas station and filled up the tank before driving to the place where he had met Ye Mengxi. When he passed a road that deviated from the main road, he suddenly found that the road was blocked ahead, and a group of people were gathered there, as if something had happened. Ding! A beautiful woman with a face score of over 90 has been detected in front of the host. Option 1, the other party seems to be in trouble, go over and help the woman solve the problem, reward ownership of the Genen building. Option 2, honk the horn wildly and drive away, reward 3,000 yuan. Damn, who is that 3,000 yuan looking down on? This mission is obviously meant for him to get the building. Lin Qinshu pulled over, got out of the car and walked towards the crowd. The Genen building, that's a grade A office building. It so happened that the MCN company that Ye Mengxi wanted to go to was in the Genen building. If he could get that building, the rent he would collect every year would be enough for him to eat and wear without worry, right? The system had arranged for him to reach the pinnacle of his life so quickly, and the days of collecting rent would be a life envied by the world. Lin Qinshu squeezed into the crowd and saw a woman wearing a striped professional suit standing in front of a Porsche Taycan. She had gold-rimmed glasses on her face, and the sense of disorientation in her eyes was pitiful to see. She looked like a capable woman, but she seemed a little lost and anxious because of what was happening in front of her. The Porsche Taycan had crashed into a stone bollard on the right side, and although it was not serious, it was to the point where it could no longer continue driving. On the left side in front of the car, a woman in her 60s was sitting on the ground crying and screaming, while a burly young man stood nearby. Ding! A beauty with a face value of over 90 points has been detected. Name, Xinjie. Face value, 92. Age, 25. Height, 168. Bust, 36C. Likability, 0 inch. Bitch, you hit my mom. You can't leave without paying compensation. You also have to come back with us and take care of my mom for a few days. The burly man next to the old woman said viciously, and his eyes were also glowing with a wolf-like green light. Obviously, seeing the other person is so beautiful, he had other intentions. The old woman crying on the ground heard that she was going to be taken back, which was obviously different from the plan, so she unobtrusively pinched the burly man's calf. I didn't hit her. I hit the pillar to avoid her, but she came over and lied in front of my car, saying that I hit her. Can you call the police for me? Let the police handle it. Chen Jie's face turned red. The person in front of her was just trying to scam her. She suddenly rushed out from the roadside. At first, she was glad that she had reacted quickly and didn't hit anyone. But when she hit the stone pillar, the old woman leisurely walked up to the front of the car and sat down, and the next second she started crying for help. The burly man also quickly rushed up to the front of the car, holding an iron rod in his hand, and smashed it from the side at the location of the car's driving recorder. The broken glass blocked the camera of the driving recorder. Then he walked slowly up to Chen Jie and said that she had hit his mother, demanding that Chen Jie pay compensation. Chen Jie was furious. She watched as the other person walked up to the front of the car and lay down, and now someone else came out and smashed her car. Of course, she didn't want to let someone extort her like this, so she took out her phone and prepared to call the police. The strong man walked quickly forward and slapped Chen Jie's phone away. After the phone fell to the ground, the strong man stepped forward and stomped on it twice, preventing Chen Jie from even calling the police. She looked helpless. The people around were all watching the spectacle with interest, and the strong man was looking around menacingly. No one dared to take out their phone and call the police. Lin Xinqiu glanced up at the surroundings. This place happened to be in an area without surveillance, and from the way the burly man smashed the dashcam as soon as he arrived, it was clear that he was a repeat offender. Smashing the dashcam was not because he was afraid of being filmed in the accident, but because the burly man was afraid that his appearance would be filmed. After extorting the money, the old woman whose appearance was exposed could hide, and he could continue to go out and act carefree. Chapter 11. Be careful when walking at night in the future. Lin Xinqiu's eyes flickered slightly, and he backed out first, found a corner, and called the police. Then he saw a small boy sitting on the steps behind him, sulking, holding a drone in his hand. It seemed that the boy's mother had also crowded in front to watch the fun. Kid, how about selling me your drone? Lin Xinqiu had a plan in mind and planned to buy the drone the boy was holding first. This is a toy. Do you want to play with it, big brother? I'll lend it to you to play with. The child unstintingly handed him the drone and remote control. Lin Xinqiu couldn't help but exclaim that the child was really sensible, completely different from those brats. Kid, I might break your toy later, so you might as well sell it to me. After a moment of hesitation, the little boy opened the QR code on his phone watch, and Lin Xinqiu scanned 2,000 yuan, because he didn't know how much the drone cost, and 2,000 yuan should be enough to buy one. Kid, in 2 minutes, can you help your brother fly this drone over the crowd? Lin Xinqiu suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to use this thing. If he had to wait for him to learn how to play, it would be too late. The little boy nodded. Although he didn't understand what the big brother in front of him wanted to do, he could easily help just by playing with the drone. After agreeing with the little boy, Lin Xinqiu once again entered the crowd. Chen Jie was also prepared to compromise at this point. There were so many people around, but none of them were willing to help her. They were just purely there to watch the fun. If she wanted to get out of the predicament she was in, she would have to pay to get rid of the disaster. Chen Jie bit her lip and asked, "How much do you want?" When the strong man heard Chen Jie ask, a smile of conspiracy emerged on his face. As I said earlier, pay 300,000 yuan and then come back with us to take care of my mother for 3 days, and everything will be fine. Chen Jie's face was instantly replaced by anger upon hearing this. You're dreaming. The other party obviously has bad intentions. If I go back with them, I won't know where I'll be in a few days. Damn it, you won't take the toast but the penalty. The strong man slapped Chen Jie's face. Chen Jie instinctively closed her eyes as she saw the hand getting closer. A hand reached out from Chen Jie's side and grabbed the strong man's wrist. What? You want to use force instead of blackmail? A faint voice sounded beside Chen Jie. Chen Jie opened her eyes and looked at the man beside her. While she was relieved inside, she couldn't help but feel a little excited. Finally, someone was willing to come forward to help her. After the strong man's wrist was grabbed by Lin Qinshu, he hurriedly tried to pull it out, but found that the other party's strength was comparable to his. Where did this yellow-haired kid come from? Has he watched too many TV dramas and tried to play the hero? The strong man swung his other hand to slap Lin Qinshu, who let go of the wrist he was holding and pushed forward, pushing the strong man back 2 steps. If he hadn't added a little strength attribute point last night, he really wouldn't have been a match for this strong man. Judging from the strength of the force just now, this strong man must also have a strength of 7, and it's still going up. The strong man also sensed that the person in front of him was no ordinary person. He looked like a young kid, but his strength was on par with his own. A wicked gleam flashed in his eyes as he said menacingly, "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business, otherwise if something happens to you when you're walking down the street in the future, don't blame me for being nice to you now." Lin Qinshu gave a disdainful smile. In broad daylight, he tried to extort money by pretending to be injured and even thought about kidnapping in broad daylight. He really has no regard for the law. I've already called the police, and they'll be here soon. The burly man's face changed suddenly, and a drone above his head suddenly flew over them and stopped. Lin Qinshu pointed at the drone. See? This is the police department's latest equipment, a drone. There's a camera on it, which can record the people and situation at the scene in advance before the police arrive. You smashed the car just now, afraid that the recorder inside would film you. The record of the collision is there, and now the record of blackmail will be there soon. Lin Qinshu's face had a half-smiling expression. The burly man's face changed drastically. The reason he smashed the car window was because he was a fugitive. If he was filmed, the police's Sky Eye system would be able to locate him quickly. If he didn't expose himself, it would be difficult for the police to find him. The burly man quickly covered his face with his hands and glared at the boy Lin Qinshu. I'll remember you, so watch your back when walking alone at night. After saying this, he covered his face with one hand and quickly ran outside. When the old woman, his accomplice, saw this, she also quickly got up and left. After the burly man and the old woman left, the crowd of onlookers dispersed as well. The little boy walked up to Lin Qinshu and handed him the drone. You can keep it. Let's keep this a secret, and don't tell anyone. Before the little boy could say anything else, he was pulled away by his mother, who was also one of the onlookers. She didn't find her son until after the crowd dispersed, and when she saw him talking to Lin Qinshu, she quickly ran over and took him away. She had heard the tough words of the burly man just now and was afraid of getting herself into trouble. Thank you, if it wasn't for you, I don't know what would have happened today. Chen Jie let out a sigh of relief, and her heart, which had been in a state of panic, finally eased up. Lin Qinshu then took a look at the 92-point beauty in front of him. He hadn't been able to see her clearly from a distance, but now that he was closer, he could see that she truly lived up to her 92 points. No wonder the strong man wanted to rob her not only of her money but also of her virtue. It's no trouble at all. At this time of day, young people are all rushing to work, otherwise no one would let such a pretty girl be blackmailed. And I did call the police, you can tell them when they arrive. Lin Qinshu smiled and then turned to leave. He still had to go to the Jinmao building. Although Chen Jie was indeed very pretty, there were still 500,000 waiting for him at the Jinmao building, so he didn't have the time to flirt with girls right now. When his financial situation improved, he would have any pretty girl he wanted. Chen Jie heard this and her pretty face could not help but blush. Although many people praised her for being pretty, few had ever said so directly. Seeing Lin Qinshu turn to leave, she hurriedly called out, "Let's add each other as contacts. I'll treat you to dinner some other time to show my appreciation." Lin Qinshu took out his phone and didn't propose adding the other person's WeChat because he didn't want to give the impression of taking advantage of the situation. Now that the other person had proposed adding WeChat, what was the point of pretending? My name is Chen Jie. After the two added each other as friends, Chen Jie extended her delicate hand to Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu. The two hands met, and Lin Qinshu held the soft hand, but before he had time to properly feel it, he heard the sound of a police siren not far away. He then let go of Chen Jie's hand and walked towards his car. In Chen Jie's slightly surprised gaze, he got into the Pagani Zonda and drove off. Chapter 12 Jin Mao Tower. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of rescuing the beauty. Reward, ownership of Jin Mao Tower. As Lin Qinshu headed for Jin Mao Tower, the system prompt sounded in his head. Hearing this news made him extremely excited. He would be able to live the life of a landlord from now on, spending his days here and there, collecting rent at the beginning of each month. This kind of life, which everyone dreams of, was about to become a reality. Before he knew it, Lin Qinshu had arrived in front of the Jin Mao Tower. Although this was the MCN company, it was full of internet celebrities, and there were many luxury cars, but in front of Lin Qinshu's Pagani Zonda, they all paled in comparison. Who is this? Is this the new internet celebrity signed by this internet celebrity company? No way, although he doesn't look bad, but with those cheap clothes, he doesn't look like it. Yeah, now internet celebrities have to package themselves, dress better than anyone else, and be very conspicuous. Could it be just an assistant? Driving for some big internet celebrity? No way, there's no one from the live streaming company on this car who can afford to drive this car. This is a Pagani Zonda, a limited edition model, you can't even buy it with money. Everyone around Lin Qinshu, who got out of the car, was talking about it. Lin Qinshu, who had gotten out of the car, was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He was not a native of Shanghai, and he knew that the Jin Mao Tower was very fashionable, but he didn't expect it to be the one in front of him. He had been shocked all the way over, because he had entered the financial center of Shanghai, and in front of him was the building that he had once exclaimed to his classmates that if he could find a job in this building in the future, he would have no regrets. Now he never imagined that the entire building has now become his. This Jin Mao building can collect more than 10 billion yuan in rent a year. Lin Qinshu took out his phone from his pocket with trembling hands and carefully looked for information about the Jin Mao building. This is a building that has won an award for architectural structure, and it is also a landmark building in the Devil City. Not far behind Lin Qinshu is the Huangpu River in the Devil City. Jin Mao Tower is the building of a large corporation. I don't know how the system transferred ownership of this building to my name. What a disaster. Senpai. A shout pulled Lin Qinshu out of his thoughts, and Ye Mengxi came to Lin Qinshu's face with a happy expression. Lin Qinshu also put away the shocked look on his face and asked with a smile, "Are you not late for the interview?" Ye Mengxi shook her head. "There's still half an hour to go, we'll make it." The two of them walked hand in hand into Jin Mao Tower. The front lobby of the Jin Mao building takes up 2 floors, and it makes people feel small when they stand inside. Lin Qinshu and Ye Mengxi went to the 17th floor. The company that Ye Mengxi was interviewing with today was called MCN Media. It was said to be a medium-sized MCN company, with countless internet celebrities with millions of followers, and only one with tens of millions. The young receptionist led Ye Mengxi to the interview, while Lin Qinshu was left waiting at the reception desk. Lin Qinshu, who had nothing to do, took out his phone. When he had just obtained the ownership of the Jin Mao building, a phone number had appeared in his phone, Sun Ji. The person in charge of the Jin Mao building property, the entire Jin Mao building was represented by him. As for the process of whether the other party knew him or not, it had already been clearly arranged by the system, so Lin Qinshu did not have to worry about how to introduce himself. "Mr. Lin, I'm very happy to receive your call." The moment Lin Qinshu dialed the phone, the other party said happily, "Manager Sun, I'm on the 17th floor of the Jin Mao building. Since I'm not busy at the moment, I'd like to find out more about you. Where are you? I'll come and see you. Ye Mengxi's interview shouldn't be that quick. Just now, I saw a lot of people with resumes go in. I'll take this time to learn more about the Jin Mao building and see if it's time to collect this year's rent." No, I wouldn't dare trouble Mr. Lin. You're on the 17th floor, right? I'll bring the information and report to you there. Son, she said in a flustered voice. Lin Qinshu also let him be. If someone wants to come over, let them come over. He originally planned to send a message to Ye Mengxi, telling her to stay where she was and wait, but since Sun Ji had come over, he didn't need to send a message to Ye Mengxi. Just as Lin Qinshu had put his phone in his pocket, Ye Mengxi rushed out, her face full of anger, as if she had been wronged in some way. "Meng, what's wrong?" Lin Qinshu was a little curious. "Isn't an interview just about seeing if you can do the job, and if you get a loan, you do it, if you don't, you don't? Even if you really want the job, if you don't get it, you should be disappointed, not angry." Ye Mengxi took a few deep breaths to calm her anger, shook her head at Lin Qinshu, and said, "Senior, it's fine, let's go." Lin Qinshu obviously sensed that something was wrong, and he grabbed her wrist. What's going on? Lin Qinshu's tone was serious. Ye Mengxi is famously good-natured, and to make her so angry, she must have been wronged in some way. His purpose in this trip was to prevent Ye Mengxi from being hurt and wronged, otherwise what would happen to the reward? Ye Mengxi's eyes reddened, her mouth flattened, and she leaned her head against Lin Qinshu's chest, recounting what had happened during the interview. The interviewer was Shang Xinyuan, the son of Shang Yuan, the owner of Majin Media. And when Shang Xinyuan saw Ye Mengxi, he was stunned. Although he had seen her on the live broadcast, the beauty filters on the internet were so advanced that no one knew whether the appearance on the internet was real or fake. Shang Xinyuan never expected that the woman in front of him was even more beautiful than the one he saw on the live broadcast. Immediately, Shang Xinyuan passed Ye Mengxi's interview. At first, Ye Mengxi was very happy, but gradually she noticed something was wrong. Shang Xinyuan looked at her like he wanted to eat her, and had already left his seat, walking beside her and hovering around, asking all sorts of questions. He even asked if it was her first time, if she had ever had a boyfriend, and if she had ever kissed before. Ye Mengxi felt a little scared inside, as the interview office was just her and Shang Xinyuan. She had already had second thoughts. Ye Mengxi was tense all over, and she secretly decided that even if she passed the interview, she didn't want to come here. Shang Xinyuan walked behind Ye Mengxi and leaned down and said lewdly, "You must be tired after coming all this way, let me give you a massage." Shang Xinyuan put his hand on Ye Mengxi's shoulder, and Ye Mengxi, like a frightened rabbit, screamed and pushed Shang Xinyuan away and rushed out. Lin Qinshu, who had heard everything, was full of anger. How dare they bully Ye Mengxi under his nose? Ye Mengxi had asked him to accompany her to prevent this situation from happening. Lin Qinshu had already decided in his heart that Ye Mengxi was his woman. Now that he had been humiliated like this, if he didn't do something about it, would he still be considered a man? Chapter 13, I'm afraid you can't handle it. Lin Qinshu walked directly in the direction Ye Mengxi had just run out of. The young receptionist had also heard Ye Mengxi and Lin Qinshu's conversation just now, and there didn't seem to be much surprise in her expression. It seemed that this was a common sight. She didn't choose to stop Lin Qinshu, but instead directly picked up the phone at the reception desk and dialed skillfully. "Senior, I didn't suffer any losses. Let's go. It's best not to deal with these people in the future. After all, this is someone else's territory." Ye Mengxi was worried that the impulsive Lin Qinshu would suffer losses. "Meng, if you encounter something like this, if I don't help you take revenge, then what's the point of me accompanying you here? As long as I'm here, no one can bully you." Lin Qinshu pushed open the door to the personnel department. Inside, Shang Xinyuan was seen sticking his hand into the neckline of an interviewee, while the woman was blushing and afraid to speak. Shang Xinyuan was startled by the sudden push of the door. "Mad, didn't I say that no one can come in during the interview? Which department are you from? Pack your things and leave immediately." He was so startled by the force of the push that he instantly wilted. The woman being interviewed saw someone come in and quickly ran out, covering her face with her resume. She was also startled by Shang Xinyuan, but she didn't have the guts to resist, so she could only sit there dumbfounded. Now that someone had rushed in to the rescue, she was suddenly relieved. When she saw Ye Mengxi behind Lin Qinshu, Shang Xinyuan's mouth curled up into a smile again. "You figured it out so quickly? I thought you wouldn't come back to me until tomorrow at least. Looks like I overestimated you." When Ye Mengxi ran out, he didn't chase after her, but directly called in the next interviewee. Because in his opinion, becoming an internet celebrity and a star is what all women dream of, and Ye Mengxi was no exception. Sooner or later, she would come back to him, and then he could give her a good training. Pop! A loud slap resounded throughout the office. Shang Xinyuan was dumbfounded, and Ye Mengxi covered her mouth with both hands, unable to believe it. "How dare you hit me? I'll get you." Shang Xinyuan, who had come to his senses, swung his fists at Lin Qinshu, but both of his fists were grabbed by Lin Qinshu at the same time. "You two pigs dare to touch my Meng, right? You can't have her." Lin Qinshu grabbed Shang Xinyuan's two fists and flipped them outward. There was a crackling sound of bones, followed by Shang Xinyuan's miserable screams. Although Shang Xinyuan was also a big man at 1.8 meters, years of drinking and womanizing had already emptied his body, and he was no match for Lin Qinshu, who was in his prime. Just now, Lin Qinshu said his Meng. Ye Mengxi, who heard this, blushed slightly and was happy inside. As a result, the next scene scared her so much that her face turned pale, and Lin Qinshu directly broke the other person's hand. the receptionist outside the door rushed in with 4 security guards. These were the security guards from the Jinmao building. When they heard Lin Qinshuo's conversation with the other person, the receptionist knew something was about to happen. This kind of thing happened all the time at their company, so they immediately called the security department. Who would have thought they would still be a step too late? The man in front of them didn't waste any words and just beat Shang Xingyuan up. Ah! I'm screwed, what the hell am I still watching for? Kill this kid for me, I'll take the blame if anything happens. Shang Xingyuan yelled and screamed, and when he saw the receptionist leading the security guards in, he immediately cursed. These security guards usually took advantage of him, so every time the receptionist called the security department, these people came very actively. The 4 security guards rolled up their sleeves and were about to rush forward. I'm afraid you can't afford it, so stop it all. A middle-aged man snorted and walked in through the door. The 4 security guards looked at the middle-aged man in front of them and hurriedly greeted Sun Zong. Why have you come here? Just leave this to us, how can we let you make the trip? Hearing what the security guard said, Shang Xingyuan also thought that Sun Ji had come to back him up, and quickly said to Sun Ji, with pain, damn it, this wild kid from nowhere came in and broke my hand. Sun Zong, don't worry about it affecting our Jinmao. If he is disabled, it will be on me. It will definitely have nothing to do with Jinmao. Didn't you hear what I just said? You can't afford it. Sun Ji walked up to Lin Qinshuo and said respectfully, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting and for you to encounter this kind of thing. Sun Ji doesn't care about the right or wrong of this kind of thing. In this Jinmao building, as long as it's something that Lin Qinshuo does, it's right. Shocked. Petrified. The whole audience was silent. Someone they looked up to was actually being so respectful to a young kid. Ye Mengxi looked at Lin Qinshuo in surprise. Although she didn't know who this Sun Zong was, he seemed to have a higher status than the others, and the person with the highest status in the room was actually deferential to the senior. Manager Sun, anyone can come and set up shop in this Jinmao building, and I'm now considering whether I should change property companies next quarter. Lin Qinshuo said coldly. Sun Ji's face changed drastically at the news, and a drop of sweat ran down his forehead. The Jinmao building was able to generate tens of millions of profits for their property company in a year, and if it was replaced just like that, then he, the general manager, would be out of a job and would even be held accountable. Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry, it was Sun Ji's fault for not screening the businesses properly. I'll leave this matter to Sun Ji to handle, and I hope that Mr. Lin will give our property company another chance. Sun Ji made a 90-degree bow, and Lin Qinshuo impatiently waved his hand. A middle-aged man also pushed open the door and walked in at this time. What's going on? Someone hurt my son. He was just having a secret meeting with his mistress in the hotel on the 68th floor of the Jinmao building. The top few dozen floors of the Jinmao building are all hotels. Just as he took the blue little pill, the company receptionist called and said that his son had been beaten. Right now, he is not just angry inside, but also angry all over. Shan Yuan looked around and also noticed Sun Ji's presence. He quickly ran up to Sun Ji. Hey, Mr. Sun, why did you get involved in such a trivial matter? It's just kids being kids. We'll handle this properly and not bring the Jinmao building into disrepute. Shang Yuan thought that Sun Ji had made a special trip over because he was afraid that they would make a big deal out of it. What's going on? Tell me. Shang Yuan roared at Shang Xingyuan with the authority of a father. Dad, it was this kid. He slapped me as soon as he came in and broke my hand. I want him to leave on his back. Shang Xingyuan pointed his crooked hand at Lin Qinshuo. Boss Shang, you still haven't paid last quarter's rent, have you? Sun Ji suddenly snorted and asked. Shang Yuan was at a loss as to why Sun Ji would ask this. Boss Sun, haven't we already discussed this? I'll pay last quarter's rent together with this quarter's then. I've got a big project that's tied up my funds. Chapter 14 Ye Mengxi Falls. Sun Shi gave a cold smile. Tomorrow this quarter will be over, plus another quarter, you already owe us 2 quarters of rent. You are limited to paying the rent in full by tomorrow, and the contract will expire just in time. You can move out, the Jinmao building cannot accommodate your big Buddha. Shang Yuan was confused. What is going on? Why do they suddenly want to get rid of him? However, Shang Yuan is also an old fox, and he guessed right away that it must be related to this incident. Mr. Sun, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Shang Yuan asked cautiously. Misunderstanding? Sun Ji walked over to Lin Qinshu, raised his hand and introduced him as Mr. Lin, the new owner of Jinmao Building. Offending Mr. Lin is the same as offending me, Sun Ji. You are no longer welcome in Jinmao Building, so pack your things and get out. Oh, and remember to settle your rent before you go. And you four, go to the finance department to settle your wages. You don't need to come in tomorrow. Mr. Lin, this way please, let's go to the office and talk. Shocked. The whole place was shocked. The 4 security guards didn't expect that they would be fired without doing anything after just answering the phone and running up here. Shouyoung looked at the person who suddenly rushed in and beat him up, and was shocked to find that he was the new boss of Jinmao Building. President Sun's son. Are you kidding? This kid is the boss of Jinmao Building? Shouyoung asked incredulously. Sun Ji's face turned black. Just because of this sentence, if you don't pay the rent in full and move out of here within the day, I will take coercive measures. The rental contract for Jinmao Building has an unwritten rule: when the business that is supposed to move in violates the interests of Jinmao Building, the property has the right to evict without breaking the law. Lin Qinshu ignored Sun Ji's approach and turned around, dragging Ye Mengxi, who was already shocked and unable to speak, towards the door, with Sun Ji following behind him. Pop! A slap resounded, causing Lin Qinshu to turn his head curiously. He saw Shanshan grabbing his son and beating him up, making Shanshan cry for his father. It was the first time Lin Qinshu had seen a father beat his son so fiercely that even the stool was lifted up and smashed onto Shanshan's body. After the beating, Shanshan grabbed Shanshan and told him to kneel down. Mr. Lin, although I don't know where my son has offended you, it must be my son's fault. Seeing that I have already beaten him, can you please give son a few more days? Shanshan bent down. He knew that it was definitely impossible to stay, and that he had not made any money from this media company over the years. Both father and son were lustful, and they had their eyes on those internet celebrities. They had set up this media company in order to secretly seduce those internet celebrities. And the money it takes to build an internet celebrity is a bottomless pit. Right now, he can't come up with any money for a while. Lin Qinshu ignored him and pulled Ye Mengxi and turned to walk into the elevator. 3 days. The moment the elevator door closed, Lin Qinshu's voice came from there, and Shanshan instantly let out a sigh of relief. Sun Ji took Lin Qinshu and the two of them to the 50th floor. This was the office of the former owner of the Jinmao Building, and it has now become Lin Qinshu's by default. However, Lin Qinshu was just a student, so he didn't need the office. After arriving on the 50th floor, Sun Ji took out a card, swiped the access control, and the door slowly opened. Mr. Lin, this is your office and rest area, and normally no one can come up here. The door here has already recorded your face and fingerprint in advance, you only need to use your face to open the door. This entire floor is the office of the owner of the Jinmao Building. With nearly 3,000 square meters of office space, Lin Qinshu felt a bit extravagant. Should he consider removing this floor and renting it out? After entering the door, Sun Ji led Lin Qinshu on a tour of the place. Although it was said to be an office, it was actually more like a large private club, with a restaurant, meeting rooms, entertainment areas, lounges, and an indoor golf area. The office only occupied a small part of the building. It is more prosperous than the manor houses of many local tyrants. It is said to be an office, but in fact it is a private club that receives important people. There is even a wine cellar on this floor of the office, with all kinds of famous wines stored up there. This made Lin Qinshu speechless. These famous wines would be a huge sum of money if sold. The office also has a tea cabinet and a cigarette cabinet, filled with all kinds of famous teas and cigarettes. Even Lin Qinshu, who doesn't drink tea or smoke, feels a sense of inner joy when he sees these things. Senior, I didn't realize you were so amazing, that this Jinmao Building is actually all yours. Ye Mengxi has finally recovered from the shock she felt downstairs. Lin Qinshu smiled and whispered in her ear, you are the only one who knows about this, so can you keep this a secret between us? Ye Mengxi nodded with a slight blush on her face because Lin Qinshu had leaned in too close, and said firmly, I won't tell anyone, this is our secret. Just now, Lin Qinshu had already moved her when he spoke up for her. She was already impressed by him, and she had a filter when it came to Lin Qinshu. Now there were a few more plus points, and her favorable impression of him instantly skyrocketed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of accompanying Ye Mengxi to the Jinmao Tower for the job interview. You have been rewarded with +1 attribute point and 500,000 yuan in cash, which has been transferred to your Shanghai bank account in a reasonable manner. Dear customer, your Shanghai bank card with the last digit 9527 has received a transfer of 500,000 yuan, with a remaining balance of 599,053 yuan. The system prompt sounded along with the phone's alert. Lin Qinshu, who only had 3 yuan in his bank card 2 hours ago, suddenly had an extra 600,000 yuan. Ding! Ye Mengxi, whose appearance score is over 90, has a favorability score of 90 with the host and will never leave him. Since this is the first time the host has received the favor of a beauty with a face value of 90 points or higher, the host will be rewarded with an additional 1 point in all attributes. The attributes will be increased after the host gives permission. Should they be increased now? No, not yet. We'll talk about it later when I go back, Lin Qinshu thought to himself. He never expected Ye Mengxi to fall for him so quickly, but Ye Mengxi had been secretly in love with him for a long time. After today's events, it's no surprise that she's completely fallen for him. Sun Ji led Lin Qinshu to the office and took the initiative to sit at the tea table to make tea. Mr. Lin, I dare to take your place and make you a nice cup of tea. Sun Ji's face revealed a flattering smile. Although Sun Ji had been in this place before, he had never touched anything. This was the first time he had sat down in it. Manager Sun, please feel free, don't be so formal. I can't make tea myself, so I'll trouble you to make a good pot to drink. Lin Qinshu sat down in the guest seat. Chapter 15. Do you also work in this place? Ye Mengxi was very curious about everything in here, so she didn't sit down, and Lin Qinshu also let her walk around freely. After all, she was the first person to have a favorability rating of over 90. He didn't know if the system meant that the first person to have a favorability rating of over 90 was the one with the highest appearance score, or if it meant the first person among all the girls. If it was the latter, then Lin Qinshu would be in tears. After all these years with He, her favorability rating had never gone above 90. Ding! After scanning, the system has determined that Ye Mengxi is the first woman to have a favorability rating of over 90 toward the host, regardless of appearance score. Damn, the system is really frustrating. Lin Qinshu, who had come back to his senses, said to Sun Ji, Mr. Sun, that was just a moment of anger. I hope you don't take it personally, but we really should take a good look at the cultural image of the companies in Jinmao Tower. As a landmark of the Magic City, Jinmao Tower is not just an office building in the financial center, it also represents the image of the Magic City. Lin Qinshu first retracted his earlier remark about replacing the property management company, and then once again pressured Sun Ji, telling him not to think that because he was young he knew nothing and could do whatever he liked. Sun Ji's hands trembled as he poured the tea, and cold sweat once again ran down his forehead. He knew full well that Lin Qinshu was trying to put him in his place. Even though the man in front of him looked young, his tactics were comparable to those of many big bosses. Mr. Lin, it was my oversight. I heard about some of the shenanigans of Majin Media earlier. The father and son set up a media company just to sleep with internet celebrities. But no one has caused trouble, so I can't just kick them out because of these rumors. Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will definitely screen these people carefully in the future. Sun Ji finished speaking and quickly handed Lin Qinshu a stack of information. Mr. Lin, these are the information on all the tenants of Jinmao Building. The rent for Jinmao Building is collected quarterly, and tomorrow is the time to collect the rent for the next quarter. You provide the bank card number, and I will transfer the rent to you then. Lin Qinshu, who was originally looking through the information, suddenly flashed a look of excitement in his eyes and wrote down his card number from the Magic City Bank. After chatting for a while at the tea table, Lin Qinshu planned to leave, because Ye Mengxi still had an elective class in the evening. Sun Ji had originally planned to ask the chef from the hotel upstairs to come down and cook a meal, but now he had to forget about it. Lin Qinshu took some cigarettes from the cabinet. These were all useful things, but they were just wasting space. Mr. Lin, what is your license plate number? I'll have the system record it and get you an exclusive parking space. Sun Ji is worthy of being the property manager of the Jinmao Building. He can handle these trivial details clearly. After Sun Ji said this, Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered that he had not even looked at the license plate. He quickly took out his phone and looked at the photos he had taken before. The license plate number was clearly written as MOA 10,000. When Lin Qinshu saw this license plate number, he was dumbfounded. It was such a neat license plate number. This license plate number alone is worth quite a lot of money. Sun Ji saw the license plate number and became even more respectful of Lin Qinshu. In the Magic City, it takes more than just money to own such a good license plate number. The license plate alone shows that the new owner of the Jinmao Building is no ordinary person. Lin Qinzhou and Sun Ji arrived at the lobby on the first floor. They were about to say goodbye when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind them. "Mr. Sun, I called you but you didn't answer. So you're here." Lin Qinzhou froze for a moment when he saw the person approaching, because the person who had called out to Sun Ji was none other than Chen Jia, whom he had met on the way here. "Hey, Mr. Lin, you're here too. Do you work in this building too?" Chen Jia was a little surprised, and her eyes inadvertently swept past Ye Mengxi next to him. Lin Qinzhou nodded and smiled, without replying. "Chen, what can I do for you?" Sun Ji had wanted Chen Jia to say it later, but now that he saw that Chen Jia knew Lin Qinzhou, it was a different story. "Oh, it's about what I told you before. We're planning to expand our office space, and you said there wasn't any extra space, right? Now I heard that Majin Media on the 17th floor is moving out, so I'm wondering if I can rent it from you." Chen Jia had also heard about Majin Media on the 17th floor. It was said that they had offended an important person and were driven away. Jinmao building never has trouble renting out space, so when she heard the news, she kept contacting Sun Ji. She herself also runs a media company, and if Ink Media moved out, that would be ready-made office space for her, and she would even save on renovations. As a result, Sun Ji was entertaining Lin Qinzhou and was not answering the phone. Sun Ji glanced at Lin Qinzhou when he heard this. Lin Qinzhou spoke up, "Manager Sun, don't worry about me, just follow the normal process. Miss Chen, I have some business to attend to, so I'll be going." With that, he and Ye Mengxi walked out of the lobby. Chen Jia looked at Sun Ji in puzzlement and asked, "Are you sure, Mr. Sun? Is this Mr. Lin also a tenant of our Jinmao building? What did he mean by that just now?" Sun Ji looked at Chen Jia and said with a smile, "It seems that you and Mr. Lin are not very familiar with each other. Otherwise, you wouldn't have needed to find me to rent the 17th floor." Chen Jia was even more puzzled. "If not you, who else? Don't you manage the Jinmao building?" Sun Ji laughed loudly. "Mr. Lin is the new owner of the Jinmao building. He has the final say over the entire building. The rent you pay goes to him. You know Mr. Lin, so you can just go to him directly. But now that you found me, on the basis that you know Mr. Lin, you have priority for the 17th floor. I'll have someone send you the contract later." After finishing speaking, Sun Ji turned around and left the place. Chen Jia had turned to stone in place. She had originally thought that she had seen Lin Qinzhou driving a sports car and that he was just a rich second generation. She had never imagined that Sun Ji would tell her that the entire Jinmao building belonged to Lin Qinzhou. Chen Jia could not help but become curious about Lin Qinzhou. The Jinmao building had originally belonged to a large corporation. Normally, if that corporation were to go so far as to sell the Jinmao building, it would mean that the corporation was not far from bankruptcy. But recently, I haven't heard any negative news about that big group. And that little girl next to Lin Qinzhou just now seemed a bit familiar. I wonder if she's his girlfriend. Chen Jia walked into the elevator in her thoughts, unaware that she had aroused a strong curiosity about Lin Qinzhou. A woman's curiosity about a man is the beginning of her downfall. Ye Mengxi, who was in the car, looked a little forlorn. Not only did Chen Jia see her, she also saw Chen Jia's pretty appearance. Her favorite senior has become so outstanding, so won't a lot of people like him in the future? Meng, what are you thinking about?" Lin Qinzhou noticed her absent-mindedness, but he couldn't guess why Ye Mengxi was like that. Chapter 16, Many people will like her, including me. Ye Mengxi snapped out of her reverie and smiled at Lin Qinzhou. "Senior, that girl was so pretty just now. Is she your friend?" "Oh, I met her on the road this morning. She was being hassled by some scammers, so I happened to pass by and helped her out. I only know her name is Chen Jia, and I don't know anything else." Lin Qinzhou now roughly guessed the reason why Ye Mengxi was so distracted. It turned out that she was jealous. It was the first time he had felt this way when a woman was jealous of him. He felt very pleased and looked back on the past. Even if he got closer to a girl, he would never even ask. Meng, I've been calling you Meng for years, why do you still call me senior?" Ye Mengxi's pretty face turned slightly red. Although the name senior didn't sound so familiar, Ye Mengxi only called Lin Qinzhou senior, and she called all the other seniors senior brother. This was her little secret. But she didn't intend to let Lin Qinzhou know this little secret. "Then I'll call you Brother Qinzhou from now on." Lin Qinzhou's head was filled with black lines. "No, just call me Brother Qinchang or Brother Shou. That way we can still be intimate." Ye Mengxi burst out laughing. She had just deliberately called him Brother Qinsheng. Brother Qinsheng is not bad. He. Ye Mengxi immediately reacted when she saw the evil smile on Lin Qinsho's face. Oh, you're so annoying, senior. Ye Mengxi covered her slightly flushed cheeks. She had been in a daze when she got in the car just now, and it was only now that she had come back to her senses and noticed the luxurious interior of the car. Brother Shou, this car must have cost a lot. This is the first time I've ridden in a sports car. Ye Mengxi touched it all over, left and right. Her family ran a small business, and her father had a BMW, but compared to the car in front of her, it seemed to be nothing comparable. It seems to be worth more than 20 million, but I don't know exactly how much it is. Someone gave it to me. Lin Qinsho was right, it was given to him by the system after he completed the task. Brother Shou, I didn't realize you were a rich second generation. In the past, at school, you were so low-key. By the way, your girlfriend knew you were so rich and still broke up with you, she will regret it. Last night, I heard that Lin Qinsho returned to being single, and she was secretly happy. After becoming single, Lin Qinsho also indicated that her secret love could turn into an open one. Lin Qinsho's face revealed a wry smile. She didn't know, forget it, it's not meant to be. I've seen her for what she is. After the breakup, her mind cleared up, and looking back, she knew that he had never loved him. Ye Mengxi extended her small hand and placed it on Lin Qinsho's right hand, which was holding the gearshift. Brother Qinsho, don't be sad, it's that woman who doesn't have any luck. There will be someone better in the future. You're such a nice person and you have such good conditions, so there are definitely a lot of people who will like you. Many people? Including you? Lin Qinsho looked at her with a wicked smile on his face. He had already obtained Ye Mengxi's favorability score from the system, as if he had opened the third eye while playing a game. Ye Mengxi's pretty face immediately turned red, and the soft hand she had placed on Lin Qinsho's right hand also instantly retracted, grabbing the corner of her own clothes. I don't know, you're so bad, senior. Lin Qinsho smiled. That's good enough. If you're too eager to succeed, you might give Ye Mengxi the impression that you're a scumbag, and then her favorability rating will drop, which would be a big loss. Meng, there are so many suitors around you, why did you ask me to accompany you to the interview? Lin Qinsho asked the question he had wanted to ask since he saw Ye Mengxi last night. In theory, apart from being a bit taller, he should be pretty ordinary in every other way. Even the system only gave him an attribute score of 6,666. What makes him so special that he can win the heart of a school beauty with a face score of over 90? It's because you didn't pursue me. Ye Mengxi winked playfully at him. Lin Qinsho snickered twice. He was not someone who was fickle-minded. After he had met Weiwei, he would not give other girls a second glance, let alone have other thoughts. In Weiwei's words, he was an honest person. However, today, he was no longer an honest person. Being honest only means being bullied at will. From today onwards, Lin Qinsho would be a sea king, no longer stopping for one tree, but developing a forest. I am from a mountain town, and I have never left my parents since I was a child. Coming to the Devil's City to go to university was the first time I had left my parents to live on my own. After arriving at school, I was very confused and at a loss. At this time, the seniors were like a ray of light, guiding me to adapt to school life. They were also worried that I would not be able to adapt, so they took me out to eat for a month and showed me around every corner of the campus. Ye Mengxi watched Lin Qinsho drive, and a trace of affection shone in her eyes. Lin Qinsho suddenly realized that it turned out to be a new environment where he met himself and developed a slight dependency on himself. Sure enough, it wasn't because of his charm, but just a girl who took advantage of his carelessness when she was at her most vulnerable. But this also solved a doubt in his heart, at least knowing why Ye Mengxi had a crush on him. Lin Qinsho drove to a stop at the school gate, when the campus security guard, Uncle Wang, walked up to him. Students on campus are not allowed to drive in at will and need to apply for registration. Lin boy, where did you get such a cool sports car? Uncle Wang was a bit surprised when he saw the person driving the car inside after the window was lowered. Lin Qinsho was quite familiar with this security guard, and he had often invited him for a beer. Lin Qinsho took out the cigarettes he had just taken from the Jinmao building and handed them to Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang, I just bought a new car, could you help me register it here? Uncle Wang's eyes widened when he saw the two white Yahitians handed to him by Lin Qinsho. Cough cough. Registration is a minor problem, just drive in, I'll give you the access card tomorrow. Don't buy such expensive cigarettes next time. Uncle Wang said while hugging the 2 cigarettes Lin Qinshu took into his arms. After Lin Qinshu left, Uncle Wang looked around to see if anyone had seen him. There were more than just him here as a security guard, and he couldn't bear to share such good cigarettes with others. I was so focused on the cigarettes that I didn't even get a good look at the little girl in Lin's car. Uncle Wang muttered to himself. A Pagani Zonda roared through Jiaotong University, attracting the attention of countless people. Lin Qinshu pulled up in front of the girls' dormitory. Thanks for accompanying me to the interview today. Even though I failed, I had a great time. Ye Mengxi said as she held the car door open and then turned back to say, there are a lot of people who would like someone as nice as you, brother Shou, and I'm one of them. As soon as the words fell from her lips, Ye Mengxi leaned in and kissed Lin Qinshu on the cheek, before quickly getting out of the car and running back to the dormitory. Lin Qinshu was also taken aback by this sudden attack for a few seconds, before a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stepped on the accelerator and left the girls' dormitory. Chapter 17, Soaring Basic Attributes. Lin Qinshu parked the car in the dormitory parking area and walked back to the dormitory. There are countless students who drive to Jiaotong University, so the school has specially designated parking areas for students to park. After all, this is the Magic City, and the thing it lacks the most is rich second-generation children. Lin Qinshu, who walked back to the dormitory, found that there was no one in the dormitory. He suddenly remembered that today was Friday. Xiaolu took his girlfriend Guan Yan out to play, Fan Jianxiang went out to find his buddies, and Li Wuqi went out to work. In this dormitory, Li Wuqi is the only one whose family is slightly worse off. Xiaolu is a second-generation rich kid. Lin Qinshu and Fan Jianxiang are relatively better off, not poor, but not from wealthy families either. I originally made a small fortune and wanted to take my brothers out for a while, but they're all not here. Lin Qinshu, lying on the bed, suddenly remembered that he still had attribute points that he hadn't used. He quickly opened the system character panel. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 7. Stamina, 6. Spirit, 6. Charisma, 6. The maximum for each attribute for an ordinary person is 10, and the host's attributes are normal for an ordinary person. Car, Pagani Zonda. House, Yulu Villa not claimed balance, 599,053 inch. Except for the strength, which has been increased by 1 point, all the other attributes are still 6 points. The system also has an attribute that has been increased by 1 point that I haven't used, and there is also an attribute point that can be added for accompanying Ye Mengxi to the interview. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qinshu decided to add that attribute point to his constitution. With a strong constitution, he could strengthen the other attributes. System, use all attribute points, and add the extra point to constitution. Ding! All attributes +1, constitution attribute +1, has helped the host improve. The improvement process is somewhat painful, and the system will help the host enter a state of sleep. Lin Qinshu had not yet reacted when the system forced it to shut down and he fell asleep on the bed. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. Lin Qinshu raised his hand and found that he was a bit sticky. After getting off the bed, he found that his whole body had become very light. Right now, Lin Qinshu could not care about checking himself, as the dirt all over his body gave off a stench. After taking a shower, Lin Qinshu threw away all the bedding and mattresses on the bed. Sleeping on them had caused the dirt to seep in, and even if they were washed, they would still smell. Fortunately, he now had the money to replace them. After doing all this, he opened the system panel to check it. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 8. Stamina, 8. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7. The attributes of ordinary people range from 1 to 10. The host's values are considered normal among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Zonda. House, Yulu Villa not claimed. Balance, 599,053. His physical fitness and strength are both 8, while his mental and charisma scores are only 7. Lin Qinshu threw a punch, and even made a fist wind sound. With his current physical fitness, he should meet the standards of a special forces soldier. Now if he encounters Li Tianzong's group again, even if he doesn't have IP Man's body, he can deal with most of them. Lin Qinshu looked in the mirror and noticed that his originally solid abdominal muscles had now split into 8 separate pieces. He also seemed to have become more pleasing to the eye, and the growth in his charm had a significant effect. Lin Qinshu picked up his phone and noticed that there were several messages on it. Ye Mengxi, brother Shou, actually I only call you one person, Shouyoung. Ye Mengxi, brother Shou, I'll still call you Shuejiao in the future. I feel that it's more intimate to call you Shuejiao. Ye Mengxi, are you busy, senior? Ye Mengxi, senior, is my liking causing you trouble? If so, I can continue to hide my feelings. Ye Mengxi, senior, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have kissed you or confessed my feelings to you. Can you please not ignore me? The messages span from the afternoon to the early morning. It seems that she has been thinking too much about the fact that I haven't replied to her messages. Lin Qinshou, Meng, I'm sorry, I fell asleep after I got back yesterday afternoon. I just woke up. Fool, how could your liking be a problem? I'm so happy. As soon as the message was sent, Lin Qinshou just wanted to log out and check other messages, but Ye Mengxi's reply came. Ye Mengxi, that's great, I thought you wouldn't talk to me anymore, oh no. I didn't sleep all night just waiting for your message. So does that mean you accept me now? Lin Qinshou was a little surprised. Is this the kind of woman whose favorability rating has reached 90? She actually didn't sleep all night because he didn't reply to her message. This made his vanity instantly burst. Lin Qinshou, you go to bed first. When you wake up, I'll tell you in person. I'm not in the habit of expressing my feelings on WeChat. Ye Mengxi, okay, I'm going to sleep now, and when I wake up, I'll send you a message. Lin Qinshou logged out of the chat with Ye Mengxi and saw that Chen Jie had also sent him a message, saying that she wanted to thank him because of him that Sun Ji had given her priority in renting the 17th floor of the Jinmao building. She asked Lin Qinshou if he had time to eat dinner that night. Lin Qinshou replied that he was unavailable, and didn't say anything else. Although it was a date with a beautiful woman, he thought that he should go on a date with Ye Mengxi in the evening. No matter how much sleep he got, Ye Mengxi would have woken up by then. He should just eat what was on the table first, and then develop his next line of attack. Chen Jie, who had just arrived at the company, didn't look too good when she saw Lin Qinshou's message. After all, this was the first time she had asked a guy out to dinner. She was surprised that she had been rejected so cleanly, without even an explanation as to why he was unavailable. She typed so many words, but he only sent her 2 words in return. If it were any other man, he would have explained why he was unavailable. No, if it were any other man, he would never have rejected her. Lin Qinshou, I will make you regret rejecting me. Lin Qinshou didn't know that the 2 words he casually sent back had aroused Chen Jie's competitive instinct. Chen Jie was no longer just curious about Lin Qinshou, but her competitive instinct had been aroused. Lin Qinshou, who was staying in the dormitory, did not know any of this. He had transferred the 600,000 yuan yesterday and was planning to transfer some money to his parents. Lin Qinshou thought about it and decided to transfer 100,000 yuan back home first. If he transferred too much, his family would be afraid to accept it, and he would have to explain for this 100,000 yuan for a long time. He took out his mobile phone and started to operate it, but a limit interface popped up. His Shanghai bank card had a daily limit of 10,000 yuan. Damn, this is such an insult to a future godly tycoon like him. It seems that he needs to go to the Shanghai bank today to deal with this limit issue. After going to the bank, he still needs to go and claim the house, and he will live in the new house at the weekend. Lin Qinshou changed his clothes and found that his current clothes had become a bit tight. After the improvement of his physique turned all the excess fat on his body into tendon muscle, the clothes could no longer fit him. Chapter 18, Meeting Chen Shanshan again. He had to go buy some new clothes to wear. He took the car keys and went to the parking lot, where he found many students taking pictures around his car. Holy shit! It's a Pagani Zonda, a goddamn car. Only 100 of these luxury sports cars were made. Each one costs 25 million yuan. Although our school is not lacking in second-generation rich kids, there shouldn't be many of them who can drive a 20 million yuan sports car. That's just because you don't know. There's no shortage of rich people in the Magic City. There aren't even that many Pagani Zondas in the country. If I could go for a couple of laps in it, I'd call the owner my godfather. Dream on. If you want to call someone dad, they're not going to think much of you, wretched son. Excuse me. This group of students surrounded Lin Qinshou's car, and it was difficult for him to squeeze in. Are you here to admire the holy car too? Can't you see there's a queue? I got here first, so why should I give up my spot? A member of the crowd stood up straight and wouldn't let him in. Lin Qinshou helplessly took out the car key and pressed it. You're blocking my car. Shocked. Petrified. I thought the owner would be a handsome, charming, self-possessed rich kid. But it turned out to be an ordinary student who wasn't good looking. Although he wasn't ugly, he didn't look like a rich kid at all, and was a far cry from the rich kids they had in mind. Lin Qinshu paid no heed to their shock, pulled the student blocking the road away, and got into the car and drove off. Lin Qinshu navigated to the nearest Shanghai bank, a place that made him feel a little familiar. He suddenly remembered that this was the place where he had dropped off Chen Shanshan last time. He wondered if Chen Shanshan had passed the interview. After parking the car, Lin Qinshu walked into Shanghai Bank. As soon as he entered, he saw Chen Shanshan. Dressed in the bank's black uniform, she saw a middle-aged woman in front of her, seemingly Chen Shanshan's supervisor, lecturing her. "Do you know why you think you were hired? Do you know how many students graduate from the University of Finance and Economics every year? There were a lot of graduate students who came to our bank for interviews, and they were all rejected. What makes you think you can be hired? It's because you're pretty, and your beauty is an advantage. You were told to meet with clients, and you still dared to offend them. Do you not want to work anymore?" The middle-aged woman snapped. Being scolded like this in the bank lobby, Chen Shanshan's face showed both distress and resentment. This was Chen Shanshan's second day at work, and on her first day, her immediate supervisor had already assigned her the task of handling a petition. The petitioner was the son of a group, and the second-generation rich kid had green eyes when he met Chen Shanshan, saying that he was willing to cooperate with all of Chen Shanshan's work. The inexperienced Chen Shanshan thought she was lucky and had met a nice client. When the other person placed his hand on her shoulder and said he wanted to take her to a hotel room, she realized that the other person was up to no good. She quickly got up, slapped the other person and ran away. The young master of the group immediately called the Magic City Bank to complain about Chen Shanshan and even threatened to withdraw his money and no longer cooperate with the Magic City Bank, which led to this scene. Li said, "If you go there today and satisfy him in attitude, he will appoint you as his personal banker. Then you can keep your job, and even have a personal banking client. Your salary will increase several times, and you will be able to get a promotion immediately. Think about it yourself. Is it more important to have your insignificant things, or is it more important to have a better material life?" The middle-aged woman snorted, turned around, and walked into the office. Ding! A beautiful woman with a perceived value of over 90 points is in trouble. Option 1, ignore it and let the beauty walk into the tiger's mouth, and you will be rewarded with 10 million in cash. Option 2, become Chen Shanshan's personal banker and help her achieve her savings goal, and you will be promoted and receive a pay rise. You will be rewarded with 1 billion Do coins and the luxury car Lamborghini Poison. Lin Qinshu, who was standing in front of the bank watching the commotion, was startled by this sudden task prompt. He looked carefully at the tasks on the panel and felt that he wanted both of them. At the moment, what he lacked most was cash. As long as he did nothing, he would get 10 million. If he helped Chen Shanshan, he would get 1 billion Do coins. Do coins were not very useful to someone like him who didn't watch live broadcasts much, unless he found someone to team up with and give crazy rewards to convert the money. There was also a Lamborghini Poison, which was a slightly superfluous reward for him. He hasn't even driven his Pagani Zonda for 100 kilometers yet, and now he's got a new car. He's heard that the Poison is a 100 million luxury car, but he'd rather have the 100 million in cash. Lin Qinshu pondered for a moment before deciding to choose the second option. The outcome of both options would be beneficial to him, but he couldn't bear to see a beautiful girl fall into the hands of a tiger. How could he let such a pretty girl go to someone else? Lin Qinshu walked up behind Chen Shanshan. "Hello, I'd like to ask, do I need to take a number to increase my credit card limit?" Lin Qinshu pretended to be asking for information. After all, Chen Shanshan's favorability towards him was very low. If he didn't make a chance encounter, the plan that followed would be impossible to carry out. Chen Shanshan quickly wiped away the tears of grievance in the corner of her eyes, turned around with a smile on her face, and when she saw Lin Qinshu, the two of them froze at the same time. Chen Shanshan was stunned because she saw Lin Qinshu, while Lin Qinshu saw Chen Shanshan smile. Although they had spent some time together that day, he had never seen Chen Shanshan smile. It turned out that a beautiful woman with a face score of over 90 was stunning when she smiled, so beautiful that it took one's breath away. Chen Shanshan was the first to react and said, "Thank you for that day." Lin Qinshu smiled and joked, "Looks like the interview was a success, so you'll have the money to pay for my car repairs." Chen Shanshan suddenly became a little flustered. "I just started working, so I'll pay you back when I get paid." Lin Qinshu waved his hand and joked, "How about this? You haven't even dried the tears in the corner of your eyes, and I'm a bit nosy. If you tell me why you were crying, I won't need you to fix it." Lin Xinshu used his old trick. Shanshan shook her head with a bitter smile. She wasn't in the habit of pouring her heart out to strangers. You just said you wanted to increase your limit, right? Come here, I'll help you with that. Give me your ID and bank card for a moment. Shanshan walked over to the side and picked up a tablet computer. Lin Xinshu saw that his old routine wasn't working, so he had to let it go for now. After Shanshan operated on the tablet for a while, she saw the balance in Lin Xinshu's card, which was over 590,000 yuan. For someone who works in a bank, this is really a relatively ordinary balance. But for Shanshan, this was the biggest sum of money she had ever seen. After all, she had only started work the previous day. The limit on your account is 10,000 yuan per day. How much do you need to adjust it to? Shanshan got down to work, and Lin Xinshu, who was standing nearby, was a little mesmerized. Chapter 19, Low-End Customers. Cough cough, can I not set a limit? Lin Xinshu came back to his senses and thought about it. Having a limit is always a hassle. Although there is only a little over 500,000 yuan in the account right now, it will only get bigger and bigger in the future. And if he remembered correctly, today was the rent collection day for the Jinmao building, and soon he would have a large sum of rent coming in, so it would be too difficult to set a limit. My authority can only help you open up to 100,000 a day. If you don't want to set a limit, you need to have a private bank with a dedicated bank treasurer. Shanshan had participated in training about working in a bank before she came to work, so she still knew a little about these things. Private bank? Lin Xinshu didn't know about this and didn't know what it meant. Shanshan patiently explained that private banking means that in this bank, there is a financial director who is responsible for your account balance. You need to have a very high deposit to apply for private banking. Lin Xinshu suddenly understood. With his current deposit, he cannot yet qualify for private banking, so he will have to wait for the quota. The deposit for private banking must be at least 50 million yuan, or you can apply for a quota from above and persuade a customer to deposit 50 million yuan. Lin Xinshu's eyes lit up when he heard this. 50 million is nothing. If Sunji transfers part of the rent in advance, it will be solved, right? Lin Xinshu's eyes twinkled slightly, and a plan once again came to mind. In fact, I just heard your boss scold you. If I become your private banking client, will it be helpful to you? Lin Xinshu suggested. Shanshan looked at Lin Xinshu blankly, not knowing what he meant. After regaining her composure, she said, since you heard it, it's fine to tell you. The original Li Xiao had reached a deposit of 50 million, so my boss asked me to apply to be his personal banker. Who knew that Li had evil intentions and tried to grope me, so I slapped him. She was still very angry when she talked about it. Lin, first of all, I still want to thank you, but I don't need your help. I don't want to stay in this dirty place for a moment longer. At worst, I'll deliver takeaways. I have hands and feet, I can't just starve to death. Shanshan suddenly came to her senses. It was impossible for her to ask Li Xiao to forgive her, so she would just have to say goodbye to this hard-won job. As for Lin Xinshu's offer to help her, she didn't really take it to heart. She probably felt that Lin Xinshu couldn't help her and just said it casually. Lin Xinshu also admires people with strong self-esteem. If it were him, he might have bowed to money countless times. But if you have too much self-esteem, you will also have a hard time. Besides, he still has a task to complete. He must help Shanshan get out of the trouble she is in before he can get his reward. Can you guarantee that you won't be treated like this elsewhere? You were able to quit your job and escape once, but what about next time? This is the way society is. No matter where you go or what industry you work in, your good looks will attract all kinds of people. The only way to completely get rid of this phenomenon is to become outstanding yourself. Lin Xinshu's expression became serious as he said these words. Shanshan suddenly noticed that the man in front of her seemed to have become more pleasing to the eye than a few days ago. She didn't know if it was because Lin Xinshu's charm had increased a little or if Shanshan had changed her opinion of him. Lin Xinshu did not wait for Shanshan's reply, took out his mobile phone and made a call. Manager son, please transfer the rent that I received first to my card at the Modu Bank. Lin Xinshu did not know whether the people in the Jinmao building would pay the rent on time, because Moke Media had owed 2 quarters rent, and who knew if there were other merchants who owed the same. Okay, we will take the special channel immediately to ensure that the rent will be in your account within 2 minutes. Sun Ji had originally thought that he would be able to finish the transaction today, but he never expected Lin Xinshu to call him so early in the morning. In his opinion, this was probably Mr. Lin testing his work ability, so after hanging up the phone, he went straight to take care of the matter. Not long after he hung up the phone, his phone rang with a message tone. Lin Qinshu looked at the outdated 8th generation of the iPhone and thought that he should probably get a better one. In the past, it was because he didn't have the money, and the phone was still able to play games smoothly. Now, it's different. With his current ability, he can buy dozens of phones to play games without any problem. Dear customer, your account number 9527 Magic City Bank card has received a transfer of 300 million yuan, with a balance of 300,599,053 yuan. 300 million yuan. I didn't expect to have 300 million yuan in funds in just one quarter. Has Sun Ji collected the rent so early? This has even confused Lin Qinshu himself. The original bank balance of 590,000 yuan was already considerable to him, and he hadn't even started spending the money yet, and suddenly 300 million yuan appeared out of nowhere. The second message on his phone was from Sun Ji, saying that the rent had been collected in full, and some of it had been left in the building account, so he had transferred an integer to Lin Qinshu. Tat-a-tat-at, the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs next to him could be heard. A woman in a bank uniform ran down the stairs. Lin Qinshu looked at her and noticed that she was also a pretty girl, but she walked with a wiggle in her step, as if she were deliberately trying to be coquettish. The girl rolled her eyes when she saw Chen Shanshan. You're useless even when I give you a chance. I was supposed to go find Mr. Li, but Sister Wu gave you a chance to show yourself, and you messed it up. Now there is a new big client in the bank, who just transferred 300 million yuan to our account. I won't let you have this one, either. If you mess up another client, our branch may be closed down. The middle-aged woman who had just scolded Chen Shanshan also opened the office door and walked out. Seeing that Chen Shanshan was still in the same place, she frowned and scolded, "Why are you still here? Go find Mr. Li quickly." Chen Shanshan bit her lip and frowned slightly. I'm processing a limit increase for this customer. As soon as the words fell, the woman beside her burst out laughing. Ah, it seems that you are only qualified to do these low-class things. It's a waste that Sister Wu still has high hopes for you, which is really saddening. The woman finished with a mocking tone and looked at Lin Qinshu disdainfully. The middle-aged woman, known as Sister Wu, also shook her head in disappointment. Is this how the Shanghai Bank treats its customers? Lin Qinshu also laughed a little. This green tea actually didn't avoid him at all, and in front of him, she said that he was a low-end person. After the woman heard this, she even more disdainfully said, deposit 100,000 or 200,000? Do you know how much that client I'm going to find later is going to deposit? Compared to a client with a few hundred million, you are low-end. After saying this, she took out her phone and started dialing. This was the information she had just asked for from the inside about a big client. She had never given away her personal banking quota before, just waiting for a big client. What I miss is telling each other everything, what I miss is dreaming together. Lin Qinshu's phone rang at the right moment. From their conversation just now, it could be heard that the big client with 300 million should be him, and the other party even said in front of him that he was a low-end client. Chapter 20 Mr. Lin, please hold on. Lin Qinshu gave a cold smile and picked up the phone. Mr. Lin, this is Yang Yan from the Modu Bank. We have seen that you have deposited 300 million yuan in our bank, which has reached our private banking standards. From today onwards, Yang will provide you with 24-hour service. As soon as the phone was connected, Yang Yan's flattering appearance appeared on her face, and she deliberately emphasized the word 24-hour in her tone of voice. Really? But someone just said that I was a low-end customer. Lin Qinshu looked at Yang Yan, who was facing away from him, with a sneer on his face. How could that be? You are so capable. Yang Yan suddenly reacted, turned around abruptly, and saw Lin Qinshu, who was holding the phone and looking at her coldly. Mr. Lin, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you just now, so I said some unpleasant things. Yang Yan is worthy of being the green tea that Lin Qinshu has discerned. She quickly replaced the look of shock with a smile, came to Lin Qinshu's side, bowed, and apologized, revealing her deep cleavage. At this moment, Chen Shanshan was stunned. Originally, Lin Qinshu said that he would help her, and she also thought that he was just saying it casually. She never expected that he would easily transfer 300 million yuan into her account. 300 million yuan. She could never earn that much even if she worked for 2 lifetimes. Wu Qian, on the other hand, reacted quickly. She quickly walked up to Lin Qinshu and said, Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Wu Qian, the financial director of this bank. I'm very sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining these employees well enough. They don't think before they speak. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, it's my fault. I'm willing to accept any punishment you want. Yang Yan said this and threw a suggestive wink at Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu pretended not to see it. I'm so disappointed with the attitude of the Shanghai City Bank. I only transferred the funds because of Shanshan's face, but now that I see you bullying Shanshan like this, I don't need to transfer the remaining 1 billion. Shanshan, go submit your resignation, there's no need to stay in a place like this. At worst, you can work in my company as a financial officer. As long as I'm there, no one will dare bully you. Wu Qian and Yang Yan's faces suddenly turned pale when they heard this. There's a follow-up transfer of 1 billion yuan? If such a big client leaves the Shanghai bank because of these two, their jobs are basically over. Shanshan, you have such a big client as Mr. Lin, why didn't you say so earlier, so that our branch didn't neglect Mr. Lin? Now Wu Qian had long since forgotten about what Li Xiao had thrown behind her, and the current Mr. Lin could match up to 6 Li Xiao. What's going on? What are you all doing here? A middle-aged man walked into the bank and frowned, shouting. Wu Qian saw that the bank manager had arrived, so she hurriedly went up to him and explained the reason. When the bank manager understood the situation, he immediately put on a smiling face and walked towards Lin Qinshu. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm the branch manager, Wu Shouyoung. Let's go to my office and talk. Lin Qinshu nodded, took Chen Shanshan's hand, and followed Wu Shouyoung. Chen Shanshan's face flushed slightly. This was the first time a man had held her hand, and Lin Qinshu had called her Shanshan over and over, which also made her blush. However, she knew that Lin Qinshu was doing it to help her and deliberately putting on a show for others, so she didn't say anything. In the president's office, Wu Shouyoung was assigning a subordinate to Lin Qinshu with a servile smile on his face. As the president, he could be both pliable and assertive. He could be arrogant in front of his subordinates and work like a horse for his benefactors. Regardless of whether Lin Qinshu's billion yuan deposit existed, he did indeed have 300 million yuan in the bank. Mr. Lin, it is my fault for not disciplining my subordinates properly, and they have been rude. I am willing to give you a big gift package and assign you the best financial team to help you with risk control and other things. Please let me know if you have any other requests, and we can discuss everything. Wu Shouyoung's servile appearance made Lin Qinshu feel incredibly comfortable. This is what it feels like to be rich. President Wu felt that I would care about the so-called gift package and financial team? I transferred the money to your bank because of Shanshan, but now I feel very disappointed. Shanshan doesn't plan to work here anymore, so please approve her resignation. I will take Shanshan and leave now. Lin Qinshu was playing a waiting game. His goal is to help Shanshan solve her dilemma and even get a promotion and a pay rise. It is impossible for someone who has just started working to get a promotion immediately, so Lin Qinshu can only use this method to force the other party to promote Chen Shanshan. Wu Shouyoung looked at Chen Shanshan meaningfully. Just now, Wu Qian told him about the process, and this Chen Shanshan incident was glossed over. It seems that the main reason is this girl. Wu Shouyoung's eyes twinkled slightly, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Hello, Chen, you're new here, so this is the first time we've met. The Modu Bank is still a good place to work, but some people may have let their guard down because I'm so busy, so they might have done things that upset you. I'll give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. As for resigning, you see. Chen Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu a little overwhelmed. Wu Shouyoung's obvious target was Lin Qinshu, and keeping her was just to keep Lin Qinshu as a big client. But she didn't want to make Lin Qinshu's job difficult because of her own affairs, so she looked at him. Lin Qinshu gently patted the back of her hand and said to Wu Shouyoung, President Wu, there is work to be found anywhere. Instead of letting Shanshan suffer here, it is better to let her resign. With my strength, I can support her. If this is the sincerity of your Shanghai bank, then we will take our leave. Lin Qinshu took Chen Shanshan by the hand and stood up from the sofa, about to walk towards the door. Mr. Lin, please stay. Wu Shouyoung hurriedly stood up. Losing such a big client would be a great loss for their bank. He also kept cursing Wu Qian and Yang Yan in his heart, two useless bitches who could only make trouble. Lin Qinshu stopped in his tracks and turned back to President Wu. You don't have to tell me what a pain in the ass I am. I'll give you one more chance to come up with a satisfactory solution, otherwise I'll let other banks transfer the 300 million out for you. Once the money has entered the bank will set various restrictions on transferring it out in full. However, if Lin Qinshu finds another bank to act as a full agent, these matters will become much simpler. Mr. Lin, in view of the harm caused to you by the arrogance of some of our employees, Wu Qian will be demoted from Chief Financial Officer to Financial Specialist. Yan Yan will be demoted from Financial Specialist to Bank Receptionist, and Shanshan will be promoted to Chief Financial Officer and Mr. Lin's Personal Banking Manager. Are you satisfied with this arrangement? Wu Shouyoung gritted his teeth and made the personnel transfer. Wu Qian was his cousin, and now in order to retain the big client, his cousin had to betray him as well. Chapter 21 Yunlu Villa No. 1. Lin Qinshou's mouth curled up into an imperceptible smile. His goal had basically been achieved. If that was the case, then I'm not a difficult person to deal with either. It would be excessive to be dissatisfied. Just do as President Wu says. I'm very relieved to have Chen Shanshan as my personal bank manager. Chen Shanshan was also overwhelmed by the news at the moment, and for a while, she didn't know what to do. After she came to her senses, she quickly refused, saying, No, President, I'm just a newcomer. How could I possibly be the financial director? Please withdraw your order, President. This pig teammate. Lin Qinshou cursed in his heart. But Wu Shouyoung is also a sharp person, and naturally he would not let Chen Shanshan refuse. It's okay, I will let Wu Qian be your assistant and let you familiarize yourself with the work. This matter is settled. I have already submitted the personnel appointment letter to the higher-ups, and as the branch manager, it will be settled in a day at most. Wu Shouyoung was afraid that Lin Qinshou would change his mind, so while he was talking, he was tapping on the keyboard. As soon as the words fell, the appointment application had already been approved and entered the review process, and an announcement was also posted on the official website of the Motobank. Chen Shanshan was promoted without even having the chance to refuse. Lin Qinshou saw that the task was complete and planned to leave as well. Then I'll leave it to President Wu to take care of our Shanshan. Shanshan, I have things to do this afternoon, so I won't be able to join you for lunch. You just became a director and have a lot to do, so I'll go first. Lin Qinshou said, opened his arms and gave Chen Shanshan a quick hug, then quickly left the place. After acting out the scene for so long, he had almost become the character. He had helped Chen Shanshan get a promotion and a pay rise, so it was not too much to ask for a hug. Chen Shanshan was still in a daze, and she did not react when Lin Qinshou hugged her. Now her face was slightly red, and this was the first time she had been so intimate with the opposite sex since she was a child. She also knew that Lin Qinshou was taking advantage of her, but at the moment she did not seem to mind. Lin Qinshou, who was sitting in the car, was still reminiscing about the soft embrace just now. While Chen Shanshan was not yet aware of what was going on, it would not be too much for him to ask for a little interest. Lin Qinshou took out his mobile phone and looked for the phone number of the Yunlu Villa sales department from that day. Today, he would collect the house keys and take Ye Mengxi out for dinner in the evening to carry out the ritual of starting a relationship and bid farewell to his life as a five girl. Since the Cold War with Ye a few months ago, he had relied on the five girls to release the pressure in his heart. Hello, Mr. Lin, this is Li Qing. Are you coming today? As soon as the phone connected, the other party directly shouted out Lin Qinshou's name. These gold medal salespeople still have something going for them. Yes, I'll be there in about half an hour. Lin Qinshou clicked on the navigation and looked at it. The distance was less than 20 kilometers, but the traffic in the city was complicated, so half an hour was about right. Okay, Li Qing is waiting for you. With a bang, Lin Qinshou left the place with the accelerator. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of helping Chen Shanshan get a promotion and a pay rise. You have been awarded 1 billion do coins and the luxury car Lamborghini Poison. Ding! Lamborghini Poison has been placed in the garage of your Yunlu Villa. Lin Qinshou, who heard the prompt, also raised the corner of his mouth in a smile. Lamborghini Poison is worth 100 million. 1 billion do coins, a ratio of 1:10, you need 100 million do coins to get 1 billion. If converted, that would be 50 million. But for Lin Qinshou's current financial resources, there is no need to convert it, just use it to reward the anchor. The most important thing is that this mission has rescued a girl with a 93-point appearance. And I believe I have already left a mark in her heart. There is still plenty of time, and if I work hard, I will be able to conquer Chen Shanshan. In the past, Lin Qinshou always wanted to be dedicated to others. After the He incident, and after obtaining this godly system, he felt that he had been a fool. Half an hour later, Lin Qinshou arrived at the sales department of Yunlu Villa. At a glance, apart from the two tall security guards at the door of the sales department, there was only a woman in a black uniform skirt, with her long legs wrapped in black silk. She had a pretty face with bright big eyes, and a signature smile at the corner of her mouth. After seeing Lin Qinshu, she walked slowly over and greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the sales and butler in charge of your Yunlu Villa number 1, dedicated to serving you 24 hours a day." 24-hour service? Is this what I think it is? Lin Qinshu let his imagination run wild at Li Qing's words. The fact that Li Qing in front of him did not trigger the system's prompt meant that her appearance score was below 90 points, but in Lin Qinshu's opinion, even if it was below 90 points, it was very close. It was more than 85 points. Who could not think about it when such a beautiful woman said she would serve you 24 hours a day? "Mr. Lin, this way please." Li Qing wore a smile on her face. She was used to the way men looked at her. Everyone wanted her, and although she wasn't averse to such things, she had to find someone with potential. The old men couldn't last for many years, so it was better to remain pure and preserve her value, and then offer herself when she met someone good. And now Lin Qinshu was the target of her investigation, because he was very young, and someone who could spend 500 million on Cloudwood Villa number 1 at once could not be underestimated in terms of financial resources. Lin Qinshu withdrew his aggressive gaze and followed Li Qing's footsteps as she explained the relevant information about this Yunlu Villa number 1. "Mr. Lin, Yunlu Villa number 1 is the king of Yunlu Villas. It was originally bought by a mysterious rich man for 8.8 billion. After this king of villas was bought, the mysterious rich man did not come to live there. It was sold in a hurry some time ago, and now the owner of this king of villas has become you." Lin Qinshu was a little surprised. He remembered that the system told him that it was a luxury mansion worth 500 million, and the previous owner paid 880 million for it, so it seems that the price was inflated. The system's calculation is the true price of this Yunlu Villa number 1. The two arrived at this huge manor, and the sight at the gate left Lin Qinshu dumbfounded. He saw 2 rows of maids standing at the gate, wearing black maid dresses and black silk stockings on their feet. What is going on here? Lin Qinshu looked at the many beautiful women, each with a face value of no less than 80 points, tall figures, and each pair of long legs wearing black silk. Li Qing laughed lightly and explained that these 6 women were originally hired by the previous owner to help with his daily life and meals. As a result, as soon as they were hired, the owner sold the house to you. These maids also lost their jobs. Li Qing took it upon herself to let them stay for one more day to see if you needed these maids. Chapter 22. I fucking lost my worries. I need it. I really need it, Lin Qinshu cried out in his heart. 6 pairs of black silk legs swaying in front of his eyes every day, that would be a wonderful thing. On the surface, Lin Qinshu still maintained his composure and did not express his longing. Let's talk about it later. Let's take a look at the house first and introduce me to the layout. Lin Qinshu said indifferently and walked past the 6 maids. This scene made Li Qing feel a little surprised. Originally, she had already felt that Lin Qinshu was a lecherous person when she saw him staring at her legs the whole time, and she had thought that such a person would be very easy to handle. However, now more beauties have appeared, and the other person is instead calm. Is he putting on an act, or was her previous impression of him an illusion? Li Qing quickly walked up to Lin Qinshu and introduced Yunlu Villa to him. Li Qing walked up to Lin Qinshu and deliberately or unintentionally moved closer to him. Lin Qinshu knew what she meant and gave her a cool look. Yunlu Villa can be called a villa because it is large. There is a golf course behind the house, a huge garden, a basketball court, a temperature-controlled swimming pool upstairs, and a large collection of famous wines in the wine cellar in the basement, all left behind by the previous owner. When they arrived at the side parking lot, a black carbon fiber Lamborghini Poison caught their eye. When did this car appear here? Li Qing felt a little surprised when she saw the Lamborghini Poison. She had often come here before and had never seen this car before. This is my car, I had it delivered here. Lin Qinshu didn't know what method the system used to get the car here, so he had to take the matter upon himself and speak up. After touring the entire villa for more than half an hour, the two returned to the lobby of the house. Lin Qinshu sat on the 7-figure sofa, and the 6 maids on each side walked over with a tray in their hands. Some carried red wine, while others carried fruit and snacks. When they placed them on the table, they knelt down before putting them down. The graceful curves made the suppressed anger rise again in an instant. Li Qing also noticed the fire in Lin Qinshu's eyes and took the opportunity to say, "Mr. Lin, these maids are all high-achieving students, just in some unpopular majors, such as dance, singing, food, bartending, etc. You can consider keeping them. Our community has dedicated people to take care of the hygiene of the villa and some garden maintenance issues." They can take care of some of your daily life. Are these skills still unpopular? There are life skills and entertainment skills, which fully meet the standards of a maid in a wealthy family. Lin Qinshu thoughtfully glanced at Li Qing and the others. What are their salaries? Li Qing responded with a smile. 500,000 yuan per year. A salary of 500,000 yuan per year is considered relatively low in this magical city, and these are all beautiful women who are also high achievers. Although their majors are unpopular, they can still get an annual salary of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan if they go out and work. What about you? Lin Qinshu not only wanted these maids, he also wanted Li Qing. After all, these maids still had all the affairs of Yunlu Villa No. 1, which Li Qing was originally managing on behalf of. Li Qing didn't seem surprised by Lin Qinshu's question. Just now, she had been bragging about her proudest achievements all the way, bumping Lin Qinshu's arm, just so she could also impress him. My main responsibility is after-sales butler-type services, and my annual salary is between 800,000 and 1 million yuan. Does Mr. Lin want to poach me too? Li Qing blinked her eyes and asked knowingly. Unexpectedly, Lin Qinshu did not play by the rules, smiling slightly and saying no, I was just asking casually. In that case, keep all 6 of them. Previously, they earned 500,000 yuan a year, but now I can offer you 1 million yuan a year. Give me your card numbers, and I'll arrange the transfer right now. Lin Qinshu sipped his red wine. It felt like a pretty good wine, not bitter on the tongue, and there was a slight aftertaste. When he looked down, it said Romane Conti in English. It turned out to be a world-famous wine, no wonder it was so good. Li Qing, who was standing nearby, was dumbfounded. The person she had originally thought she could manipulate it will actually played by unconventional rules. Lin Qinshu did want Li Qing to stay and work as a housekeeper, but Li Qing was too proud. Although she appeared to be humble on the surface, he could still feel her arrogance in her bones. This kind of person who wanted to manipulate her master had to be properly frustrated. From the moment they met, Li Qing had been leading the pace, trying to control Lin Qinshu to her rhythm, but Lin Qinshu was no fool. If it had been the love-struck Lin Qinshu before, he might have fallen for her tricks, but now Lin Qinshu had just experienced a breakup and was extremely clear-headed, and with the increase in his attribute points, his love brain had been eliminated. The other 6 maids were overjoyed to hear that Lin Qinshu wanted to give them a pay rise and keep them, and they came forward one after the other to introduce themselves. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Li Shui. My major is gastronomy, and I can make all kinds of food and desserts. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Yang Man. My major is dance. If you're bored, I can dance for you. Hello Mr. Lin, my name is Xia Shi. My major is singing. If you want to listen to music, I can sing for you, and I can also sing along with Man Man when she dances. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Song Yu. I graduated from the music department, majoring in musical instruments, and I am good at playing a variety of instruments, such as the piano and guitar. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Yu Qian. My major is bartender, I can mix all kinds of drinks, even drinks can be done. Hello, Mr. Lin, my name is Han Shuang. I am a medical professional. In the future, if you are not feeling well, I can take care of you and dispense the right medicine for you. Han Shuang said this and took out a stethoscope from his jacket pocket. While introducing herself, the 6th girl made slightly sexy gestures, leaving Lin Qinshu speechless. Cough, let me first talk about my requirements. The first is the issue of address. You should all address me as master from now on. If anyone can't accept it, they can leave, I won't force them. The 6th girl glanced at the others, her pretty face slightly flushed, and sweetly shouted at Lin Qinshu, Master. Lin Qinshu was enchanted to the bone by these words of master. This feeling is really great. Each of the maids has their own strengths, and he finally feels what the life of a rich person is like. Who says that after you get rich, you won't lose things? I've fucking lost my worries. Lin Qinshu screamed inwardly. The second requirement is that Han Shuang needs to change into professional clothing that matches you, and now you bring me your bank cards, and I will give you your first year's salary first. Lin Qinshu took out his phone and looked at them. Chapter 23, Taking Advantage of Li Qing. A hint of hesitation appeared in the expressions of the 6 goddesses, which made Lin Qinshu a little puzzled. He was going to pay them first, but they were hesitating instead. Master, you are going to pay us now, aren't you afraid that we will run away? Li Shui asked the question they all wanted to ask. They were all worried that this was Lin Qinshu testing them to see if they really dared to take out the card. Lin Qinshu suddenly smiled and realized that this was why they were so indifferent. Don't worry, this is really paying you wages. As for whether you will run after receiving the wages, I can only say that it's up to you, because if you run away with just 1 million, then I don't know whose loss will be greater. Upon hearing this, the 6 women's eyes became determined, and they quickly returned to their room to get their cards. They decided that if this was a test from Lin Qinshu, then they must pass the test and stay. Lin Qinshu leaned back on the sofa and sipped the expensive Romane Conti when he suddenly saw Li Qing next to him. Miss Li, you haven't left yet. I'm already familiar with this house, and besides, I still have these maids to show me around, so you can go back to work. Li Qing's face turned a little red with embarrassment. She thought Lin Qinshu was just joking before, but now he's told her to leave, so he's clearly not joking. And Lin Qinshu's earlier scene of raising the salaries of the maids also really scared her. The original annual salary of 500,000 yuan was directly raised to 1 million, which felt like it wasn't money. If she could stay here, her annual salary would also be able to double. Li Qing was about to say something when Li Shuizheng's maids already took out their cards, and Lin Qinshu transferred 1.2 million to them in turn. When the maids received the text message reminders, they were all stunned. They were actually paid their wages in advance, and there was an extra 200,000 yuan. This 200,000 yuan is for you to buy clothes and jewelry every day. You don't have to just wear professional attire. Aren't there a lot of cosplay outfits these days? As long as they fit, you can buy them and wear them. Whoever does well will get a bonus. Lin Qinshu thought that with such a good figure, it would be a waste not to try on other clothes. And the purpose of paying their wages in advance was to stimulate Li Qing. For him, giving an extra 200,000 yuan was like plucking a hair. Not only was Li Shui stunned, but Li Qing, who was standing nearby, was also stunned. Although she had just said that her annual salary was 800,000 to 1 million yuan, in fact, she helped the owner handle various chores, recruit people, and the like, and the red envelopes she received plus her salary only amounted to an annual salary of 600,000 yuan. When the owner of Yunlu Villa No. 1 spent 500,000 yuan to recruit a maid, she was also tempted, but her appetite was not just for the 500,000 yuan. She hoped to get more, so she held back. Nowadays, those maids earn millions a year, and they even get an extra 200,000 yuan to buy clothes. Li Qing suddenly felt so much remorse. What was she pretending to be so noble for? Otherwise, she would have 1.2 million yuan now. Thinking of this, Li Qing's eyes became determined, and she said to Lin Qinshu, Mr. Lin, do you think I should be your housekeeper? I can help you with trivial matters such as paying wages. And you only need to tell me, and I can arrange everything and be at your service 24 hours a day. Li Qing deliberately emphasized the words 24 hours. Lin Qinshu's mouth curled up into an imperceptible smile, but on the surface he looked reluctant. But this kind of thing, I would have let Li Shui and the others do it too. Li Qing's face changed when she heard this, and she quickly looked at the 6 women with a pleading expression. The 6 women had originally stayed because of Li Qing's help and were introduced to Lin Qinshu. The kind-hearted women were also mindful of this favor, but they were afraid to speak, for fear of causing their new boss displeasure. Han Shuang gritted her teeth and stepped forward. Boss, usually we are managed by Sister Li Qing. If possible, could you also recruit Sister Li Qing? I can take a pay cut and give half of my salary to Sister Li Qing. Li Qing looked at Han Shuang gratefully. At the same time, the other 5 women also spoke out at the same time, roughly with the same meaning as Han Shuang. Lin Qinshu's face turned cold. Are you forcing me to do things? The faces of the women suddenly changed, and they all stood in place, afraid to speak again. Li Qing gave a bitter smile. Mr. Lin, don't blame them. They are too kind-hearted. They have met such a good boss as you, and hope that I can be with you too. Li Cheng understood what Mr. Lin meant, and left. If Mr. Lin has any subsequent needs, he can contact me at any time. Li Qing stood up with a forlorn look and walked towards the door. It seemed that her pride had been completely crushed at that moment. It seemed that she could only return to her previous position. Although there was a lot to do, the income was still relatively considerable. She was just unwilling to let such a good opportunity slip away. Wait! Lin Qinshu called out to Li Qing, who was about to walk out the door. Alas, I can't stand it when women beg for mercy. Miss Li, please stay. But your salary will be the same as the others. Is that acceptable? Lin Qinshu shook his head inside. Li Qing was overjoyed at hearing this. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will definitely do my best and do everything you ask. As long as her salary is the same as the other women's, she will be very satisfied and will not object. Besides, Lin Qinshu is so generous, and she will only get more if she stays. Still calling me master? You were there just now, you should know what the title is for working for me. Lin Qinshu smiled. How could he not want Li Qing? From the beginning, he felt that Li Qing was a capable person. Now that her pride had been crushed, if he subdued her after that, she would only feel grateful, rather than being obedient on the surface but condescending on the inside. Yes, master. Li Qing was not so coy, and shouted out these two words without hesitation. Thank you, master, for being willing to accept Li Qing. Han Shuang was the first to come up to Lin Qinshu's face and kiss him. The rest of the women also followed suit, much to Lin Qinshu's secret delight. In the end, even Li Qing came up and kissed Lin Qinshu's cheek. Lin Qinshu directly transferred 5 million to Li Qing. 1,200,000 is yours, and the rest of the money will be kept in your account for now. With such a large manor, there are many places where money is needed, and I don't want you to come to me from time to time for these small amounts of money. Li Qing looked at the balance in her account and suddenly felt that she had made the best decision of her life. He had just transferred her 5 million yuan for convenience's sake, so just how wealthy was the owner of this manor? Li Qing left the manor. Unlike the maid, she still had a job, so she had to go in and hand in her resignation. Although she would have to pay some compensation for quitting so suddenly, it was a small price to pay for her now that she was worth millions. Chapter 24, Bath and Massage. Lin Qinshu went to the master bedroom and found a bathtub that could be used for bathing. He immediately instructed the maid to fill it with water. He had never bathed before, as he had never had the means to do so before, and as a hotel guest, he had found it dirty. Now that he was in his own home, it was a different story. Li Shui went to prepare lunch. She was a food major and could make dozens of dishes as long as Lin Qinshu specified a cuisine. Lin Qinshu, who was lying in the bathtub with his eyes closed, suddenly felt someone come in. He saw a young man walk up behind him and help him knead his shoulders. Master, we are all trained in massage and foot massage. Let Man help you knead your shoulders. Lin Qinshu gave a nod and continued to close his eyes. Inside, however, he was in turmoil. A woman had just walked into the bathroom, and he was a man in the prime of life. Have none of you met the previous owner since you arrived here? Lin Qinshu suddenly remembered something and asked. Yang Man shook her head and said she hadn't, but she had heard from Li Qing that the other person was a big boss, and this place seemed to be used to entertain VIPs. It turned out that something happened to the boss, and his VIPs were implicated as well, so he sold the house. Suddenly, a blush appeared on Yang Man's cheeks, because Lin Qinshu had already stood up and walked out of the bathtub as if he were alone. Since you've been trained in massage, give me a massage. How can I not enjoy this technique? He has never had a massage before, and his cousin had said he would take him before, but he was too shy to go. There is also a sauna in the house. Yang Man, who was kneeling on the floor, stood up and led Lin Qinshu to the sauna room. The massage beds here are all 7-digit, and Lin Qinshu is also full of emotion. The owner of this house really knows how to enjoy himself. This sauna room is located next to the master bedroom. Lin Qinshu lay down on the sauna bed, and the entire bed began to change, as if the air cushion structure inside the bed was changing. This type of bed can sense various positions of the human body, and then inflate and deflate the internal air cushion to adjust to the most suitable shape and position. The air cushion underneath even feels a little warm, so that the body is in a warm state even if it is not wearing clothes. A pair of tender hands rested on Lin Qinshu's back and began to massage him. Yang Man's massage techniques were very comfortable, and Lin Qinshu fell asleep without knowing it. Yang Man did not stop massaging him, and even when Lin Qinshu turned over unconsciously in his sleep, she continued massaging him. Her cheeks were flushed, but after all, when massaging, she could not do it through his clothes, otherwise it would be skin rubbing against skin. When Lin Qinshu woke up after squinting for a while, Yang Man was still continuing to massage him. At this time, she was standing next to his right hand. Lin Qinshu's spirit was a little dazed for a while. This dreamlike life made him wonder if he was in a dream or reality. Suddenly, Yang Man's body trembled slightly, and her face became even more rosy. However, the light in the room was a little dim, so it was hard to tell what her current complexion was. What's going to happen next? I don't think you want to see it, so I'll watch for you. The women downstairs all felt their cheeks heat up after hearing the commotion from above. Li Shui also stopped what she was doing. She had prepared the ingredients, and when Lin Qinshu was ready to eat, she could have it ready within a few minutes. It now seemed that Lin Qinshu would not want to eat for a while. An hour later, Lin Qinshu looked at the red stain on the bedsheet and cast a surprised glance at young man. In this regard, Lin Qinshu's thoughts were a bit bad, and he mistakenly thought that young man was someone who had experienced things. Man, I'm sorry. Lin Qinshu, felt a little guilty inside and didn't know what to say. Everything is over, and it seems that there is no point in saying anything now. This guilt is not only because of his rudeness just now, but also because he initially felt that young man was the kind of woman who was easy, a woman he looked down on. It's okay, master. Man feels very happy to be treated by you. Didn't Li Qing tell you? One of the conditions for applying to be a maid is that you have never been with a man. Yang Man blinked her big eyes and looked at Lin Qinshu curiously. This Lin Qinshu really hadn't heard from Li Qing, and hearing this news made him feel even more like he got his money's worth. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Man, did you guys come here for this job? Yang Man shook her head quickly. No, it was written in the contract at the beginning that we couldn't be forced to do things we didn't want to do. I just volunteered. Yang Man's pretty face turned slightly red. Lin Qinshu was young and rich, and although he wasn't particularly handsome, these were all plus points in her eyes. You can rest here, and I'll have them bring you some food later. Lin Qinshu also approved of young man from the bottom of his heart, and would love her even more in the future. Master, I'm fine. I studied dance, and I often suffered minor injuries during stretching before, but I persevered. Yang Man didn't want to appear too weak in front of Lin Qinshu. Be good and listen to me. Lin Qinshu said with a heartache as he touched her head. After Lin Qinshu went downstairs, he instructed Li Shui to send young man food later and take good care of her. The other women looked at Lin Qinshu with some swaying in their eyes. The movements just now had made them all feel shy. They didn't expect Lin Qinshu to be able to act as if nothing had happened and joke around in front of them. Although none of them had eaten pork before, they had seen pigs running around, so after such a long time, Lin Qinshu's strength must be very strong. Lin Qinshu was surprised by this himself just now. Previously, he had been disliked by He, and she even went cold with him for several days after each encounter. How bad did he have to perform to make He feel that way? It seems that the reason for this is an improvement in his constitution. At the beginning, he only had a 6-point constitution, but now it is already an 8. Don't look at it as just an increase of 2 points, that is practically a world of difference. Lin Qinshu began to look forward to the next task, wanting to see what kind of existence he would be after his attribute points were full. Lin Qinshu arrived at the dining table, and Li Shui had already prepared the meal. Since Lin Qinshu had said he wanted Sichuan cuisine, she had made a few dishes that were more traditional. Li Shui was a food professional, and the Sichuan cuisine she made was even tastier than the food he ate outside. After finishing eating, Lin Qinshu remembered that he wanted to transfer money to his family, so he immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to his mother's account. In less than a minute, Lin Qinshu's mother, Chen Shouyoung, called. Chapter 25, I'm allergic to roses. Lin Qinshu gave a bitter smile and answered the phone. Qin, why did you transfer 100,000 yuan to me? Where did you get the money? You didn't do something bad, did you? You mustn't be thinking about suicide. Chen Shouyoung's barrage of questions left Lin Qinshu at a loss for words. Mom, don't worry, I made some money selling a software I developed with my classmates to a big company. Lin Qinshu's parents didn't really understand these new age things, so they just took what he said at face value. Mom, you can use this money for now. Haven't you always wanted to replace the refrigerator and air conditioner? You can do it now. I've also saved some money for myself, so you don't need to worry about me, and you don't need to send me money for food in the future. Lin Qinshu continued to persuade, afraid that his mother would transfer the money back to him. Okay, I'll save this money for you and save it for when you get married. Your father grows tea at home, and now the tea is starting to sell. We have enough money for both of us, and the household expenses are not large. In the future, you can use the money you earn yourself and don't need to transfer it to the family. Shen Shouyoung is still very confident in her son, and they have never thought that the money their children earn has to be handed over every month, under the pretext of saving it for their children. In fact, they have long since lost track of where it has gone. Chen Shouyoung nagged Lin Qinshu about family matters for a while, and after giving him a lecture, she hung up. Lin Qinshu was checking his phone when he suddenly saw a group message. The goddess has finally been reduced to money. This was posted on the campus forum this morning, and a student took a photo and posted it on the forum. Li Wuqi posted a picture. Lin Xinshu clicked on the picture to see what it was. It was a sports car, and the girl in the car kissed the guy in the driver's seat on the cheek. However, the angle of the photo was such that the light reflected off the guy's face in the driver's seat, making it hard to see who it was. Holy shit! Isn't that Ye Flower? I thought I had just gotten to know Ye Flower, and there was a chance that it might work out. But it turns out that she's been hooked up with a rich second generation again. Fan Jianxiang is quiet in real life, but in the chat window, he just can't stop talking. In Li Wuqi's words, people like Fan Jianxiang are sultry, pretending to be innocent in person, but behind the screen they dare to say anything. Ye Flower girl is so beautiful, it's normal for her to have a boyfriend. You guys would rather lose to the rich kids than to the poor losers. If a poor loser wooed away your goddess, wouldn't you be even more angry? Xia Lu also spoke up, and although it wasn't very pleasant to hear, it made a lot of sense. Lin Xinshu looked at this picture and his face looked a little strange. This was because the person in the driver's seat was him, and this scene was what happened when he sent Ye Mengxi back to school. Damn, you're being vulgar. What are you talking about? Beast, I thought that this Ye Mengxi was interested in us, but it turned out to be an illusion. I don't know if the Beast took it seriously. If he did, the Beast would have lost his love again, losing his love twice in 3 days, which would also be a record. Li Wucheng gloated. If I said that the person that your goddess school flower kissed was me, would you believe it? Lin Xinshu couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. He thought about how wonderful their expressions would be if they knew this kind of fact. What are you talking about? Don't even say if it was you or not. Do you know what kind of car it was? It was a 25 million yuan Pagani Zonda. Li Wuqi is always very knowledgeable about these things. As the saying goes, the poor understand life. Beast, this is not a case of heartbreak, you've gone crazy. Fan Jianxiang is also constantly sending messages. Alas, let's just stop talking for a bit. Tomorrow night, I'll go out for a drink with Beast, as brothers should, and help him get over his heartbreak. I'm going to Disney World with Yen Yen, so you guys take care of Beast. Lin Xinshu looked at their messages and laughed silently. To be honest, no one ever believes me, so what can he do? He's also very helpless. At that moment, Ye Mengxi's message also arrived. She had already gotten up and eaten breakfast. The words and phrases expressed her desire to see Lin Xinshu. It so happened that Lin Xinshu also planned to go out for a walk in the afternoon, buy some clothes, and by chance, get a better phone. Now that he was a rich man, he couldn't let himself down. Lin Xinshu picked up the key to the Lamborghini Poison. He didn't know much about cars, so he went online to look up information about this car. He was shocked to find that there were only a few of these cars in the world, and the system gave him a Lamborghini Poison worth 100 million. The whole car is made of carbon fiber. Lin Xinshu sat in it and slammed on the gas, and the roar was full of power. This is truly a car for the gods, and the Pagani Zonda immediately lost its luster. Lin Xinshu deliberately looked at the license plate this time. The license plate number of this Poison was Magic A10001. The cars given away by the system all have automatic license plates and have completed all the formalities. Lin Xinshu drove the Poison towards the direction of the intersection. Ye Mengxi attached great importance to this date with Lin Xinshu, because Lin Xinshu had told her in the morning that he had something to say to her face to face. In her opinion, Lin Xinshu was prepared to accept her, so she spent a long time carefully dressing herself up and put on a strapless white dress she had never worn before. She couldn't wait and came to the school gate to wait. However, Lin Xinshu had not yet arrived, but someone else had parked their car next to Ye Mengxi first. A white BMW Z4 parked next to Ye Mengxi, and a young man with a crew cut walked over from the car holding a bouquet of roses. Mengxi, this is great. Originally I was going to go downstairs to find you, but fate has allowed me to meet you at the school gate. These roses are for you, they represent my feelings. I love you, Mengxi, be my girlfriend. Ye Mengxi's eyes flashed with annoyance. Brother Lu Jimin, thank you for your words, but I'm allergic to roses, so I won't accept your flowers. Also, I have a boyfriend now, so please don't harass me anymore. Today is the day I confirm my relationship with you. If you were seen by your senior and he misunderstands you, then all the work I have done will be for nothing. Lu Jimin smiled confidently. Mengxi, you don't need to lie to me. In the past 2 years at university, I have never seen any boy appear by your side. If you have a boyfriend, then ask him to come out and prove it. A loud car roar came from far away, and a black sports car pulled up in front of Ye Mengxi. Lin Chinchou got out of the car, and Ye Mengxi, full of joy, ran over. "Senior, you're here, let's go." Lin Chinchou also saw Lu Jimin and guessed that he was Ye Mengxi's suitor. Lu Jimin's face was very dark at the moment. He had never seen Ye Mengxi smile before, and the first time he saw it was actually her smiling at another man. Chapter 26. Do you own this country's financial center? When Lu Jimin saw Ye Mengxi take the other man's hand, he couldn't hold back anymore. "Mengxi, even if you want to anger me and reject me, please don't humiliate yourself." Lu Jimin felt that this person must be someone Ye Mengxi had hired to act, and had deliberately found someone in a sports car to make the losers not dare to harbor delusions about her. Ye Mengxi looked at him with a look of pity. "Brother Lu Jimin, I already said, I have a boyfriend." "You're my boyfriend, thank you for your affection, but I won't accept you, think what you want." After Ye Mengxi finished speaking, she put her arms around Lin Chinchou's neck and kissed his lips. Ye Mengxi decided to give the other party a strong medicine, otherwise Lu Jimin would always think that he was the actor she had found. Of course, this also included a little selfishness on her part, as she only had the courage to kiss her senior at this time. Lin Chinchou was stunned by Ye Mengxi's sudden action, but he quickly reacted and extended his tongue in return. "No." Lu Jimin watched this scene in front of him, and his heart was about to break, as the 99 roses in his hands fell to the ground. The two kissing people slowly parted, their lips still pulling silk. Ye Mengxi's pretty face turned slightly red as she looked at Lin Chinchou with emotion. The latter took out a rose from behind Meng Meng, originally intending to fill the trunk with flowers, but who knew that this car did not have a trunk, so I could only buy one. Ye Mengxi happily took the rose and said happily, "Thank you, senior, how did you know that I like roses the most?" Puff. Lu Jimin, who was standing nearby, felt like vomiting. He had clearly said that he was allergic to roses, and she had not even bothered to take the 99 roses he had given her. Now, however, she had happily accepted a single rose from someone else and said that it was her favorite. Lin Chinchou and Ye Mengxi got into the car and drove off, leaving Lu Jimin alone in the mess, surrounded by students who were all talking about it, and many of them had already taken out their phones to take pictures. It seems that the campus forum is going to be lively again. The hero who was not photographed in the car before was completely photographed head-on this time. "Senior, others don't understand the beauty of love, but I can see your good side. What do you think of me?" A girl weighing 180 pounds came over to Lu Jimin in a sweet and delicate voice. Lu Jimin is 1.8 meters tall, a physical education student, and has a strong build. Coupled with a bit of money, he is originally the school's Neptune. However, Ye Mengxi's heart had already settled on Lin Chinchou too early, and even if Lin Chinchou had nothing, she would not look at Lu Jimin. "Get out of here." Lu Jimin pushed the fat girl next to him away. The fat girl was enraged and cursed, "Who the hell do you think you are? Your car is not as nice as the others, and you are not as handsome as the others. If I were you, I would choose that one too. You deserve to be rejected." Lu Jimin was full of anger, and slapped the fat girl in the face. "Ah! Murder! I'll fight you to the death." The fat girl rushed forward and fought with Lu Jimin. This scene would also become lively material for discussion forums, but the two people who had already gone far away, Lin Chinchou, had no idea that something so interesting had happened behind them. "Meng Meng, let's go shopping at the IFC. I just want to buy some clothes lately. Can you accompany me?" Ye Mengxi, who was standing next to her, looked at Lin Chinchou, who was driving, with love in her eyes the whole way. After hearing this, she nodded and asked cautiously, "Senior, so are we considered boyfriend and girlfriend now?" Lin Chinchou laughed lightly and teased, "You can kiss even if you're not boyfriend and girlfriend, can't you? Just now, your saliva was even drawn, so can you do that with someone who is not your boyfriend?" Ye Mengxi quickly waved her hands and said, "No, this is my first kiss, just now was my first kiss, you have to believe me." Ye Mengxi's state of walking on thin ice also made Lin Chinchou feel a little sad. "I was just joking. How could I not know what kind of girl my Meng Meng is?" Lin Chinchou extended his right hand and stroked the top of her head. The two quickly arrived at the underground parking lot of the International Finance Center. Coincidentally, there was an orange Lamborghini in front of his car, and the two Lamborghinis were parked side by side in two parking spaces. Lin Chinchou pulled the string on the door handle to open the door, and the passenger door of the orange Lamborghini next to him also opened at the same time. The two cars were a little far apart, so they would not hit each other, but the person who got out of the passenger seat of the Lamborghini made Lin Chinchou's expression suddenly turn cold. The other person saw Lin Chinchou and raised the corner of his mouth in a sneer. "I thought you were so great, but you're still following me. I've said it before, there's no way for the two of us, so can you just get out of my life? The person who got out of the passenger seat of the Lamborghini was Lin Chincho's ex-girlfriend, He. The man in the driver's seat also walked over. What's wrong? He quickly took the man's arm. Lin Chincho, this is Senior Zhou Junfeng, he is now my boyfriend, so just give up and stop following me. Lin Chincho gave a cold smile. Do you own the IFC? Can't I just come here and take a look? Ye Mengxi also arrived at Lin Chincho's side at this time. Senior, who is this? Lin Chincho took Ye Mengxi's hand. He's just a self-righteous person, let's go. He only then saw Lin Chincho's car, which seemed to be different from the one from a few days ago. This further convinced her that Lin Chincho had rented all the sports cars, and she had just seen that this car didn't even have a door handle, and you had to pull a string to open the door. To her, who didn't know anything about cars, she was convinced that it was a piece of junk. Don't pretend anymore, the car that came to see me a few days ago is different from the one today. Is it that the car was too expensive for you to afford, so you switched to this cheaper one? Lin Chincho ignored her and got into the elevator to the mall with Ye Mengxi. Xiaoyi, is this your ex-boyfriend? He looks quite handsome. Zhou Junfeng said coldly with his chin slightly raised. Upon hearing this, He noticed that Lin Chincho seemed to have changed a little. She hadn't looked closely enough to see exactly what had changed, but he did look better than before. But now that she is Zhou Junfeng's girlfriend, of course she can't say these things. Oh, he is no match for the handsome senior. He is just a loser who rented a sports car and deliberately drove in front of me. He must still be deluding himself that he can get back together with me. Zhou Junfeng kept staring in the direction Lin Chincho left. The appearance of Ye Mengxi just now had amazed him. What a beautiful girl. Although He was not bad, standing next to Ye Mengxi, she was completely not in the same league. Rented? This Lamborghini must have cost a lot to rent, and if your ex-boyfriend is really a poor loser, the rental fee for one day is enough for his living expenses for 2 months. Although they are both Lamborghinis, Zhou Junfeng is not familiar with the one in front of him. If it weren't for the bull logo, he wouldn't have known that it was a Lamborghini. Chapter 27, That broken car doesn't even have a door handle. He said with disdain. How can he compare with his senior's car? If he wants to rent it, he will definitely rent a cheap one. I saw it just now, this broken car doesn't even have a door handle, and you have to pull it with a rope. After He finished speaking, she patted the roof of the car. Zhou Junfeng, who was behind her, had a completely different expression. A pull-string door handle, the sixth element. Only the top-of-the-line Lamborghini Poison has this feature. Zhou Junfeng walked up to Lin Chincho's car and saw the English words Veneno on the back. Holy shit! It really is poison. Zhou Junfeng yelled inwardly. The price of this poison is enough to buy a dozen of his little calves. Who the hell is this He's ex-boyfriend? A man who can afford poison definitely doesn't rent it. There are only a few of these cars in the world. Who would rent a car worth hundreds of millions of dollars? The person who owns this car would not even dare to drive it. Zhou Junfeng quickly pulled He away from the car, who was about to tap the roof again. This is poison, after all. Just driving around casually will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars in damage. If He is allowed to tap it a few more times, his car will not be enough to pay for the damage. However, Zhou Junfeng did not tell He what kind of car it was. He had his own selfish motives. He had chased after this woman for a long time before he was able to get her. If she found out that her ex-boyfriend was a rich celebrity, she would definitely dump him. It was better to keep it a secret for now, and get the other person first. Senior, was that woman just now your ex-girlfriend? Ye Mengxi also heard from those few words that the woman was Lin Chincho's ex-girlfriend. Lin Chincho nodded. She is. Ye Mengxi hugged his arm tighter, and Lin Chincho patted her hand and smiled, indicating that she should not care. The two arrived inside the mall. The IFC had various luxury brands. Lin Chincho did not know much about these, so Ye Mengxi took the initiative and took on the responsibility, pulling Lin Chincho to a Versace store. Although Ye Mengxi did not usually buy clothes much, she knew a bit about them due to her nature as a woman. She chose 3 casual outfits for Lin Chincho, as well as some belts, shoes, and the like. The two of them shopped and tried on clothes together, buying a total of 5 outfits, which cost more than 600,000 yuan, with an average of more than 100,000 yuan per outfit. Meng, my problem is solved, now it's your turn. Let's go, let your boyfriend buy you some clothes. Lin Qinshu took Ye Mengxi towards a Chanel store. Senior, I don't need it, I still have a lot of clothes that I haven't worn yet, so I don't need to buy any. Ye Mengxi had just learned that Lin Qinshu was rich, but she still felt bad about the other person's money, and she didn't want to be seen as money grubbing for accepting Lin Qinshu's gifts just after they had started going out. Be good, if you don't accept it, I won't be happy. By then, I might have to go back, and I don't want to shop anymore. Lin Qinshu's words were quite effective, and Ye Mengxi immediately stopped struggling. As soon as she entered the store, she saw Ye Xian, who was like a thorn in her side. At that moment, she was standing in front of the mirror, looking at the clothes she was trying on. From the mirror, she also saw Lin Qinshu enter, and her face immediately filled with anger. Are you done yet? Isn't it interesting to be a persistent ghost? Zhou Junfeng, who was originally sitting on the sofa in the store, looked up and saw Lin Qinshu, and his face suddenly became a little embarrassed. What bad luck, Meng, let's go to another store and have a look. Lin Qinshu didn't expect to run into Yi so coincidentally in such a big place as the IFC. Ye Mengxi frowned and took Lin Qinshu's arm. No need, let's just buy it here, why should we go? If we're going to go, they should go. Lin Qinshu smiled and patted her head. He knew that Ye Mengxi didn't want him to hide from his ex-girlfriend everywhere, so he would do as she said. He then saw the woman next to Lin Qinshu. She hadn't looked closely at her in the parking lot because she had thought from the bottom of her heart that this woman was also an actress that Lin Qinshu had rented from somewhere. Humph, he even specially rented a woman to hang around in front of me. Lin Qinshu, can you grow up? You must have used up all the food allowance your family gave you. Renting a car and renting a person, it seems you went to a loan shark. Why didn't I realize before that you were such a narcissist? You are not qualified to make me do that. Meng, let's go pick out some clothes. Lin Qinshu sneered, then embraced Ye Mengxi and walked towards the women's clothing area. My senior is now my boyfriend, so please mind your own business and don't be so presumptuous as to harass us. Ye Mengxi couldn't help but retort. Upon hearing this, He felt an uncomfortable feeling well up in her heart. It was like a child who had played with a toy for many years, and suddenly gave it to someone else to take away, and the other person still treated it like a treasure. Salesperson, hurry up and get these two out of here. These two are poor people. They can't afford the stuff here, and they're just here to take pictures and look cool. The salesperson looked at Zhou Junwei, because Zhou Junwei was a regular customer here, and he had brought girls here to buy clothes more than once, and the girls were different every time. Zhou Junwei pretended to be reading a magazine and didn't even lift his head. He knew that Lin Qinshu was definitely no ordinary person. Anyone who can afford a Lamborghini is no ordinary person. But now he was also in a dilemma. If he spoke up for Yi, he would offend Lin Qinshu and probably get slapped in the face. If he spoke up for Lin Qinshu, he would lose Yi as a prey, so he simply kept quiet and pretended to know nothing. The salesperson, however, mistakenly thought that Zhou Junwei had acquiesced and suddenly felt confident. He walked up to Lin Qinshu and Zhou Junwei. Sir, miss, you have disturbed our valued guests, and now we would like to ask you to leave. He even made a gesture of invitation. Lin Qinshu laughed angrily. The salesperson in this store could actually drive away customers because of someone else's words. What's wrong with you? How can they drive us away even though they were the ones making a racket first? Ye Mengxi was also angry. The Chanel salesperson was too condescending. The salesperson still had some discernment. Lin Qinshu's clothes and shoes combined would cost a maximum of 300 yuan. Ye Mengxi's were better, and with the small CK bag costing over 500 yuan, it would be a maximum of 1,000 yuan. Zhou Junwei on the other hand was a regular in the store, and knew exactly who was more important. Mr. Zhou is a VLP in our store. You two are affecting our VLP's shopping, so you have to be removed. Lin Qinshu gave a cold smile, pulled Ye Mengxi over to the other salesperson standing in the corner, and said, help me find your store manager. I'll give you a big sale. Zhou Chunyang was a new salesperson. In fact, she couldn't stand what the other saleswoman was doing either. She was new to the store, and in order to be able to work well here, she could only swallow her anger. Chapter 28, I want everything in this store. Zhou Chunyan was torn. She didn't really believe that the other saleswoman could bring her big sales, but she also secretly hoped that the other saleswoman was telling the truth. This mentality is like buying a lottery ticket. Before buying, one always feels that one can win by chance, and that the person who wins the lottery could also be her. This has led to the long-lasting success of the lottery industry. Zhou Chunyan gritted her teeth and finally dialed the store manager's phone number. It was just a phone call, and it wasn't as if she would lose her job. She would just be hated. It so happened that the store manager had just parked his car and was walking towards the store. The salesperson who had driven Lin Qinshu and the other person away had a sneer on her lips and was watching them with her arms crossed. Even if the store manager came, it would be useless. She was an old hand in the store and had made most of the store's sales. Even the store manager did not dare to fire her easily. A woman in her 40s walked quickly into the store. What's going on? Zhou Chunyan saw the store manager and quickly went up to explain what had happened. After hearing the story, the store manager, Lin Xiaomei, frowned slightly and gave the other salesperson an unhappy look. This kind of thing can obviously be resolved by appeasement, but she had to choose between the two and offend the customer. Lin Qinshu did not wait for the manager's response and pulled a card from her bosom. I want everything in this store, including the one on that woman, and I will buy it all. The sales will be counted towards this lady. As the manager, you should have the right to check the value of the goods in the store and the funds in my card, so as not to think I'm joking. Shocked. Petrified. Everyone present was stunned by this, and only Zhou Junwei remained calm, because in his opinion, it would not be surprising if the other party bought the store. Ah, crazy. The salesperson who had driven Lin Qinshu away suddenly burst out laughing. I have seen pretentious people before, but I have never seen such a pretentious person. Sir, are you joking? Lin Xiaomei also felt a little unbelievable. If you're joking, just check if there's enough money in my card. Lin Qinshu was a little impatient. Ye Mengxi quickly took his hand. Senior, forget it. The worst that can happen is that we don't buy it, or we go to another store. Lin Qinshu squeezed her hand and whispered, don't worry, no one can bully you except me. I will definitely take revenge for you. Lin Xiaomei walked up to the front desk and inserted her card into a machine, which immediately displayed a 9-digit balance. She stood still, her chest rising and falling, overcome with emotion. Lin Xiaomei walked up quickly and returned the card to Mr. Lin Qinshu with both hands. This will calculate the value of the goods in the store for you. Since there are quite a few goods, where would you like them delivered? Do you have any other requests? When she heard these words, the salesperson was like a bolt from the blue, because this meant that what Lin Qinshu had just said was not an act, it was true. What was even more surprising was the instigator He. She was no fool and immediately understood the relationship. No way, no way. You're not the manager here, you're an actor hired by Lin Qinshu. He pointed at them and shouted. Everyone looked at her like she was crazy. If the manager was fake, the salesperson would have recognized it. Zhou Junfeng also felt that if he stayed any longer, he would be slapped in the face. Let's go to the next store. Zhou Junfeng took the slightly crazy He and walked towards the door. Zhou Chunyan quickly blocked their way. Sir, this lady is still wearing clothes from our store, please ask the lady to change before leaving. Zhou Junwei was a little impatient. How much? I've paid for it, and I'm taking this dress with me. It's just a dress. You spent a lot of money in this shop, and this little hand still dares to stop him. Manager Lin, there's one less item in this shop, and I'll take it all back if I want to buy everything. Lin Qinshu laughed coldly. Lin Qinshu, don't go too far. He stared at him fiercely. Even now, she didn't want to believe that Lin Qinshu was rich. She would rather believe that these people were all actors. Even if Lin Qinshu really has money, she is not willing to bow down and eat Lin Qinshu's grass, although she may not necessarily be able to get it. Lin Qinshu ignored her and turned to Lin Xiaomei and said, Manager Lin, I want everything in the store now. If there is even one thing missing, I will not take it all. Go deal with it. After saying this, he took Ye Mengxi and went to the store's break room. Lin Qinshu deliberately did not mention the other salesperson, wanting to see if Lin Xiaomei would deal with it. The other salesperson, who had to be removed from the scene, was also panicking at the moment. She quickly turned around and walked towards the rest area, trying to find Lin Qinshu to apologize. However, she was blocked by Lin Xiaomei. You can go, you don't need to come to work anymore. You almost made us lose a big customer. Although the customer didn't say anything, if I don't deal with it, no one will dare to come to this store in the future. No, you can't fire me. I'm the one who brought back the store's performance. If you fire me, the headquarters will suffer a great loss and they will blame you. The salesperson hurriedly said, trying to make Lin Xiaomei withdraw her decision. After all, even the customer didn't blame her, so why did the store manager still want to fire her? Lin Xiaomei gave a cold smile. Performance? How dare you talk about losses to headquarters with your meager performance? Do you think I don't know what you do in the store? Bullying newcomers, seeing customers about to close a deal, sending the newcomers away, and writing the performance under your name. These newcomers dare not speak out of anger. If it weren't for the fact that you are an old person, I would have fired you long ago. And you secretly take things out of the store to smuggle orders. Do you think I don't know? Hurry up and leave, or I'll call the police. The salesperson's face turned pale, her lips were clenched, and she looked unwilling. In the end, she walked away in a huff. She had taken a lot of private orders here, and if the other party reported it to the police, she would go to jail and, at the very least, have to pay a lot of money as a fine. This is too much. Junfeng, you have to help me. I'll agree to anything you want. He was desperate. She just didn't want to lose to Lin Xinsho. Zhou Juanfeng's eyes lit up. Although he was not short of women, he always gave him a heart-stopping feeling, so he had a special place in his heart for her. If he could satisfy He this time, he would be able to get her today. Manager Lin, I am also a regular in the store. Do me a favor and let me buy this suit at 3 times the price. Zhou Junfeng said to Lin Xiaomei. Lin Xiaomei smiled slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, but everything in the store has already been sold to Mr. Lin today. If you need anything, just buy it from Mr. Lin. I can't make the decision. Zhou Juanfeng's face looked terrible, but in order to get he had to bow to the other party. Brother, sell me this shirt. I'm willing to pay 5 times the price. Chapter 29 Happiness Index. Lin Xinsho gave a cold smile. Brother? Who's your brother? Manager Lin, the dress she's wearing is not for sale. Take it off and use it to mop the floor in the bathroom. You. Zhou Junfeng pointed angrily at Lin Xinsho. Leave a way out today, so that we can meet again in the future. Maybe in the future you'll be the one begging me. Lin Xinsho laughed heartily. Begging? You? He's face turned pale. She knew that Zhou Junfeng could no longer help her. She shook off Zhou Junfeng's hand, rushed into the fitting room, changed back into her own clothes, rushed out of the store, and ignored Zhou Junfeng, leaving on her own. Zhou Zhou Junfeng hurriedly chased after her. Lin Xinsho's mouth couldn't help but lift up a slight smile. This result made him very comfortable. It seemed that the anger in his chest had finally been vented. Zhou Chunyan came to the rest area with 2 cups of coffee. Sir, those 2 have already left, you and the lady can go choose what you need. Lin Xiaomei asked her to come over to make sure once again if they wanted to buy the goods in the entire store. After all, it was their fault to begin with. Even if Lin Xinsho changed his mind now, they would not complain. Lin Xinsho frowned. Didn't I say that I want everything in the entire store? How many times do I have to say it? Go take an inventory of the prices. Zhou Chunyan could not hide her joy and quickly walked towards Lin Xiaomei. Senior, there are a lot of things in this whole store, do you have that many girls to give them to? Why don't we just listen to them and pick a few? Ye Mengxi looked at all the clothes, jewelry, perfumes, and lipsticks. The most expensive ones should be the bags. Lin Xinsho smiled and patted her head. Buy them all, and give them all to you. You can do whatever you want with them. Ye Mengxi was petrified on the spot. She had originally thought that Lin Xinsho had bought all this just to vent his anger, and then find a way to sell it again, because after all, it was brand new. She never expected that he would give it all to her. No, these are too valuable, I can't take them. Ye Mengxi hurriedly refused. Lin Xinsho sighed with pretended disappointment. Since you don't want them, I'll just have to give them to another girl. After all, I can't use these girls' things. No! Ye Mengxi shouted hurriedly. What girl can resist the sugar-coated bullets from this Chanel store? In the end, Ye Mengxi agreed, because there were also some men's clothes in there, which she planned to sort out and give to Lin Xinsho, and there was simply nowhere for her to put all this stuff. Let's buy a flat, so you can put all this stuff away, and once in a while we can have a cozy time together. Lin Xinsho thought about it for a while. Although he owned Yunlu Villa, it wasn't that convenient to take Ye Mengxi there. After all, there were 7 beautiful women there, and now that he had money, wouldn't it be better to buy a flat for Ye Mengxi and keep her there? Buy a flat? Lin Xinshou's shocking words repeatedly refreshed Ye Mengxi's perception. Is that how people with money behave? How much money does he have? Yes, I don't have a house either. We can't keep going back to school to stay when we go on dates at the weekend. Staying in a hotel is also inconvenient. Why don't we buy a house to use as our love nest? The reason Lin Xinshou did this was because a task prompt had just sounded in his head. Ding! Detected. The host is on a date with a woman who scores 90 points or higher in appearance and 90 points or higher in likability. Option 1. Do your best to make the other person feel happier. Limited time, 24 hours. Reward, mastery of martial arts. Option 2. Have a plain and simple date, and show the host's stingy side. Limited time, 24 hours. Reward, mastery of despicable tricks. These two rewards are actually not bad, and Lin Xinshou wants them both. There is nothing wrong with using despicable tricks on despicable people. It seems like a very simple task, but in reality it is very difficult. For example, being stingy. When you drive a Lamborghini and poison yourself, there is no way to complete this task. You can't even scrimp on luxury car maintenance. Another way to improve happiness is also a very difficult thing, because happiness is something you give yourself. Some people who have had a hard time for a while suddenly have a good meal tonight, and they feel very happy. But everyone has a different idea of what happiness is, so this is a very difficult thing. Since being a miser is no longer an option, Lin Xinshou will try to improve his happiness. He is proficient in martial arts, and he still gets excited when he recalls the scene of fighting 10 opponents at the entrance of the Snowdrift Bar. Who doesn't have a dream of being a martial artist? So Lin Xinshou is now trying every means to improve Ye Mengxi's happiness. Ding! Ye Mengxi's current happiness index is 65. Ding! Ye Mengxi's happiness index has reached 90, and the host has completed the task. Lin Xinshou is a little bit worried. He gave her the entire Chanel collection, and even said that he would take her to buy a house and build a love nest together, but her happiness index didn't increase much. It seems that money really isn't everything. At least spending tens of millions of it can't increase Ye Mengxi's happiness index. Ye Mengxi put her arms around Lin Xinshou's neck and said with watery eyes, "Senior, you are so good to me. I'm so happy." After she finished speaking, her cherry lips came together. Ding! Ye Mengxi's happiness index +3, now happiness index is 68 points. Shit, only 3 points were added for being happy. When will this task be completed with these few points added? But fortunately, when the system issued this task, it had only just started the 24-hour countdown, so he still had a whole day. While the two were passionately kissing, Lin Xiaomei pushed open the door to the restroom. Ye Mengxi suddenly let go of the hand around Lin Xinshou's neck, her pretty face turning red. Lin Xiaomei pretended not to see it and took a few sheets of paper and walked over. Mr. Lin, this is a tally of all the items in our store, with a total value of 6.34 million yuan. I've opened a membership for you here, and after applying the membership discount, I'll count it as 6 million for you. Lin Xinshou briefly flipped through it. The clothes, jewelry, and beauty products in the store were not too expensive, but the bags made up most of the price, which was not unexpected to Lin Xinshou. The store itself is not particularly large, and a value of more than 6 million yuan is reasonable. This is Lin Xinshou's first time spending so extravagantly. He appears calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart is also in turmoil. If it weren't for the fact that there are still a few hundred million in his account, which has made him bloated, he would not be spending money so recklessly. 6 million. Ye Mengxi knew that the things in the store were not cheap, but this price was already beyond her imagination. Chapter 30. I still like the way you were just now, so unruly. Lin Xinshou took out a card and handed it over. Just swipe the card. If you're a member, I'll get one for Mengmeng. I don't need this membership. You pack the things up, and in a couple of days Mengmeng will send you an address, and you can just send everything there. There's nowhere to put these things yet, and it's not early anymore, so it's not practical to go buy a house. Let's go tomorrow, on Sunday. After swiping the card, Ye Mengxi picked up a few outfits and went to a store selling domestic mobile phones with Lin Xinshou. Lin Xinshou's fruit phone was a product from 6 or 7 years ago. Although it was still functional, it was quite outdated and didn't quite match his identity as a godly tycoon. Lin Xinshou picked out the two most expensive folding screen phones. Although they were a bit bulky, he liked the novelty of them and how they looked very impressive. After walking around the streets, the two of them went to watch a romantic movie, the kind where the male and female protagonists don't end up together. Ye Mengxi cried her heart out, while Lin Qinshu fell asleep. When they walked out of the movie theater, it was also time for dinner. Meng, what do you want to eat? Ye Mengxi shook her head. She didn't care much about what to eat. You decide, senior. Lin Qinshu saw that she had not yet come out of the movie plot, and secretly vowed that he would never take a girl to watch these melodramatic romantic movies in the future. It would affect the mood and then the rest of the process. Lin Qinshu thought of Shouyoung, the top private restaurant in the Magic City, which he had often heard about. It was said that the place only served 8 tables a day, and each table cost more than 100,000 yuan, including expensive red and white wine, as well as some delicacies from the mountains and the sea. In the past, he only dared to think about it, but now, he has enough money to afford a meal there. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere to eat that I've only heard about. Lin Qinshu sat in the car and turned on the navigation. Shouyoung is located near the downtown Modu Park, surrounded by mountains and water. The rent alone is several million yuan per month, but the restaurant has a limited marketing strategy that appeals to people's hunger, and the daily turnover is several million yuan, so they can earn that rent in just a few days. After Lin Qinshu parked the car, he walked towards the entrance of Shouyoung. The receptionist at the entrance hurriedly asked, "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Lin Qinshu shook his head and said that he didn't have a reservation, but he was willing to pay double the price and take a table. The receptionist was taken aback. Double the price? That's a profit of over 100,000 yuan. She didn't dare make a decision and immediately called her boss. Shouyoung's boss Shang Ping walked out from inside. The slightly raised head showed that this person was a proud person. However, Lin Qinshu now had a deadly weapon against proud people, and that was the ability to pay. "Sir, I'm sorry, but we're fully booked today. Even if you're willing to pay double the price, I can't make an exception. There are some things that money can't buy, just like the rules of my Shouyoung restaurant. No matter how much money you have, you can't break them." Shang Ping's face was full of arrogance, as if he had come out just to reject him to his face and slap the faces of those who think money can solve everything. Ding! Detected. The host is being despised. How can a godly hero tolerate such humiliation? Option 1, tonight's dinner must be at Shouyoung Pavilion, and the most expensive set meal, with a bonus of 1 billion yuan. Option 2, beat up the owner of Shouyoung Pavilion in front of you, and you will be rewarded with a pair of limited edition silver handcuffs. Damn, who is being mocked? Everyone knows what to choose between these silver handcuffs and 1 billion yuan. Lin Qinshu was about to leave when he saw that the other person was not affected by the ability to spend money. Who knew that the system suddenly popped up and issued a task? This was the first time that there were 2 tasks at the same time, and there was still an uncompleted task for Ye Mengxi's happiness index. But what exactly was Shang Ping insulting in that sentence? Was the dog system too sensitive? Lin Qinshu saw the reward of 10 billion and immediately made up his mind. He said that he would complete the task in front of him no matter what. That was 10 billion, don't be difficult with money. I only have one request, I want an extra table tonight. Shang Ping's pupils slightly contracted upon hearing this. 100 million, although he has invested tens of millions here, business has not been good recently, and today it is fully booked because it is the weekend. On weekdays, at most, 3 tables are booked. Although there are many wealthy people in Shanghai, the traffic here is not very convenient, and there is traffic congestion at mealtimes, which can last a long time. Lin Qinshu's opening price made him struggle internally. 100 million yuan transferred to Lin Qinshu would cover his losses and pay back the money he had invested over the past period of time, and he would even make tens of millions of yuan in profit. Shang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "Sir, Shouyoung is my life's work, and it cannot be measured in monetary terms. You don't need to say anymore, and the rules cannot be broken. You may go in. 200 million yuan. Lin Qinshu interrupted him directly and added 100 million yuan, which was the final price he could offer. The Shouyoung is not worth 200 million at all, and Lin Qinshu only has a little over 200 million left in his account. If the other party still doesn't agree, it means that it's not a matter of money anymore, and he will have to give up on this task." Sold. Shang Ping immediately agreed. Hesitating over 100 million is a gamble on one's career dreams, but hesitating over 200 million is just foolishness. What dream is worth 200 million? Lin Qinshu was dumbfounded by the speed of his answer. The other party was so arrogant, and he was prepared to give up the task, but the other party agreed at once. "The boss, please come in, I will go prepare the contract in the private room." Shang Ping's face revealed a flattering smile. Lin Qinshou pulled Ye Mengxi, who had already been dumbfounded, and as they passed by Shang Ping, he reached out and patted his shoulder. I still like the way you were just now, defiant and unruly. Upon hearing this, Shang Ping immediately straightened up, his smile disappearing as he walked with Lin Qinshou into the Shouyoung. Senior, am I dreaming? You spent 200 million just to take me here for a meal? In the private room, Ye Mengxi still couldn't believe what she had just experienced, and was even wondering if they were talking about money or joy beans. Since I promised to take you here for dinner, I can't go back on my word. It only cost 200 million, as long as you're happy. Lin Qinshou's heart was bleeding, but as long as he finished the meal, his 200 million would become 1 billion. Senior, you're so good to me, let's not eat anymore, let's go back. Ye Mengxi pulled Lin Qinshou and wanted to leave. Lin Qinshou gently pulled her into his arms and whispered, listen to me, enjoy the food here. If it is as delicious as rumor has it, it is still worth spending 200 million to have a good meal with you. You won't have to worry about earning it back, just relax. He didn't know if this place could actually make money, but as long as the mission was completed, he would directly earn 800 million. At that time, he didn't care if Shouyoung was dead or alive, so no matter what, he would not let Ye Mengxi go. Chapter 31, The Manchu Han Imperial Feast. As long as Ye Mengxi is told that this is just his investment idea, and of course it is also to take her out to eat, she should not argue about leaving. Sure enough, after hearing this, Ye Mengxi immediately sat back down and was very moved. At this time, Shang Ping also walked in wearing a chef's uniform. Boss Shang, it turns out, is also a chef. The next meal will not be cooked by Boss Sheng, will it? Lin Qinshou was a little surprised. He didn't realize that Shang Ping was the chef of Shouyoung. Shang Ping smiled proudly. Not only am I the chef of Shouyoung, I have been awarded the title of Michelin 3-star chef, and I am also the only chef in all of China who can independently cook the entire Manchu Han Imperial Feast. Lin Qinshou was shocked by these words. So Shang Ping was so arrogant, no wonder he was so full of himself. Lin Dong, let's put the contract aside for now, and Shang Ping will prepare dinner for you tonight. Shang Ping clapped his hands, and the waiter at the door brought an ice bucket with 2 bottles of red wine. This is Lafite Rothschild 1982, I have specially prepared 2 bottles for you to drink. Originally, the store sells this wine for 300,000 yuan, but today, with the new boss here, I specially give it to you. Lin Qinshou was speechless for a while. He had spent 200 million yuan to buy Shouyoung, so everything in it should be his. Shang Ping had used someone else's flowers to offer Buddha a flower, and in the end, he had given it to himself. Lin Qinshou waved his hand and said, cut the crap, hurry up and serve the food. Shang Ping smiled awkwardly. He had indeed used someone else's buttocks as his face. Serve the food. The door to the private room opened, and dozens of waiters appeared outside, each carrying a basin in their hands. The waiter who had just brought the ice bucket also poured out 2 glasses of red wine and brought them to Lin Qinshou and the other person. The first waiter placed the plate on the table and took off the lid on top of it. The food on the plate was steaming and smoking, but Lin Qinshou couldn't tell what it was. Chef Shang, introduce it. Shang Ping suddenly radiated confidence from head to toe. This is the first course, steamed lamb. Shouyoung will prepare a Manchu Han Imperial banquet on weekends, but because it takes a long time, it is only prepared once a week. It was originally reserved for tomorrow's guests, but since you are here today, you will be served. Manchu Han Imperial banquet? There are more than 100 dishes, and there are only 2 of them, him and Ye Mengxi, so they can't taste all the dishes. Don't worry, these are all small portions. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast can be served to multiple people, but the people who come to Shouyoung are not the type to gather in large groups, so I have only made a small portion of this dish. Shang Ping seemed to have guessed Lin Qinshou's thoughts and hurriedly explained. Even if you eat slowly, you won't be able to eat all 108 dishes. However, Lin Qinshou had only heard of the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, and even if he couldn't finish it, he would be happy to try it. Lin Qinshou invited Ye Mengxi to join him in eating, and they drank red wine while eating the Manchu Han Imperial banquet. The 1982 Lafite Rothschild was not bad, but it was not as good as the Romane Conti from the Yunlu Villa. The 2 of them could not eat anymore after the 30th dish, so Lin Qinshou could only ask Shang Ping to pack up the rest and deliver it to number 1 Yunlu Villa. There were still 7 of his maids there, so it would be a waste to throw it away. Ye Mengxi was so full that she could not stand up, so Lin Qinshou followed Shang Ping to his office to sign the contract. After the transfer was signed, Shang Ping smiled flatteringly and said, "Boss, we still have fireworks here." Do you want to set off some fireworks to see? Lin Qinshou's eyes lit up immediately. Fireworks are girls' favorite things, and they might be able to increase the happiness index a bit. However, the only place to set off fireworks in the vicinity is inside the Shouyoung, in which case you would have to look up to see them, which is too much effort for your neck. Shang Ping then suggested that the best place to watch the fireworks from here would be the presidential suite of the Bulgari Hotel across the street, where the huge floor-to-ceiling windows would allow you to see the entire sky. I've already opened the presidential suite, you can go there to rest. Lin Qinshou gave him a knowing look, so it was no wonder that Shang Ping had been smirking since earlier. Shang Ping was the chef here, so Shouyoung ended up being managed by him, and Lin Qinshou also gave him 30% of the shares in order to retain him. Shang Ping had effectively sold 70% of Shouyoung's shares for 200 million. Shang Ping had invested 30 million in Shouyoung, plus the operating costs and initial profits, so the capital had actually been returned 70-80%. However, if the current situation continued, there would probably be a loss, and Lin Qinshou's takeover had made him a net profit of 200 million. Meanwhile, in the bank in the demon capital, Shanshan was sorting through some information when she was called to the office by Wu Shougang. Chen, the amount of money in your private bank has fluctuated quite a bit. You just spent 200 million, and now there's only 80 million left. Do you think you should talk to Mr. Lin about it? If it falls below 50 million, then your private bank won't be able to continue. Wu Shougang said with deep concern. In less than a day, Lin Qinshou had already spent more than 200 million of the 300 million. At first, it was thought that he was a big client, but if things continued like this, Lin Qinshou would no longer be a big client. Shanshan didn't know what to do either. It was other people's money, and how he spent it was his business. How could she interfere? Chen, your job hasn't been officially confirmed yet. If this is the only amount of savings you have, then you may not be qualified for the position. Why don't you talk to Mr. Lin and see if he can do something to help you keep your job? Wu Shougang continued to persuade him. President Wu, I will talk to Mr. Lin. I'll be going now. Shanshan bit her lip and left the room. She took out her phone and after a moment of hesitation, she dialed Lin Qinshou's number. At that moment, Lin Qinshou was just about to leave Xingping's office. When he saw Chen Shanshan's phone number, he was a little puzzled. Why would this woman call him? Good evening, Mr. Lin. Have you eaten yet? Chen Shanshan didn't know how to start, wondering if she should ask to meet up. I've already eaten, Miss Chen, you're not still working overtime, are you? Lin Qinshou felt confused listening to the awkward greeting from the other side. Chen Shanshan gritted her teeth and said, It's like this, I've noticed that there have been some big fluctuations in your bank account, so I wanted to ask if you've encountered any problems. Upon hearing Chen Shanshan's words, Lin Qinshou immediately understood the meaning of the call. It seems that he had transferred too much money, and the bank had put pressure on Chen Shanshan internally. And Chen Shanshan is a young girl who has just entered society, so she is afraid to say anything openly. I'm sorry, but I just happened to have an investment today, and I used a lot of funds. It was Wu Shougang who pressured you, don't worry, I'll help you solve the problem right away. Lin Qinshou thought to himself that his task had been completed, and the reward should be coming soon, so Chen Shanshan's problem would be solved. Chapter 32, Take Down Ye Mengxi. No, Lin, I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet, and I wanted to repay you by treating you to dinner, no other meaning. Chen Shanshan hurriedly explained. Lin Qinshou didn't expose her either, and after a few idle chats, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chen Shanshan's heart also calmed down a lot. For some reason, Lin Qinshou's casual remark gave her a great sense of security. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the Shouyoung Pavilion dinner task. Reward, 1 billion in cash. Hello, valued customer, a transfer of 10 billion yuan has been received on your Shanghai Magic City bank card with the last digit 9527, leaving a balance of 10,823,690.53 yuan. As soon as Lin Qinshou had finished the phone call, the system's moving prompt tone sounded. Wu Shougang from the Magic City Bank was sitting in front of the computer, lost in thought, when he suddenly saw an account with 1 billion yuan transferred into it. Wu Shougang hurriedly sat up, rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that he had read it correctly, he quickly printed out the appointment letter and ran 2 steps at a time to Chen Shanshan's new office. In fact, the appointment order had already been passed a long time ago, otherwise Lin Qinshou would not have received the task reward. Just now, he was just trying to use Chen Shanshan to get more of the other party's funds to come in. Chen Shanshan had just returned to her office and sat down when she saw Wu Shougang rushing in with a piece of paper. President Wu, What's the matter? Shanshan looked at the flustered Wu Shouyoung and asked in puzzlement. Wu Shouyoung calmed down a little, panting heavily, and a hypocritical smile appeared on his face. Chen, I was just joking earlier. Your appointment order has already been issued a long time ago. I just wanted to scare you for fun. Here is your appointment letter. Sign it and you will be the financial director of the Lujiazui branch of the Shanghai Bank. Remember to say hello to Mr. Lin for me. Wu Shouyoung put down the appointment letter and left the office, leaving Chen Shanshan confused. When Chen Shanshan turned on her computer, the bank's internal website showed that her client had transferred 1 billion yuan a minute ago. Chen Shanshan then realized why Wu Shouyoung had suddenly changed his attitude. A man who can transfer 1 billion yuan at any time is a major client that even the head of the bank's head office has to fawn over. Chen Shanshan let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but think of what Lin Qinshu had just said to put her at ease. She immediately took out her phone and sent Lin Qinshu a message saying, "Thank you." Lin Qinshu glanced at the message and then put the phone away. The billion yuan task was complete, and there was still a happiness task. This was the first time Lin Qinshu had felt so powerless in the face of a task. The sumptuous banquet, together with a series of actions, had finally increased Ye Mengxi's happiness by 2 points. It was barely 70, and there were still 20 points of happiness left to complete the task. Ye Mengxi in the private room was already a little dazed at this point. The aftertaste of the red wine was still a bit strong, and besides, Ye Mengxi had never drunk wine before. Lin Qinshu helped her out of the Shouyoung door, handed the car keys to Shang Ping, and told him to drive to the Bulgari Hotel across the street. He then got into the Shouyoung Rolls-Royce shuttle with Ye Mengxi. "Senior, I'm so happy." In the car, Ye Mengxi put her arms around Lin Qinshu's neck, as if she knew what was going to happen next. Her face was flushed, and it was not clear if it was from the wine or because she was thinking about something. Lin Qinshu extended his finger and scratched her upturned little nose. "There's another surprise for you later, so don't fall asleep yet." Ye Mengxi perked up. The car soon arrived at the Bulgari Hotel on the opposite bank of the Shouyoung artificial lake. After Lin Qinshu reported his name, someone showed them to the presidential suite. This was the first time Lin Qinshu had entered a presidential suite. The waiter was about to introduce the layout and facilities of the room when Lin Qinshu sent him away. Lin Qinshu used a princess carry to carry Ye Mengxi directly to the huge French windows, and the Shouyoung that they had just eaten at was just across from them. He first turned off the lights in the room and came to Ye Mengxi's side to make a phone call and said that they could start. Ye Mengxi looked at the busy Lin Qinshu with a puzzled expression. This was the solution that Lin Qinshu came up with when Shang Ping mentioned fireworks earlier. Since money can't buy happiness, let's go back to the basics and be romantic. Sometimes it's like this: when you don't have money, all people want from you is money. But when you have money, they'll judge you on how romantic you are. After the call ended, a bright light suddenly appeared from Shouyoung opposite and shot straight up into the sky, spreading out at high altitude. The fireworks lit up the entire sky, and this was the surprise that Lin Qinshu had prepared for her. "It's so beautiful." Ye Mengxi couldn't help but murmur. Lin Qinshu came up behind her and hugged her. The two of them just stood there watching the fireworks on the opposite bank. It didn't end until 10 minutes later, and that's when Lin Qinshu finally heard the system prompt he wanted to hear. Ding! Ye Mengxi's happiness index plus 18, now at 88 points. 88 points, just 2 points away from being complete. It seems that Ye Mengxi is a sentimental person. The result of Lin Qinshu spending so much money is just a few points added. A worthless firework went off, and with the environment, the two of them snuggled up to each other, instantly soaring 18 points. Ye Mengxi looked at Lin Qinshu with burning eyes. "I love you." The two figures embraced tightly in the midst of the fireworks. That night, without a word. In the morning, Lin Qinshu was awakened by an itch on his nose. He opened his eyes and found that Ye Mengxi was scratching her long hair and gently sweeping it across Lin Qinshu's face. What caught her eye was Ye Mengxi's playful smile. Lin Qinshu lovingly hugged her. "You're up so early. You were so tired last night. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Ye Mengxi buried her head in Lin Qinshu's embrace. "Senior, I feel like I'm dreaming right now. I'm so happy, so blessed." Ding! Ye Mengxi's happiness index plus 3, current happiness index 91 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task of increasing Ye Mengxi's happiness index. You are rewarded with martial arts proficiency. Lin Qinshu's mind quickly flooded with a large amount of information about martial arts, and his muscles seemed to be filled with the memory of those martial arts. He didn't expect to have completed the task just by waking up in the morning. Lin Qinshu was still wondering if he had to wait until after buying a house today before he could add those 2 points to his happiness index. Perhaps for Ye Mengxi, being able to see the person she likes as soon as she opens her eyes in the morning is also a very happy thing. To quote someone I don't know, happiness is something you give yourself. When you are contented, it is easier to feel happy. On the contrary, if you are discontented, like a bottomless pit, no matter how many good things happen, you will not feel happy. The task was completed, and it was time to celebrate, but Ye Mengxi, who was experiencing this for the first time, could not bear the excitement, and Lin Qinshu had to give up. He called the hotel to have breakfast delivered, then got up and washed up. Chapter 33, The Campus Forum is abuzz. Ye Mengxi has limited mobility, so Lin Qinshu carried her around the whole time. He hadn't looked closely at the presidential suite last night, but now that he did, he noticed that there was quite a distance from the room to the door. It was no wonder that the presidential suite cost 188,000 yuan a night. It had everything you could possibly need, and even an entertainment room. Unfortunately, all he needed was a room and a bed, and after they had eaten and drunk their fill, the waiter returned the car keys to him. Lin Qinshu helped Ye Mengxi, who had some difficulty walking, into the car. Today, they were supposed to go house hunting, but Ye Mengxi was not in a condition to go running around. Moreover, because she had overworked herself last night, Ye Mengxi kept yawning, so Lin Qinshu had to take her back to school. "Senpai, I'm sorry, I'm so useless, I spoiled your fun," Ye Mengxi said to herself, blaming herself. Lin Qinshu had originally said that he would take her to buy a house today, but now because of her physical condition, they would have to cancel the trip. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm the one who got you into this, so just rest up. We can go again when you're feeling better." Lin Qinshu rubbed her drooping head. The two of them had a little more flirting in the car before Ye Mengxi reluctantly got out. He also left the school and returned to Yunlu Villa. Without Ye Mengxi, he didn't bother to personally go running the real estate business, and just let Li Qing take charge when he returned to Yunlu Villa. A huge uproar broke out on the campus forum of Shanghai Jiaotong University. The news that the new school flower, Ye Mengxi, had left the school in a 100 million luxury car had already become the big gossip on campus. Many clickbait headlines also ran out. Shock. The new school beauty queen has fallen victim to poison. Terrible. The appearance of poison has caused the school beauty queen to fall. The new money-worshipping school beauty queen of Jiaotong University. The arrival of a powerful person. Take control of the school beauties. One article after another was posted on the campus network with pictures, and the photos inside were of Lin Qinshu and Ye Mengxi being photographed at the moment they were drawing. "Hey, this guy looks a bit familiar, doesn't he?" "You're right, he does look familiar." "Holy shit. Isn't that the beast from our class?" "What? The loser Lin Qinshu, one of the top 4 dormitory heroes? Isn't the beast from an ordinary family? I heard he just got dumped by his girlfriend for being poor, and now he's driving a luxury car? Maybe he's renting it. Ye goddess, he's a fake godly hero, don't let him fool you." "Rent? 100 million Lamborghini poison, you rent it to me and see." The comments on the forum set off a huge wave, with all kinds of sour words appearing frequently. No one believes that Lin Qinshu, a loser, can drive a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. Ye Mengxi was also surrounded by her 3 best girlfriends from the same dormitory at this time. The 3 of them frowned and surrounded her, and they had already sensed something was wrong from the moment Ye Mengxi walked in. "Meng, you didn't come back last night, and today you're in this state again. You're not going to." Ruan Qingqing was a little worried about Ye Mengxi's answer. Ye Mengxi nodded shyly, and this scene made the other 3 people feel like a bolt from the blue. "Meng, are you confused? Even if that person really is a rich second generation, but you've given yourself to him so quickly, then he'll dump you in no time." Yao Jingjing patted her head, looking like she hated iron that couldn't be made into steel. "Yes, and none of us have ever heard of this person before, so why are you suddenly with him? You're not under some kind of spell, are you?" Wang Ying was also puzzled by this. "I've liked the senior for a long time, I just didn't tell you guys, and I took the initiative. When I liked him, he wasn't the senior driving a luxury car yet," Ye Mengxi explained to her girlfriends. The 3 of them sighed at the same time when they heard this. The school flower has actually fallen for a man. If they had this kind of capital, they would definitely have passed through the flowers. Now the forum is saying that you worship money, And it seems that your position as the school flower will soon be eliminated. Wang Ying looked at the wailing on the forum. Yes, the 4 school flowers were voted for by everyone because they were single. Now that you are not single anymore, and you are making a big deal about it, you will definitely be voted down. Yao Jingjing also looked at her phone. Ye Mengxi shrugged. I don't care about being the school flower, I didn't want to be one in the first place. I just want to be the little woman of the senior. Ruan Qingqing sighed. Yulu Villa number 1, Lin Qinqiu was lying on the massage table, enjoying the massage from Xia Shi and Yu Qian. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with a series of messages, and he didn't know who had sent a bunch of messages. Lin Qinqiu picked it up and saw that it was sent by Fan Jiangxiang in the group. Fan Jiangxiang, holy shit. Xia Lu, what's wrong with you? Fan Jiangxiang, you're so vulgar. Go and read the article that's been pinned to the top of the campus forum. Xia Lu, holy shit. Is that animal? Fan Jiangxiang, I can't believe that animal actually nailed Ji Shuahua. What a waste of talent. Lin Qinqiu, I won't allow you to call Meng Meng a waste of talent. Fan Jiangxiang, I'm talking about you. Fan Jianxiang sends a picture of a middle finger. Xia Lu, Lamborghini poison. Beast, what's up with that car? You're not really some invisible billionaire, are you? Lin Qinqiu, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but now I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm a billionaire, and I'm laying it all out there. Fan Jianxiang, damn it. With thighs this thick, you should have let me hug you sooner. Lin Qinqiu, I told you guys yesterday that the person in that car was me, but you didn't believe me. Xia Lu, where's his shame? In this situation, he should be the first one to jump out. Why is it so quiet? Fan Jianxiang, yeah, that shameless guy knows that the beast is a godly hero, so he would have jumped out and recognized the thief as his father a long time ago. Why is there no movement? I'll go make a call to him. Lin Qinqiu put down his phone, closed his eyes and enjoyed it. It was true that the 2 women had really loosened up his muscles after their training. Although his physique had increased, under the massage techniques of the 2 women, he had become relaxed as a whole, and even a little drowsy. Just as Lin Qinqiu was thinking of doing something else, his phone rang again. Lin Qinqiu could only take his hands back, and he wanted to curse inside. He could only take his hand out to pick up the phone next to him. Beast, something's happened. Shameless, something's happened over there. Fan Jianxiang said anxiously. Lin Qinqiu hurriedly sat up. What's wrong? What's happened? Fan Jianxiang's voice was a little anxious, as if he was running too. Just now, when I called, a stranger answered. Shameless was blocked at the place where he was working. Now the other person is telling us that all 3 of us have to go over there, or else they'll break his legs. It seems that it was Li Tianzong's group from last night, and somehow they found Shameless. Chapter 34, A Strong Rival. Send me the address, I'll be right there. Lin Qinqiu quickly changed his clothes, grabbed the car keys and ran out. Li Wuqi worked part-time every weekend. His family was poor, his parents were farmers, and he had gone to college with money raised by the village. Although his name is Shameless, he is a sensible and filial person. As long as he can earn money by working, he will never ask his family for money. Li Wuqi's job today is to work part-time in a milk tea shop. It so happened that someone from Li Tianzong came here and saw him. He immediately called Li Tianzong. Because of the snow-like snow at the Piao Snow Bar, Li Tianzong wanted to check the origins of these people but couldn't, and it stopped at Wen Ruxue. Now that he has finally found someone, he will vent his anger no matter what. Li Timsung brought his father's bodyguard and the dozen or so people from that night to the milk tea shop, and immediately gave Li Wuqi a severe beating. He told him to call Lin Qinqiu and the others over, but Li Wuqi would rather die than give in and would not harm his brothers. Unexpectedly, at this time, Fan Jianxiang's phone call came through, and he learned about Li Wuqi's situation. Lin Qinqiu was relatively close and quickly arrived at this pedestrian street. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang also arrived at the location as soon as he got out of the car. Li Tianzong's hateful eyes fixed on Lin Qinqiu, and he saw that the car Lin Qinqiu drove was a Lamborghini poison, and guessed that Lin Qinqiu's identity was not simple. But now he has been overwhelmed by hatred. Since he was young, no one has ever beaten him or made him feel that suffocated. He must take revenge. Li Wuqi was trampled underfoot by Li Tianzong, who said viciously to Lin Qinqiu and the other 2, "If you want me to let him go, you 3 must not move, let my men beat him up, and then I will let you go." Of course, this was impossible. Li Tianzong was a lawless person. If they did not resist, the four of them might be killed or disabled by him. Fan Jianxiang gave Li Tianzong the middle finger and said disdainfully, "You're dreaming." This scene instantly angered Li Tianzong, who angrily said to the people around him, "Kill them for me, I'll take responsibility if they die." Lin Qinzhou hurriedly said to Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang, "Find the right opportunity to save Shameless, and let me take responsibility for the fight." Having just obtained martial arts mastery, it was the perfect time to put it to the test. Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang had both witnessed Lin Qinzhou's prowess that night in front of the snowfall bar, and naturally took 2 steps back. The group slowed down significantly when they got close to Lin Qinzhou. They were all there that night and were still in pain. If they charged up again and got beaten up, they wouldn't be able to get out of bed for half a month. Li Tianzong also noticed this and yelled out, "There's 100,000 yuan for anyone who moves, and I'll pay for all the medical bills." Hearing that there was 100,000 yuan, these people immediately rushed forward regardless. Lin Qinzhou displayed the starting stance of Wing Chun and cracked his knuckles, and once again, a dozen people lay on the ground. Although he was just as powerful today as he was that night, his strength was indeed much weaker. What would have taken 1 punch to knock down someone now took 2. From this, it can be inferred that IP Man's strength that night should have been at 9 or 10. After defeating the group of minions in front of him, Lin Qinzhou looked at the sunglasses man next to Li Tianzong. Li Tianzong didn't expect these minions to be of any use either. His confidence came from the man next to him, his father's bodyguard. His father, Li Jianfu, had encountered many dangers over the years, and they had all been solved by this bodyguard. "Brother Tian, help me kill this kid, and I'll arrange some women for you tonight." Zhang Tian shook his head. "I don't want women, just give me 1,000,000. Ding. Hostile encounter detected. Option 1, use all your strength to defeat the opponent, reward +1 physical fitness point. Option 2, run away without fighting, deduct previous reward. What's going on? Why is there a deduction of rewards? In the past, I would be given a relatively poor reward. Does this mean I have to fight? The previous reward was martial arts proficiency, and he would hate to see it deducted. Wing Chun, a fist technique that uses clever strength, is useless in the face of absolute strength. Zhang Tian ripped off his clothes in one go, revealing his strong muscles. Before Lin Qinzhou could say anything, Zhang Tian's fist was already in front of him. Lin Qinzhou ducked his head and avoided it, and then punched Zhang Tian in the chest, making him feel as if he had hit a rock. Humph! Zhang Tian pushed his chest out, knocking Lin Qinzhou away. After a brief exchange, Lin Qinzhou probably guessed that the opponent's level should be similar to his own, and that both strength and physique should be 8 points. Since Wing Chun didn't work, he would try a different approach. Lin Qinzhou raised his hands horizontally, one in front of the other, facing Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian saw this and a hint of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He could tell that this style was no longer Wing Chun. Based on the starting position of the 2 fists raised in balance, it should be Baji Quan. Just as Lin Qinzhou and Zhang Tian were sparring, Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang had quietly arrived next to Li Tianzong. At this moment, Li Tianzong was not aware of the danger. Suddenly, a fist the size of a sandbag appeared in front of his eyes, and he was knocked to the ground with a single punch. Xia Lu quickly helped Li Wuqi up, while Fan Jianxiang pressed Li Tianzong to fight on his side. "When that kid dies, it will be your death," Li Tianzong said to them viciously, hugging his head. At this time, Li Wuqi, who was bruised and battered, also recovered, and rushed up and stepped on his lap with one foot. Ah! A heart-rending sound rang out, and Zhang Tian looked back in the direction of Li Tianzong, only to see blood constantly flowing from Li Tianzong's lap. The moment Zhang Tian turned his head, Lin Qinzhou quickly used the Baji boxing style to punch him in the chest, knocking him flying. The 2 evenly matched people were fighting for experience and condition, and as long as they were slightly distracted, they would definitely lose. Zhang Tian got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and quickly rushed towards Li Tianzong. Seeing this, Xia Lu and the other 2 hurriedly ran away. Zhang Tian put Li Tianzong on his shoulders and Li Tianzong screamed, "Kill them for me, kill them. The opponent's strength is comparable to mine, and his martial arts are even more exquisite. I'm no match for him." Zhang Tian gave Lin Qinzhou a deep look before leaving the area. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the confrontation mission. Reward, +1 physical attribute point. Lin Qinzhou, who had been panting a little, suddenly felt an energy well up within him, sweeping away the feeling of fatigue. Host, Lin Qinzhou. Strength, 8. Stamina, 9. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7. The maximum attribute value for an ordinary person is 10. The host's values are considered normal for an ordinary person. Vehicles, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Murcielago. Residence, Cloudwood Villa No. 1. Skills, martial arts proficiency. Balance, 108-236-9053. Opening the character panel in the system, the stamina column has already risen to 9. Chapter 35. Is that true? Godfather. There is also an extra skills column, and the skills obtained in the future will also be displayed on this panel. Li Wuqi was beaten up a bit, and Xia Lu called a car to take him to the hospital together. After a hospital examination, his ribs were broken and his hand was also broken. He had to wear a cast and a chest belt. He could no longer do heavy work, so he had to give up those part-time jobs for now. Jiaotong University Boys Dormitory. Damn it, these animals. Fortunately, the beast is a martial artist, otherwise we would all be useless. Fan Jianxiang cursed. Xia Lu's expression was a little grave. This kind of thing never ends. This time he injured Li Tianzong, and it won't be long before he comes back for revenge. We have to be careful in the future. Shameless, you should stop working part-time for now. Li Wuqi sighed. I can't work in this condition either. It seems that I will have to scrimp and save for a while. Lin Qinshu returned to the dormitory after parking the car and saw the three of them with sad faces. He guessed the reason for their worries. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. Shameless, I've already charged your meal card. You can't work part-time anymore recently, so you have to eat, right? If you feel embarrassed, just pay me back when you earn money in the future. 9 out of 13. Lin Qinshu joked. Li Wuqi was poor, but he was a very proud person who never wanted to accept help from others. Previously, Xia Lu saw that he had no food to eat and said that he could use his meal card to pay for it, but Li Wuqi refused. Li Wuqi was very touched and secretly decided that he must repay Lin Qinshu in the future because Lin Qinshu's family was not much better off than his. At this time, he still didn't know what had happened on the forum and insisted, "You made this decision on your own, so I won't repay you for this money." Fan Jianxiang took out his meal card and walked over to Lin Qinshu, saying, "God, please help me charge it up too." "Fuck you." Lin Qinshu scolded with a smile. At this point, Xia Lu told Li Wuqi about what had happened on the forum, as well as Lin Qinshu's sports car and his identity as a rich man. The three of them had just taken a taxi and at first thought that Lin Qinshu had something to do and that was why he wasn't with them. Lamborghini poison. Li Wuqi's mouth opened wide as he read the message on the forum. He was so surprised that even Ye Mengxi's affair with Lin Qinshu didn't seem that surprising anymore. Instead, he was surprised by the sports car. Godfather. I'm your long-lost adopted son. Li Wuqi grabbed Lin Qinshu with his unplastered hand. Right, I'm shameless enough to call a thief my father. Xia Lu shrugged with an expression that showed that he had seen it all. Godfather, can you prescribe some poison for your godson so that he can experience what it's like to drive a luxury car worth hundreds of millions? Fan Jianxiang pulled Li Wuqi away and called out in a flattering voice. Damn it! Xia Lu thought that Fan Jianxiang would join him in complaining, but he ended up being the next one to recognize a thief as his father. Lin Qinshu was not surprised by their behavior. I'll play along with you guys next time, but for now, I'm going to go out for a bit and see if there's any way to resolve this matter. Really? Godfather. The two of them said in unison. Godfather, take care. Remember what you said today. Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang watched as Lin Qinshu left the dormitory. Li Tianzong's vindictiveness will only become a nuisance. Although he has beaten him back twice, the enemy is in the dark, always like a fishbone stuck in the throat. Wen Ruxue said at the beginning that she would take care of this matter, but it seems that she has not solved it at all. Everything still has to be done by oneself. Lin Qinshu left the school, and Xia Lu and Fan Jianxiang did not plan to go out. They stayed in the dormitory to accompany Li Wuqi. After all, with a broken arm, he even had some difficulty eating. Lin Qinshu went to the snowfall bar. Regarding Li Tianzong, he still had to get news from Wen Ruxue. However, Wen Ruxue was not at the bar, and even when he called, she was not in a state of not turning off her phone. He had no choice but to turn back. Lin Qinshu, who was just about to return to Yunlu Villa, received a message from Chen Shanshan, thanking him for his help and inviting him to lunch. Lin Qinshu, of course, had to keep the appointment with a beautiful woman, and drove directly to the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics. Chen Shanshan did not go to work today, and she was still a senior student, so she was still living on campus. When the car stopped at the school gate, it immediately caused a sensation among the students around. A woman wearing a red stepmother dress with heavy makeup on her face came to the handsome guy in the car window and said, "My name is Shouyoung. Can I add you on WeChat?" Lin Qinshu looked at the woman leaning against his car window. Although she only had an 80-point appearance, she had an impressive figure. A pair of huge headlights dazzled his eyes, and the deep ravine seemed to suck Lin Qinshu in. "Sorry, I'm waiting for someone, it's not convenient. If you meet me again next time, I'll give you my WeChat." Such an active girl shouldn't be any good, and Lin Qinshu, who originally wanted to refuse, remembered a line from an internet goddess of picking up girls: "Good girls, don't miss them. Bad girls, don't waste them." That's why Lin Qinshu said he'd add her WeChat next time he met her. Shouyoung was also very sensible. When the other person said that, she knew that any further entanglement would only make the other person feel disgusted. "Okay, handsome, remember what you said. I feel like we'll meet again soon." Shouyoung winked and blew him a kiss before leaving the car. But Lin Qinshu's car was too eye-catching, and there were more than just one woman who came up to chat with him. There were many girls, and some even directly pulled on the car door. Fortunately, Lin Qinshu locked the car door, otherwise he would have been eaten alive by these female jackals. Shanshan was wearing a white dress and carrying a white canvas bag on her shoulders. As soon as she ran out of the school gate, she saw Lin Qinshu being surrounded. After Lin Qinshu had finally driven away the group of people, he finally saw Chen Shanshan smiling from behind. He immediately got out of the car, walked to the passenger seat, and opened the door for her. "If you hadn't come, I would have been torn apart by the female students at your school." Lin Qinshu let out a sigh of relief. This was terrible. As expected, luxury cars cannot be parked at the school gate casually, as it is too eye-catching. You don't know that the finance university is originally dominated by girls, and many girls come to the finance university for money, because most people in the financial industry are wealthy. And the second generation of rich people also value people from this type of professional school. Chen Shanshan sat in the car and said with a light smile. Lin Qinshu looked at her with some surprise. This should be the first time he has had a conversation with Chen Shanshan as friends. "What about you, do you think the same way?" Lin Qinshu teased with a smile. Chen Shanshan gave him a blank look. "I'm an exception. My childhood dream was to work in a bank, and now it's come true." "Forget that. What do you want to eat?" Lin Qinshu shrugged. "Whatever, you treat me to anything." He really didn't have any particular requirements when it came to food. He wasn't someone who had always been spoiled, and he had only eaten a Manchu Han Imperial banquet last night, so he had no desire to eat anything more. Chapter 36. Is there any possibility that the doorknob was originally stretched? Let's go to the old town. There is a noodle shop there that is not bad, although the environment is a bit poor, the taste is still okay. After all, I just started working and haven't been paid yet, so my funds are limited. Chen Shanshan stuck out her tongue. Lin Qinshu felt that Chen Shanshan had become much more natural in his presence. It seems that after using his bankroll a few times, he has still managed to raise his favorability rating, although he doesn't know how high it is. Ding! Chen Shanshan's current favorability rating towards the host is 80. The system heard Lin Qinshu's question and immediately replied in his head, Chen Shanshan's favorability rating towards him. It's 80 points, it was still negative before. Gee, it seems that if I work hard, I can win the heart of the university's most beautiful girl. Okay, you're treating, you call the shots. Lin Qinshu hit the accelerator, and the roar of the engine resounded throughout the school gates. The Lamborghini roared away, but a huge sensation had already been caused at the entrance to the University of Finance and Economics. Holy shit! Did I just see it right? Our school flower, Chen Shanshan, actually got into a Lamborghini. Didn't they say that school flower Chen Shanshan didn't like rich second-generation kids? Now she's riding in a rich guy's car. Is it possible that the school flower just doesn't like ordinary rich second-generation kids? Anyone who can drive a Lamborghini is definitely not an ordinary rich second-generation kid. Alas, the world has lost another innocent school beauty. A heavy sense of resentment suddenly appeared at the entrance of the University of Finance and Economics. The men resented, the women were jealous, and they even secretly cursed Chen Shanshan as a bitch. Usually she pretends to be aloof, but now that she saw the rich guy, she pounced on him faster than anyone else. Yameng, the first person to strike up a conversation with Lin Qinshu, also looked in the direction of the disappearing Lamborghini with a saddened gaze. "You Meng, what's wrong with these people? Why are they so negative?" He came to Meng's side and asked curiously. "A while ago, a godly rich guy came, and I heard these people say that the sports car is a 100 million Lamborghini. It's a pity that when I went up to talk to him, he ignored me, and he only agreed to add me on WeChat if I saw him again next time." Meng felt a bit of a pity. He suddenly remembered what happened yesterday, and she felt like vomiting when she heard the word Lamborghini. Zhou Junfeng has also been blocked by her. She thought he was a rich second generation, but he was beaten up by Lin Qinshu and didn't dare to say a word. "By the way, didn't you go on a date with Junfeng? Why are you walking out of school? I thought you were coming back from outside." Yameng suddenly realized that her best friend in front of her seemed to be dating a rich second generation who drove a Lamborghini. The two had planned to hang out together today, and they were originally supposed to be coming back from outside school, so why was he coming from inside school? He waved her hand in displeasure and said, "Forget it. He's a loser. He ran into my ex-boyfriend, that loser, and got slapped in the face by him, but he didn't dare to say a word back. He didn't give me any face at all." "No way, wasn't your ex a poor loser? How could he slap Zhou Shao in the face?" Yameng was a little surprised, because she had heard that he had a loser boyfriend, and she had advised her more than once to dump him. "I don't know where that loser found his connections, but he rented a shabby Lamborghini with no door handles inside and a rope to open the door. And he even managed to get the manager of the Chanel store to hit me in the face. How he still can't believe that Lin Qinshu is really rich. She thinks he must have found some other connections to play her, but she can't guess where Lin Qinshu's connections come from. A door handle that pulls a string?" Yameng suddenly remembered that just now, when she was lying on the Lamborghini, she saw that the door handle inside also seemed to pull a string. "Xiaoyi, is there a possibility that there is a model of Lamborghini with a door handle that pulls a string?" Yameng had heard the discussion of the people around her. The Lamborghini just now was a luxury car worth hundreds of millions of dollars. What if the design of the car itself was to pull a string? No way. At the time, I told Zhou Junfeng, and he didn't say anything. If there was such a model, he would have told me, wouldn't he? He wouldn't want to make me lose face. He shook her head. Yameng seemed to understand something. It should be that Zhou Junfeng knew that the other person's car was high-end, and his own was not as good as the other person's, so he didn't want to know, but she didn't say anything, and she just hugged He and walked out of the school gate. "What about you?" "I went to a reception last night with a top second-generation rich kid." "What happened?" He also asked her best friend about this. Yameng shrugged and said, "Forget it. He was just a little brother at that reception, fawning and sucking up everywhere. I even left on the spot and went home to sleep. But I also added the WeChat of a few other rich second generations, so I can sift through them." The two of them left the school gate with one saying one thing and the other replying. Lin Qinshu drove to the old town. Because the roads were narrow and crowded, they could only park in an outside parking lot and walk in. It seemed to be an old street in the city, with a lot of pedestrians and no cars. Shanshan led him straight to a place called Yujian Noodle Shop. It was a 20-square-meter shop with tables set up outside. The owners of Yujian Noodle Shop were a couple in their 50s. At the moment, there were a lot of people walking outside, but the business of the noodle shop was really dismal, with no one in sight. The couple, who were frowning, immediately brightened up when they saw Shanshan. "Chen has arrived. How is it going? Have you found a job yet? This can't be your boyfriend, can it?" Chen Wanqing, the proprietress, took Shanshan's hand warmly and looked up and down at Lin Qinshu. Shanshan blushed and hurriedly explained, "No, this is my friend, Lin Qinshu. I've already found a job, working at the Modu Bank." At this point, the boss Wang Ding also came up and said with a smile, "Congratulations on getting a good job. The benefits of working in a bank are pretty good. What would you like to eat today? I'll go cook it for you." He said this while rolling up his sleeves. "I came here today to patronize your business, how can I let you treat me? 2 bowls of your signature noodles." Shanshan found a table near the door and sat down. Lin Qinshu was slightly surprised by the girl's actions, because this was an unpacked table, with many clean ones around that she could have chosen to sit at. It's because this location faces the door, and it can be seen from the door. This is a little trick for doing business in a store, letting people outside know that the store is being used, which can slightly boost popularity. Chinese people still prefer to be in a lively place. The more people there are in a queue, the more likely they are to join the queue even if they don't know why. When they see that there is not a single customer in a store, even if it tastes delicious, most people will not choose to go in. Shanshan, you and your friends sit for a while, I'll go get you some cold dishes. The proprietress walked into the kitchen. I worked part-time here for most of my 4 years at university. Uncle Wang and Auntie Chen were very kind to me. Since they don't have any children, I feel like I'm their daughter. Our family is not well off, so basically I have to work to pay for my own food. Shanshan looked at the busy couple in the kitchen, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. Lin Qinshu had only just met the couple, but from their brief encounter, he could tell that they were warm and kind people. Chapter 37, Genen Long Real Estate Black Material Evidence. Shanshan took out a silver gray bag from her bag and took out the contents. This is a gift from our bank to private banking customers. There are a total of 10 gold bars, and there is 1 gold bar for every 100 million yuan deposited. And this is the card you will be exchanging for. Your regular card can be voided and this black gold supreme card can be used. Lin Qinshu took the heavy gold bar. No wonder it looked so heavy when she was carrying the bag. The word 100 million was engraved on the gold bar, and it seems that as long as you deposit more than 100 million in the Demon City Bank, you will receive this gift. Although for Lin Qinshu now, the value of this gold bar is really not impressive. Who doesn't like this kind of shiny gold gift? The other black gold card has the last digits of the original bank card printed on it. The black gold rimmed card looks very high-end. Originally, your gift would not be issued until after you signed the deposit date agreement, but the bank manager got it for you in advance. You can give me the old card, I'll destroy it when I get back. Shanshan is a bit of a simpleton. If it were any other financial specialist, they would definitely add oil and say how much effort they put in to get this gift for him. But Shanshan simply brushed it off. Lin Qinshu handed her the old card, and the noodles were just brought out of the kitchen. When Shanshan saw the noodles, her eyes lit up. She quickly picked up the chopsticks and started eating, oblivious to her appearance. Wang Ding looked at her kindly, telling her to eat slowly and that no one was going to take it away from her. Chen Wanqing also brought out a plate of cold dishes. You like your uncle's noodles so much, let your uncle teach you how to make them later. Otherwise, you might not be able to eat them again in the future unless you come to our hometown. Chen Wanqing's expression was a little despondent after she finished speaking. Shanshan also noticed the sad expressions on the faces of the two. Why? Uncle Wang, Auntie Chen, are you not going to open the restaurant anymore? Chen Wanqing sighed. The landlord here needs money urgently and wants to sell the place. Today is our last day of business. We have to move tomorrow. The prices in Shanghai have gone up, and the rent is too high. We can only go back to our hometown to find something to do. As soon as she said this, Shanshan's expression also changed. What a landlord! I'm sorry, Uncle Wang, I'm not able to help you right now. Shanshan felt lost and a sense of powerlessness rose within her. This kind of thing that can be solved with money is the most powerless for her. Wang Ding, have you started packing? A middle-aged woman walked in through the door. Wang Ding hurriedly went up to the landlord and said, I still have a customer here, let me finish today. The landlord sighed and said, Alas, I know it's not easy for you, so I haven't brought any customers to look at the store during your opening. But it's been dragging on for too long, and I'm really anxious too. From these conversations, it seems that the landlord is not a difficult person to talk to, and he must be in a hurry. We understand that you haven't raised our rent for so many years, and we all appreciate this kindness. Chen Wanqing went up and said gratefully. Shanshan's expression flickered, and she gritted her teeth. Landlord auntie, can you give us a few days? I'll go to the bank and apply for a loan to buy your shop. The landlord looked at Shanshan. She had seen her in the shop before. It's Chen. I haven't seen you for a long time. Of course you can get a loan. As long as you have the money, I'll sell. This is a 3-story building, and I plan to sell it for 6 million. The landlord looked at her suspiciously. In the old city of Shanghai, a 3-story building selling for 6 million is actually very cheap. But a girl who used to work in this noodle shop, she doesn't think the other person will have the money to buy it. Even if it's a loan, they still need something to borrow against. Shen, this is between my wife and I, and it's just the loss of the shop. We still have other ways to make a living, you don't need to worry about it. Wang Ding quickly said. But that's 6 million yuan. Even if a young girl who has just entered society can get a loan, she will spend the rest of her life paying it off. Where will there be any life left? Shanshan took out her phone and called Bank President Wu Shouyoung. Can I get a loan of 6 million in my name? There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line, and then the president said with earnest concern, Chen, you've just started working, the system won't approve your loan, at most you can get a credit card. 6 million is a bit much for you personally, why don't you ask Mr. Lin to help you? For him 6 million is just a matter of a few days' interest. Wu Shouyoung kept thinking to himself, if it weren't for Qin Shanshan having a big client like Lin Qinshu behind her, he would have already yelled at her, wanting to borrow 6 million yuan right after starting work? This is just daydreaming. Chen Shanshan hung up the phone in a lost state, looking at Lin Qinshu with an inexplicable look in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. Lin Qinshu was about to speak when suddenly the system prompt in his head made him shut up. Ding! A beautiful woman with a 90-point appearance rating has encountered difficulties. Option 1, help the other party solve their predicament and buy the building, with a reward of 88,888,888 in cash. Option 2, ignore it and say nothing, with a reward of 30 million in cash and a blackmailing evidence from Genen Long Real Estate. Option 1, help Qin Shanshan buy the building, and you will make a net profit of 800 million. The 60 million is just a drop in the bucket, and you might even be able to improve your relationship with Chen Shanshan. The second option also has money, although it is only 300 million, but there is also evidence of Genen Long Real Estate's black material. He wants to settle the grudge with Li Tianzong, and this is something he is determined to get. After thinking about it, this time Lin Qinshu chose the second option. Lin Qinshu didn't say anything, and a flash of disappointment crossed Chen Shanshan's eyes. She really wanted to ask Lin Qinshu for help, but she couldn't think of any reason why he would help her, and in the end, she didn't say anything. I'm sorry, Uncle Wang and Auntie Chen, I couldn't help. Chen Wanqing quickly gave Chen Shanshan a hug to comfort her. It's okay, even if you want to help, my husband and I won't accept it. Chen Shanshan and Lin Qinshu walked out of the noodle shop together. On the way out, Chen Shanshan's expression was full of unshakable disappointment. She still had a lot of feelings for the Wang couple. In this big city where she didn't know anyone, she had felt the love of her family from them. Lin, I'll take a bus home myself, you don't need to see me off. After saying goodbye to Lin Qinshu, she walked into the subway station. Just as Chen Shanshan disappeared from Lin Qinshu's sight, the mission prompt finally came. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the ignore task. You will be rewarded with a copy of the evidence against Genen Long Real Estate. The evidence against the Li family of Genen Long Real Estate has been stored in your car. 300 million yuan in cash has been deposited into your Shanghai bank card with the last digit 9527. Hello, valued customer, a transfer of 300 million yuan has been received on your Shanghai bank card with the last digit 9527, leaving a balance of 138,659,9053 yuan. Lin Qinshu let out a sigh of relief, and finally completed the task. This was the first time he had chosen the ignore option, and the process had been quite torturous. Now that the task was complete, he could make some amends. Chapter 38, Buying a Building for Chen Shanshan. Lin Qinshu turned and walked towards the noodle shop. At this time, the landlord was still talking to Mr. and Mrs. Wang about his difficulties. When he saw Lin Qinshu come in, Wang Ding asked in surprise, "Young man, did you forget something?" Lin Qinshu smiled and said, "Auntie landlord, I'll buy this building. Go prepare the contract, I'll pay you in one lump sum." Uncle Wang, before, Shanshan worked for you and should have left her ID card with you, so you can give it to the landlord too. The building will be transferred to Shanshan's name. Petrified. Silence. Young man, is this what Shanshan meant? We don't need Shanshan to bear this expense. It's not easy for her to be alone in the city, how can we let her shoulder such a heavy debt? Chen Wanqing hurriedly refused. Young man, don't joke around, don't make the old woman run up and down, and then you won't have the money to pay her. The landlord also didn't quite believe that Lin Qinshu could come up with 6 million. Open your payment code. Lin Qinshu scanned a deposit of 1 million yuan to the landlord. This is the deposit for you. If I can't afford it, you can just eat the deposit and don't have to pay me back. After receiving 1 million yuan, the landlord immediately beamed with joy and quickly ran out. Little brother, we really don't need your help like this. We have hands and feet, and we won't starve even if we don't open this noodle shop. Wang Ding continued to persuade. Uncle Wang, you have taken such good care of Shanshan, and as long as I can help, this is nothing. But I came here secretly, so you must not tell Shanshan. She doesn't like to owe people. That's why she didn't ask me to help her just now. Lin Qinshu reminded him. The transfer of ownership is such a big deal, Shanshan will find out soon, so Lin Qinshu also said this on purpose to give Mr. and Mrs. Wang Ding a good impression. Sure enough, Chen Wanqing's expression softened. The Lin brothers are courting Shanshan, aren't they? Shanshan is really lucky to have met you. But we will still tell her, after all, this building is now hers, and she is our new landlord, we still have to pay rent to her. The landlord quickly ran back and handed over the contract. Lin Qinshu signed Chen Shanshan's name, and Wang Ding took out the photocopy of Chen Shanshan's ID card that she had left earlier and went with the landlord to handle the transfer of ownership. Lin Qinshu also transferred the remaining 5 million to the landlord and then left the noodle shop. On the other side, Chen Shanshan, who had just returned to the school dormitory, suddenly received a message from Chen Wanqing. Shanshan, Xiaolin is a good person, you can consider it. Chen Shanshan was puzzled by this message, and then saw Chen Wanqing send a PDF file, which read real estate ownership rights, and the owner was Chen Shanshan. Auntie Chen, what's going on? Why did I become the owner? Chen Shanshan realized that the location was the building where the noodle shop was located. It was your friend who bought the whole building and transferred the ownership to you. He also asked me not to tell you, for fear that it would be a burden on you, and that we would continue to run the noodle shop there. Chen Shanshan was shocked and unable to speak. Lin Qinshu had not said a word the whole time, and even when she had left, he had not said anything. Was this meant to be a surprise? Why had he transferred the ownership to his name? Chen Shanshan thought, and finally came to a conclusion. Lin Qinshu had a crush on her, wanted to pursue her, but did not want to burden her in this way, so he secretly went back and bought the building. Auntie Chen, then you can continue to run the noodle shop. As long as it allows you and Uncle Wang to stay, that is better than anything else. Chen Shanshan originally wanted to help the Wang couple, and now her goal has been achieved in another way, which is of course good, but she has also decided that Lin Qinshu must transfer the house back to her. This is too valuable for her. Then you will be our landlord in the future, and we will transfer the rent to you on time. You can raise the rent as much as you like, and don't worry about anything. Chen Wanqing felt that she could not take advantage of Chen Shanshan for free. No need, Auntie Chen, I have started working now and have an income. Just keep doing what you're doing. Chen Shanshan quickly refused. After all, she was still inexperienced, and she still had some resistance inside her to this money that came out of nowhere. Chen Wanqing didn't say anything more, and just transferred the money directly to Chen Shanshan when the time came. Although they were running the noodle shop on the first floor, they were also using the second and third floors, and the rent for the whole building was there, so how could they take advantage like this? After hanging up the phone, Chen Shanshan was still thinking about what Lin Qinshu had done. Lin Qinshu's way of pursuing her was not very straightforward, and it did not burden her or put pressure on her. It made her feel that the other person was also a very caring person, and she could not help but feel more and more favorably towards Lin Qinshu. If she really became his girlfriend, would he still treat her so well? Bah, Chen Shanshan, what are you thinking? It's not even a glimmer of hope. Chen Shanshan covered her blushing face and spat. Ding! Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host has increased by 5 points, now 85 points. Lin Qinshu, who had just returned to Yunlu Villa, suddenly heard the system prompt tone. This prompt tone made Lin Qinshu a little puzzled too. Why would Chen Shanshan get this favorability prompt tone when no one else did? Could there be a hidden task? After thinking about it, Lin Qinshu seemed to think that this was the only explanation. Lin Qinshu went to the study and took out the file folder containing the black materials on Genen Long real estate. It contained various paper materials, most of which were some improper agreements signed. Looking at the contents, many of them were signed with the victims' families. This kind of evidence is not much. There was also a USB flash drive inside. The content of the USB flash drive was the most explosive. The USB flash drive was divided into 2 folders, one for Li Jianfu and the other for Li Tianzong. Both father and son are evil people, and there are several videos of them having sex in there. He clicked on the folder for Li Jianfu and opened a video at random. The video shows Li Jianfu and a man in a private room of a restaurant, each of them hugging a girl and discussing something. Then Li Jianfu took out a cardboard box and pushed it to the man. The video shows that the inside of the box is full of cash, probably worth several million. Lin Qinshu didn't know the man, but if he could bribe Li Jianfu, he must also be someone in the officialdom. Lin Qinshu randomly looked through some of the videos inside. Li Jianfu's videos were either bribery or murder, and most of the people he bribed were high-ranking officials in the Devil City. The release of this information would cause a huge uproar. Li Tianzong's is not as influential, most of them are drugging girls, and there are also a few girls who were played to death. Lin Qinshu turned off the computer and closed his eyes. The power of the Li family in the Devil City should not be underestimated. Even if he hands over this information, it will be like a stone dropped into the sea, and it will only attract disaster. It seems that he needs to find someone with more power who has no connection with the Li family in order to make this information effective. Chapter 39, I want you to support me. Lin Qinshu closed his eyes and thought about what to do, when suddenly a pair of slender hands reached from behind and gently pressed on his head. Lin Qinshu had originally sensed the person coming, but he didn't know who it was, and he didn't look. So he just let her press on with his eyes closed. You can't just come into your master's study without making a sound. Don't you know the rules? Lin Qinshu closed his eyes and tried to scare the maid behind him. Those jade hands trembled slightly, and then continued to press. I'm sorry, master, Li Qing is willing to accept the punishment. It turned out to be Li Qing, no wonder she dared to enter his study, no other maid was that bold. Lin Qinshu turned around and pulled, and Li Qing exclaimed and sat in his arms. Li Qing was dressed in a black professional outfit, and she was wearing black silk on her feet but no shoes, so it was no wonder that he didn't notice until she was behind him. Looking at the face close at hand, Lin Qinshu gave her a sudden kiss. Li Qing's body instantly became stiff, and then slowly relaxed, responding awkwardly. Lin Qinshu's hands also began to get restless, and Li Qing couldn't help but let out a series of light snorts. What I miss is telling each other everything, what I miss is dreaming together. A phone rang, waking the two up. Li Qing quickly got out of Lin Qinshu's arms and ran out in a panic, tugging at the hem of her skirt as she walked. Lin Qinshu was depressed for a while, and cursed in his heart. The person who called better have something important to say, otherwise you're dead. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Wen Ruxue calling. I went to the bar to look for her today but couldn't find her, and her phone was also out of reach. It turns out she's calling back at this time, what a bad timing. Boss Lin, I heard you were looking for me. It so happens that I also have something to ask you. Is it convenient to come to Snowfall for a get-together? Wen Ruxue's lazy voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Sure, I also have something to tell you. Lin Qinshu told Li Qing and drove towards the Snowfall bar. Li Qing's face was still a little flushed. She had almost been executed on the spot by Lin Qinshu just now, and she had even forgotten to report what she needed to report. At this time, in the office of the Snowfall bar, Wen Ruxue was wearing a long robe and coat, covering her graceful figure, and she was waiting for Lin Qinshu's arrival with a worried expression on her face, supporting her forehead. It was already night, and the music inside the bar had already started. Lin Qinshu pushed the door open and saw Wen Ruxue, who looked exhausted. What's wrong with Manager Wen? It looks like he hasn't rested for days and nights. Wen Ruxue shook her head and made Lin Qinshu a cup of tea. You go first. What's the matter? A few days ago, I beat Li Tianzong up in front of this door, but he came looking for me and hurt my friends. I was going to ask you for information about the other party, but I don't need to now. I've learned from other sources about the power of Genen Long real estate. You're just a weak woman, so you shouldn't get involved. Lin Qinshu could tell from the black material that Genen Long real estate was powerful. Although it was not considered top-notch in the city, it was not something that an ordinary person could be an enemy of. Although he didn't know what kind of background Wen Ruxue had behind her, even if she was strong, she was not his own. In this kind of situation, don't drag others down, just find a way to solve it yourself. I'm very sorry about this. Originally, I was going to ask my third uncle to step in and make Li Jianfu restrain his son a little. But now there's been a change on my third uncle's side, and there's no time to deal with these matters. That's why I let Li Tianzong go to your house to seek revenge. I'll find an opportunity to talk to my third uncle about it. Wen Ruxue said with some shame. Lin Qinshu waved his hand. It's okay. Seeking your protection is not my style. I'll handle this matter myself. What about you? Is there something you want from me? Is the bar short of money? Although it had only been a day or two since he last visited the bar, he was already a different person. 2 days ago, he had been hoping that there would be money in the bar for him to take, but now the balance in his card had made him lose his worries about money. Wen Ruxue stared at him with sparkling eyes, and a resolute look even appeared in her eyes. I want you to support me. Poof. Lin Qinshu, who had just taken a sip of tea, was suddenly scared and spat it out. What the hell kind of words are these? Although he didn't know what kind of family the Wen family was, from what Wen Ruxue meant, the family of her third uncle, who could orderly Jianfu with a single word, should be only strong, not weak. Although Wen Ruxue was an illegitimate daughter, she was also a member of the Wen family, so why was she begging for support here? Lin Qinshu wiped the tea he had spit out and asked lightly, continue. You being able to bring this up means that you must have a request, and I'm more than curious to know what it is. When Ruxue poured Lin Qinshu another cup of tea and continued, my request is very simple. Give me 20 million a year, and during that year I can do anything for you, be your lover, secretary, employee, nanny. You can do anything you want to me for 10 years, for a total of 200 million. You have to pay me 5 years maintenance fees in advance, which is 100 million. Lin Qinshu looked at Wen Ruxue like she was a fool. Do you know how many maids, secretaries, and lovers I can find for 200 million? I can have a different one every day. Where do you get the confidence to think I'll agree to your terms? I may be rich, but I'm not stupid. This woman's demands are extremely unreasonable. Even if you were encrusted with gold, you're not worth 200 million. His maids only get 1 million a year. If you want the miss one, it's better to hire a few more maids with special skills. Wen Ruxue lowered her head and bit her lip. She knew how outrageous her request had been, but she had no other options. As long as she could help her third uncle, she didn't care if it meant sacrificing herself. And now, in her opinion, there was only a glimmer of hope that Lin Qinshu in front of her could help her. Wen Ruxue also knew that she was not worth that price at all, but she still wanted to try. Ding! A beauty with a face value of over 90 points is seeking help from the host. Option 1, grant the other party's request and help Wen Ruxue solve her difficulties. Reward, 800 million in cash and a copy of the Wen family secrets. Option 2, refuse Wen Ruxue's request and ignore it. Reward, 20 billion in cash. It's another task with two tempting options, 800 million in cash and a copy of the Wen family secrets, or 20 billion. But now Lin Qinshu doesn't seem to be lacking money, and he can't stand to see a beautiful woman cry. After thinking about it, he decided to choose the 800 million. Can you tell me why you made this decision? Maybe if I know the reason, I'll be willing to accept your request. Wen Ruxue must have encountered something to make her make such an unreasonable request to be supported. Wen Ruxue sighed and said in a melancholy tone, I am from the Wen family of the demon capital. Although I am only an illegitimate daughter, I have to admit that I have the Wen family's blood flowing through my veins. Lin Qinshu interrupted her when he heard this. The Wen family of the demon capital? Is that impressive? How does that compare to the old Wang of Ye Plaza? Chapter 40, Wen Ruxue under the coat. Wen Ruxue looked at him in surprise. You don't know the Wen family of Magic City? Lin Qinshu shook his head. He is not from Magic City, and as an ordinary student in the past, it was impossible for him to know about those high-end families. Wen Ruxue looked at him and saw that he really didn't know the Wen family of Magic City. He said, the four great families of Magic City are the Wen family, the Shen family, the Zhao family, and the Wang family. These four families create 80% of the annual GDP of the entire city. The old man you mentioned at Ye Plaza is just a member of the Wang family who has been put on the surface. You actually don't know these four great families of Magic City. Lin Qinshu shrugged. Isn't it normal that he doesn't know? I'm not from the demon capital, and the GDP they created wasn't handed over to me, so why do I have to know about those four families? Wen Ruxue was a little speechless. Everyone in the demon capital knew about the four families, and it was surprising that someone of his status and strength didn't know. Wen Ruxue continued, the Wen family is currently ruled by my grandfather, but he recently fell gravely ill. My father is the eldest son of the Wen family, and my second uncle Wen Jiaxu and third uncle Wen Jiaming are currently tallying their achievements and competing for the position of family head. Hearing this, Lin Qinshu probably guessed Wen Ruxue's intentions. What she is doing now should be for this battle for family head. Wen Ruxue remembered their previous meeting, when Lin Qinshu had directly called her Miss One. Although she didn't know where he had learned about her, no one other than her father and third uncle should know her story. Back then, her mother's family were all servants in the Wen family. Although her mother had grown up in the Wen family, she had automatically become a servant of the Wen family after growing up, and her life trajectory was no different from that of her grandmother and the master. My mother met the drunken young master one night and was forcibly possessed by him on the Wen family's upper floor, and I was born as a result. So from the moment I was born, I was not well received by the Wen family, and my mother was driven to her death by the original wife of the Wen family's upper floor. My grandmother and grandfather were also soon driven to their deaths for various targeted reasons. Wen Ruxue hugged herself, her whole body trembling slightly. Lin Qinshu had wanted to reach out and pat her back to comfort her, but then thought that it seemed inappropriate for him to do so at the moment. Wen Ruxue did not notice Lin Qinshu's actions and continued talking to herself. The Wen family is a nightmare for me. My real father never looked at me properly. Only my third uncle, Wen Jiaming, has always helped me in secret. As soon as I turned 18, he secretly sent me away from the Wen family. Over the years, if it weren't for the help of my third uncle, I'm afraid I would have long since been on the streets. Now, my uncle is in danger in the battle for family leadership. The company he runs has $1 billion shortfall. The money cannot be accounted for, and the people involved have long since disappeared. If the shortfall is not made up by tomorrow, not only will he lose his bid for family leadership, he will even spend the rest of his life in prison. Wen Ruxue stood up suddenly as she said this, untied the bow at her waist, and unbuttoned her overcoat. Lin Qinshu's eyes widened suddenly. I am willing to surrender my body, which is still untouched, first. As long as you are willing to help me, I will be yours forever, not just for the next 10 years, but as long as I live. Wen Ruxue increased the stakes. It seems that his uncle occupied a very high position in his heart. Lin Qinshu stood up and turned around, covering his nose, which was about to get hot, and pretended to be calm and said, "How much is still missing?" Wen Ruxue's slightly trembling hand stopped moving, and she looked at him doubtfully. "How much is still missing from your uncle's funding?" "There is still 500 million missing," Wen Ruxue said hastily. Lin Qinshu turned around, and the impactful image was still there. He slowly walked up to her, his gaze burning as he looked at Wen Ruxue, and he held out his hands to cover her overcoat back on. "I promise to grant your request. I will give you the 500 million, and you will be mine from now on. You are not focused right now, and I am not that desperate. Wait until you have finished these matters, and adjust your state of mind to welcome me." Lin Qinshu took out his phone and transferred 500 million to Wen Ruxue. Then he suddenly embraced her waist and kissed her fiercely. Ugh! Wen Ruxue just wanted to push him away, but when her hand touched Lin Qinshu, she didn't push him away hard, because this was her own request. After a long time, their lips parted, and Lin Qinshu turned around and left the office. "The money has been transferred, so come find me after you've taken care of things." Lin Qinshu, who had left the snowfall bar, licked his lips. He had spent 500 million, so he had to charge some interest. The image Wen Ruxue had just given him was too exciting, and he almost couldn't help but rush up to her. Fortunately, he had eaten 2 meals recently, so he was still able to control himself. Now that he wanted Wen Ruxue, the other party must be unwilling inside. With Lin Qinshu's current system, he no longer blindly pursued physical comfort, and spiritual satisfaction was even more important to improve. He not only wanted to get Wen Ruxue's body, but also her heart. The body was already his, so he could eat it whenever he wanted. After a while, he would find the right time to make Wen Ruxue willingly become his woman. After returning to Yunlu Villa, as soon as he entered the door, the maids came up to him to take off his shoes, because he hadn't told them he was coming home for dinner, so no dinner had been prepared yet. "Schwer, don't bother cooking, order takeout today." Lin Qinshu took out his phone and made a call to Sun Ji. "Manager Sun, do you have the phone number of the Man Hangu restaurant? I want to order some takeaway." Lin Qinshu had heard of the Man Hangu restaurant when he arrived in Shanghai. It was said that they could cook all kinds of Chinese food, even the Manchuhan Imperial Feast, although it was not as good as Shouyoung Ji's. You had to book a month in advance for the Manchuhan Imperial Feast. And there were always endless queues of people waiting to eat there, so much so that if you went to queue up for a number today, you would probably get one for next month. Sun Ji was a little speechless. He had the phone number of the Man Hangu, but the other party did not do takeaways. "Mr. Lin, the Man Hangu does not do takeaways. Otherwise, I will get you a number in line and you can go over there and eat." Sun Ji's emotional intelligence is relatively high. If the boss's method does not work, he will suggest another method. "It's okay, just give me the phone number, I'll talk to them." Lin Qinshu then got the phone number of the manager on duty at the Man Hangu. "Hello, this is the Man Hangu. How may I help you?" A deep male voice came from the other end of the phone. "I want to order takeaway and have it delivered to me." Lin Qinshu said casually. "I'm sorry, sir, but we don't accept takeaway at the Manhangu. I can give you a number to wait for takeaway. The number is up to the 15th of next month. You can come to the Manhangu to eat then. The duty manager's tone was very calm, as if he had received many such calls. Chapter 41, The Red Envelope Game. The numbers taken at the Manhangu today will not be ready for a month. The restaurant is so popular that their staff are full of pride and refuse these rude requests. I was planning to spend 3 million yuan to have a Manhangu meal at home, but since you don't think I'm worth it, that's fine, I'll find another restaurant that delivers. Lin Qinshu said with some regret. Wait. Sir, please give me an address immediately. I happen to have a team of chefs who are idle here, and I will have them bring the ingredients over. The duty manager first froze for a moment, and then quickly reacted. 3 million, just one meal can do 3 million in sales, and he, the duty manager, can instantly remove the word duty from his title. Although I don't know if what the other person said was true or not, when the time comes, I will let the chef collect a deposit after he arrives at your home. There is no shortage of rich people in Shanghai, so it is likely to be true. Oh, that's fine. Yunlu Villa number 1, hurry over, I'm hungry. Bring me all the top quality ingredients from your restaurant, Manhangu. 3 million should be enough to pay for your food. You don't need 3 million to eat the entire Manhan Quanxi banquet. Lin Qinshu's request for Manhangu to prepare takeaway food for him was purely his own wicked sense of fun after becoming rich. He just wanted to see if these unruly people would ultimately give up their pride for money. As it turned out, they did. If he had been poor, he would probably have given up his so-called dignity for money too. Yunlu Villa. The manager on duty was overjoyed. This order is a sure thing. Yunlu Villa is a gathering place for people with a house price of over 100 million yuan. The people inside are no longer rich, they are all tycoons. 15 minutes later, the people from Manhan Pavilion arrived, followed by a bus and a large truck, a team of 20 chefs, and a team of cleaning staff. The truck was loaded with top-quality ingredients and kitchenware. The chefs began setting up in Lin Qinshu's courtyard. From the way they were doing this, it seemed that this was not the first time that the Han Dynasty Pavilion had done this kind of export. Just a moment ago, they were still acting high and mighty in front of him. One of the chefs came up to Lin Qinshu with a gift box. Mr. Lin, this is the Gujinggong wine that our Han Dynasty Pavilion is sending you. Although it is not the most expensive one, this bottle also reaches the high price of 300,000. As the saying goes, Chinese food goes with white wine, and Western food goes with red wine. Lin Qinshu took it and casually put it down. He was not a heavy drinker and was not very interested in alcohol. Moreover, his wine cellar was full of expensive white wines, so this bottle of 300,000 yuan wine really did not catch his eye. After paying the promised 3 million yuan to the Han Man Pavilion, the chefs worked even faster. In less than half an hour, the 5-meter-long dining table was already full of dishes. Lin Qinshu called the maids to come out and eat together, each carrying a small bowl and wandering around eating. Lin Qinshu also opened the 300,000 yuan bottle of wine, poured a glass for each person, and went to the back to drink. He then asked Li Qing to go to the underground wine cellar and bring out a few more bottles of Maotai for the chefs to drink with them. Lin Qinshu was drunk, and the people in the Manhan Pavilion had already packed up and left. The women were also very drunk, and they looked at Lin Qinshu with dazed eyes. Everyone took out their phones and played a game of grabbing red envelopes. The person who grabbed the least would have to accept a punishment, and the person who grabbed the most would get a reward. I don't know if everyone was drunk and didn't hear it, or if they couldn't react in time. The scene became very quiet. Li Qing was the first to react, smiling and saying to everyone, hurry up and get your phones out. The women took out their phones, and Li Qing took the lead in creating a group chat, and Lin Qinshu sent out a red envelope. Yang Man got the best luck, while Xiaxi got the least. The person who got the most could ask the person who got the least to do something for them, and they would get a reward. Lin Qinshu gave the reward to Yang Man first, transferring 100,000 yuan. Since Lin Qinshu transferred the money in the group chat, everyone saw it. They all thought it was a bad joke on Lin Qinshu's part, so they all cooperated, but they were just going through the motions. Who would have thought it was a cash reward, and it was 100,000 yuan? The girl's spirits were instantly lifted. Yang Nan immediately threw herself into Lin Qinshu's arms after receiving the reward, and gave him a kiss. She had already been won over by Lin Qinshu from the bottom of her heart, so she naturally didn't act coy about these things. Master, can I tell her to do whatever I want? Everyone else has to cooperate, right? Yang Man blinked her big eyes. Of course, everyone has to cooperate with the punishment of the winner, including me. Lin Qinshu patted his chest to reassure her. Yang Man looked at Xiaoxi with a wicked smile. Xiaoxi has to kiss her master for 3 minutes without a break, and it has to be a deep kiss. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi's face, which was already a little flushed from drinking, instantly turned even redder. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up. Originally, he had only planned to give the maids a red envelope to help spice things up, but he didn't expect there to be such benefits. Yang Man is still the sensible one. Lin Qinshu added fuel to the fire. Xiaoxi is a relatively shy girl. If he doesn't add fuel to the fire, she might be able to act coy all night. Hearing this, Xiaoxi hurriedly moved her body to Lin Qinshu's side and went up to him. Regardless of whether she was willing to give away the 10,000 red envelopes, just because of a game that made the host unhappy, the loss would outweigh the gain. 3 minutes later, Xiaoxi's eyes had become very hazy, and at this moment, Lin Qinshu seemed to be able to do whatever he wanted. Lin Qinshu was also a little unable to hold back. If it weren't for the presence of the other women, he would really have to carry Xiaoxi to the room. The second round of the red envelope game began. This time, Yang Man became the object of punishment for grabbing the least, and Li Shui became the one with the best luck. Yang Man was the one punished this round, and as for the content, she only had to wash Lin Qinshu's face. In the third round of the red envelope game, the two people who grabbed the least this time were actually two people: Yu Qian and Han Shuang. The two of them grabbed 1888 red envelopes at the same time, and naturally, the punishment was also shared by the two of them. Yang Man once again had the best luck, and Yang Man's face revealed an evil smile. Yu Qian and Han Shuang, one standing in front and the other standing behind, fill in the blanks yourself. Lin Qinshu silently praised Yang Man again in his heart. The sensible Yang Man must be rewarded more in the future. Yu Qian and Han Shuang had already drunk wine, and since the game had already reached this point, although they were shy, they did not act coy and directly completed Yang Man's punishment. After completing the punishment, Yang Man teased them, saying, "You guys are really something, aren't you? You can give a red envelope to revoke the punishment, since you've taken so much anyway." The two women immediately started to fight with Yang Man. Throughout the game, Lin Qinshu was happy, but the women all blushed. During the 2-hour game, none of the women were spared, and they all took the best and the least, with no one being spared from punishment. Ben thought Yang Man would get the most rewards, but it turned out to be Songyu. Chapter 42. I'll help you. Songyu was punished once for an intense kiss. The rest of the time, she was either the best or just average. In the future, you don't have to stay at home every day. You can go out and play if you want. Although this job is relatively easier, I can't lock you up every day. After Lin Qinshu finished speaking, he told everyone to go back and take a shower and rest. He also went back to his room. If he continued playing, his body would not be able to handle it. He hurriedly went back to take a cold shower to lower his temperature, and then later called Young Man over to play some adult games. Lin Qinshu finished showering and lay on the bed. He had drunk quite a bit tonight, and he didn't know if the maids had finished showering yet. He was just in the right state to sober up, and he wasn't sleepy at all. He took out his phone and planned to call Young Man over, when he suddenly remembered that he had received Do coins before, but he had been so busy these few days that he had not even had time to open Douyin. Now he could finally watch the live broadcast in peace and quiet. With so many Do coins, he had to spend them somehow. He would watch the live broadcast for a while and then call Young Man over. He opened Douyin and spent half a day browsing, but he didn't see anything good to watch. Perhaps it was because he didn't often watch live broadcasts, so big data recommended everything to him, and he was dazzled by the choices. Suddenly Lin Qinshu swiped to a familiar person, but this familiarity was not knowing each other, but a girl he had known before. This girl was called Xiaoyu, a game commentator, and it seems that she was also the official host of the game. She has been out for many years. When she first came out, she was very popular because of her outstanding appearance and excellent professional skills. Later, more and more new generation commentators appeared, and her popularity gradually declined. Xiaoyu is not very good at self-promotion, and she can only barely hold her own in the world of hosting and commentary thanks to her good looks and excellent professional skills. One thing that attracts her fans is that she has never had a scandal, and she has never been seen with a man. Unlike other female hosts and commentators, although she rose quickly, she had too much gossip and lost her fans quickly. Today is Xiaoyu's first Douyin live broadcast, and there are only a few dozen people in the live broadcast room. Xiaoyu's business has been declining recently, and her hosting work has been taken over by other newcomers who know how to work the crowd. As an old-timer, she doesn't have much work as a host and commentator, and can only tweet and post on social media every day to maintain her presence. Due to contractual reasons, she can't just go live whenever she wants, and today happens to be the day her contract expires. She doesn't want to renew it, so she decided to go live on Douyin to see how it goes. As it turned out, her popularity plummeted. Although it was also because she didn't build up momentum for the live broadcast, the number of organic recommendations and retention showed that she should probably quit the industry. Thank you to all the brothers who still support me. My contract with the game company has expired, and I may not plan to do this in the future. To thank you for your support, I'll send out a lucky bag for everyone to grab. Xiaoyu looked a little dejected. Why? A whiteboard account named Shuangmu Kinchashi typed out a line of text. Because there weren't many people in the live broadcast room, the words didn't scroll quickly. Xiaoyu happened to see this message, so she pretended to be relaxed and said, "There's nothing I can do. My business skills are not good, and I have less and less work. Every day I sit on the bench, so I might as well go out and try my luck. I originally wanted to see if the live broadcast effect could help me make a career change, but now there are only about 30 people watching, so it seems like a career change won't work either." Is Xiaoyu going to quit the circle? No, if my goddess quits the circle, I'll just have to watch those female hosts who are just going through the motions. Is Xiaoyu quitting the circle because she's getting married? Is she getting out of the single life and getting married and having kids? Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh out loud as she read the scrolling words. She's not getting married, and she doesn't know what to do for now. She might want to travel first and see the outside world, and then make plans after she comes back. Is it your idea to quit the circle, or are you being forced to do it? Shuangmu Qinjia asked again. Xiaoyu saw it and patiently replied, "Of course I'm being forced. Even if I don't have any lofty ambitions, I still have to eat, right? And I really love this job, it's just that there are fewer and fewer opportunities. Anyway, there are 30 seconds left before you can grab the lucky bags." She just sent out 30 lucky bags, charging 2,000 points. There are more than 30 people in each bag, and each person can still grab an average of 666 Do coins, which is also 66 yuan when converted back. And there is no limit to the lucky bags. Some lucky bags in the live broadcast room need attention, and you even need to join the fan group to receive them. I'll help you. Shuangmu Imperial Envoy said again, and suddenly the entire screen was occupied by a huge carnival gift. Shit. Who the hell sent this gift, blocking me from grabbing the lucky bag? You can still click even if it's blocked. Hurry up and click hard, and you can open the lucky bag. Mine got stuck by this carnival and the lucky bag is gone. Wait, was that a carnival just now? Has a big brother finally come to Xiaoyu's live broadcast room? It was sent by the whiteboard number who just said they would help Xiaoyu. The people in the live broadcast room, who had just reacted, checked who the person who had just sent the carnival was. After the Shuangmu Imperial Envoy had sent a carnival, he instantly reached level 3 and was no longer a whiteboard. Xiaoyu was also confused. Just now, that was a carnival, 30,000 Do coins for a carnival, which is equivalent to 3,000 yuan in cash. After deducting the platform fee, she still had more than 2,000 yuan in her hands, and the money she had just spent on the lucky bags had been returned. Big brother Shuangmu, there's no need to send gifts, I'm not going to do this anymore, let's just chat together. Xiaoyu persuaded. She really didn't want people to send her gifts. Since she was going to quit, she didn't want to fleece her followers, and she wanted to leave a good impression on herself with some dignity. The Shuangmu Imperial Envoy didn't say anything, and another carnival was swiped out. Before the live broadcast room could react, carnivals appeared one after the other. The popularity of the live broadcast room was also detected by the system, and it began to recommend this live broadcast room to people watching the broadcast. In the past, many people played that game, so many people knew Xiaoyu, and when they saw that it was Xiaoyu's live broadcast room, they all stopped by. Holy cow! My phone screen is stuck when I swipe like this in Carnival. Dude, is it possible that your phone is too lame and you've switched to a new one? Isn't that Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu is also streaming on Douyin. This was my favorite goddess in the beginning, but she's been busy with life in recent years and I haven't watched her game commentary in a long time. More and more people are entering the live broadcast room, and Shuangmu Qianqi's gifts are still being constantly swiped. Xiaoyu is completely confused and sends a private message to Shuangmu Qianqi in the background, asking him to stop swiping. However, the Shuangmu Imperial Envoy did not pay any attention to her and continued to vigorously stream the carnival. By streaming so much carnival, has Xiaoyu met a big shot? Not necessarily. It could be that Xiaoyu has signed with a company and they are building up her popularity. There are companies that spend hundreds of thousands of dollars building up popularity, but they have already streamed millions of dollars worth. Yes, Xiaoyu's popularity is not yet worth that much investment from those companies. Then it must be a big shot. Xiaoyu, you must seize the opportunity. Chapter 43, Is the palace being demolished? Xiaoyu gave up struggling when she saw the screen full of carnival gifts. She sent a thank you message in the private chat window and returned to the live broadcast interface. After the spree by Shuangmu Qinxia, Xiaoyu's live broadcast room instantly shot to the top of the Douyin live broadcast gift rankings. After spamming 6,666 carnival gifts, Shuangmu Qinxia's level also broke through to 60. The number of people in the broadcast room also reached 100,000 plus viewers, suddenly making this uninteresting broadcast room popular. Just as the broadcast room was still discussing heatedly whether it was a godly hero who had arrived, or whether it was a guild helping, Shuangmu Qinxia stopped sending gifts and exited the broadcast room. This move made Xiaoyu confused for a moment. This Shuangmu Qinxia only said 3 sentences in total before entering, and then started to send gifts like crazy. In one night, he gave Xiaoyu 200 million do coins worth of gifts. Even the platform's most demanding algorithm would have given Xiaoyu 10 million of these gifts. However, the other person didn't say anything and just left the broadcast room without doing anything. The help that the Shuangmu inspector said he would give her actually did help, because Xiaoyu's fan base skyrocketed by nearly 1 million overnight. With this fan base, she would have a large number of people watching whenever she went live, and she could even start live streaming to promote products. Xiaoyu hurriedly left a message in the private chat window to Shuangmu Qinxia, sending her personal WeChat ID. After all, she had helped her, so she had to get to know her a little to express her gratitude. At this time, at Cloudwood Villa No. 1, Lin Qinxiu was looking for a mobile phone charger. He was the Shuangmu Qinxia in Xiaoyu's live broadcast room just now. He had originally wanted to spend 100 million do coins, but only managed to spend 20 million before his phone ran out of power. It was the first time he had rewarded a gift, and he didn't know that he could keep sending gifts by pressing and holding. When he found out later, his phone was almost out of battery. Now that his phone is charged, he doesn't plan to go back in. He can just go back in another day when he has time and send another wave of gifts. After all, he has a lot of do coins, and after spending the whole night sending gifts, he still has 800 million do coins left. The main thing is that he used to like Xiaoyu's commentary very much, and now that he has the means, he just sends gifts as he pleases. Lin Qinxiu looked at the time. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. Yang Man should be asleep, so he simply didn't call her over. Tomorrow was Monday, and he still had to go to class. This weekend had been really fulfilling. It was just that in the middle of the night, there had been a little incident in Lin Qinxiu's room. He seemed to have done something while half asleep, but he didn't know who the other person was. In the morning, sunlight shone into the room through the window. Lin Qinxiu had forgotten to draw the curtains last night, and was awakened by this ray of sunshine. Thinking about what happened last night when he was half asleep, he hurriedly looked aside. He saw Li Qing tilt her head towards him, her closed eyes uncontrollably trembling. This look meant that she had already woken up and was pretending to sleep. Lin Qinxiu raised the corner of his mouth in a wicked smile and began to play a trick. Ah! Li Qing exclaimed, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Lin Qinxiu saw Li Qing's state and immediately knew the reason. The 6 maids were still acceptable, because they were hired as virgins. He just didn't expect Li Qing, who had been in society for many years, to be the same type as the 6 maids. Li Qing is a smart woman. She knows what is important for a woman, and it is not just important for her, but even more important for men. What is important for a woman can bring men a sense of satisfaction and vanity, and even make men feel that she is their trophy. So when she hasn't met a man who is worth her investment, she has always kept herself pure. Now that she has met Lin Qinxiu, she has made up her mind and is ready to give herself to him. Lin Qinxiu kisses Li Qing's forehead, whispers, "Take a good rest today. Put everything else aside and get your health back first." Li Qing nods happily inside, and seeing Lin Qinxiu's attitude, she knows that she has bet right this time. Lin Qinxiu tidied up and drove to the school. Passing by the school gate, he handed 2 cigarettes to the security guard and asked him to help get a license plate. The security guard patted his chest excitedly and promised that he would just need to let him know in the future and he would guarantee unimpeded access to the campus. On campus, students heading to the teaching building saw Lin Qinxiu's car and were all talking about it. Is this the person who took away Yi Xianghua from the dormitory the day before? Lamborghini poison, who else could it be but the beast from the best dormitory? I don't know why this guy has suddenly become so high profile. Could it be a demolition household? It's hard to say, you can either win the lottery or have your home demolished to become rich overnight. Was the palace demolished? That was a luxury car worth hundreds of millions, what demolition could pay that much? Damn, why can't someone as handsome and charming as me encounter this kind of sudden wealth? Anyone need to pee? Wake him up for me. I'll do it, I've got yellow urine. Senpai. Lin Qinshu had just got off the bus when Ye Mengxi ran up to him. It seemed that a day of rest had already restored her. Lin Qinshu petted her head fondly. Feeling better? Ye Mengxi blushed. Much better. 3 girls walked up behind Ye Mengxi and looked at him with hostility. This is the senpai you've been talking about. Lin Qinshu was puzzled. Why were these 3 girls so hostile? He didn't seem to have offended them, and he didn't even know them. Senior, let me introduce you to my 3 roommates and best friends, Yao Jingjing, Wan Xingqing, and Wang Ying. Ye Mengxi tugged on Yao Jingjing, who was talking. Lin Qinshu's face revealed a look of sudden enlightenment. No wonder there was so much hostility, most likely they were afraid Ye Mengxi would meet a scumbag. Good morning, ladies. I am Meng Meng's boyfriend, Lin Qinshu. Meng Meng is lucky to have sisters who care about her so much. Lin Qinshu said with a smile, making a double entendre. On the surface, he was saying that they cared about Ye Mengxi, but in fact, he was saying that they were meddling. But the girls in Meng Meng's dormitory are not bad looking. Although they don't have Ye Mengxi's 90-point looks, they are also above 85 points. I'm warning you, you have to treat our Meng Meng well, otherwise, you'll be sorry. Wang Ying brandished her tiny fist. Lin Qinshu smiled. Of course. If I'm not good to Meng Meng, who will I be good to? I'll go to class first, wait for me for lunch. Lin Qinshu kissed Ye Mengxi's forehead and walked towards the teaching building. Lin Qinshu, who had entered the classroom, suddenly felt the stares of the people around him, including envious and jealous stares. Today's classroom was unusually full, and Lin Qinshu thought he had walked into the wrong classroom. Beast, this way. Li Wuqi waved from the back row and shouted. Chapter 44, The Sixth School Beauty Su Weiwei. What's going on? Why are there so many people in this law class today? Lin Qinshu sat down next to the dormitory trio. Today's class is with the medical class. Li Wuqi said excitedly. Lin Qinshu looked at his bruised face and couldn't help but say, do you need the medical class to help you treat the bruises on your face? What's so exciting about it? And why does the medical class need to take law class? Are they afraid of medical disputes? Li Wuqi rolled his eyes and rubbed the bruises on his face. What the hell do you know? Don't you know that Su Weiwei is in the medical class? We are able to take the same class as the school beauty Su Weiwei today. Do you know how many people outside are envious of us? Lin Qinshu pouted and said disdainfully, look at your worthless appearance, she's just a school flower. No matter how pretty she is, she can't be as pretty as Meng Meng. Fan Zhengxiang also spoke up at this time, Su Weiwei is different from Yi Shanghua. Yi Shanghua is the lively and playful type, but Su Weiwei is elegant and has a holy image. Li Wuqi gave Fan Zhengxiang a look that said, you know what I mean. I have Yan Yan now, so the so-called school flower is just another woman in my eyes. Xia Lu flipped through his book without even looking up. He is a romantic, and Guan Yan is childhood sweethearts. Xia Lu's current state is just like Lin Qinshu at the beginning, with only his own target in his eyes, not tolerating any other girls. Li Wuqi gave him a contemptuous middle finger. The last person to say this had already broken up, and that was Lin Qinshu. Suddenly, the entire class's gaze shifted to the classroom door, and a white figure slowly walked in from the door. Her long, straight hair fell down her back, her hands clasped a book, her big, bright eyes blinked, capturing the hearts of everyone. She had a light and airy aura about her, and her gait and movements really made people feel that she was a gentle person. It seemed that at that moment, all the boys in the class were captivated. Ding! A beauty with a face value of over 90 points has been detected. Name, Su Weiwei. Face value, 94. Age, 20. Height, 171. Bust, 36D. Favorability, 50. Ding! The host has detected that the beauty with a face value of over 90 has been met again, triggering the rescue mission. Option 1, use every means to cure Su Weiwei's brain disease, reward +1 spiritual point, proficient in medical skills. Option 2. Use every means to cure Su Weiwei's brain disease, and at the same time make the other person fall in love with you. Reward +1 spiritual point, proficient in medical skills, and a pair of adamantine kidneys. Ha! Lin Qinshu was not surprised that the system has issued a task when a beautiful woman appears. What is strange is that the reward for this task is roughly the same. Both options let him cure Su Weiwei. I'm not a fucking doctor, so how can I cure her? You have to give me the proficient in medicine skill first, so that I can cure her. Lin Qinshu was speechless for a while, but Su Weiwei was the second most attractive girl he had ever met, with a score of 94. Don't look at this score as just a little higher, it's already a lot of improvement for the appearance. And why does this system insist that I treat this woman? The only difference between the two options is that during the mission, Su Weiwei has to fall in love with him, and the reward is the Vajra kidney, which sounds like something that people would desire. After all, there are more women these days, and the amount of exercise in the past 2 days has exceeded the standard. Even if his physical fitness has improved, his kidneys can't handle it anymore. But I really didn't realize that this delicate-looking Su Weiwei actually had such a strong foundation. For that Vajra kidney, she'll have to fight for it. If not, she'll have to exhaust every means to complete the first task and obtain the proficiency in medicine. With the proficiency in medicine, she'll be able to help her family and those around her with this skill. And even if she doesn't get that Vajra kidney, she can still regulate her own physique through medicine and prescriptions. Weiwei, come sit with me. In the classroom, a handsome man was waving his hands frantically. Li Wuqi leaned over to the crowd and whispered, "That's Shenli, the top second-generation rich kid in the city, who's been courting Su Weiwei for a long time." But Su Weiwei doesn't even pay him any mind. The main thing is that Shenli's sister is Xinyu, another campus queen at our university. Lin Qinshu glanced at Shenli and noticed that he was still very handsome. To have a campus queen for a sister, their family's genes must not be bad. Moreover, Xinyu and Shenli are both from the Shen family in the Demon City. Li Wuqi, one of the 4 great families in the Demon City, added, and Lin Qinshu looked at Li Wuqi slightly surprised. How do you know everything? You're so nosy. A big man, paying attention to these gossip news all day long. Everyone in the classroom was watching to see if Su Weiwei would fall at the feet of the top second-generation rich in the Demon City. The entire classroom was packed, except for Shenli, who had a seat next to him that he had reserved for Su Weiwei, and there were only seats next to the 4 people in the best dormitory. Shenli's seat was for Su Weiwei, and anyone who wanted to sit there was driven away. The best dormitory had formed an aura of excellence, and no one wanted to get too close to them. Lin Qinshu was the last of the 4 to arrive, and he also sat at the very end, with the remaining seats just next to him. Everyone in the class had also heard the news on the campus forum. One was Shenli, the son of the Shen family from the Magic City, and the other was Lin Qinshu, the representative of the overnight rich who drove a luxury car worth hundreds of millions. In their opinion, Lin Qinshu must have been rich originally, but he had been low-key in the past. Recently, for some reason, he suddenly became high-profile. These 2 top second-generation rich were secretly competing with each other. Whoever Su Weiwei chose would represent whoever had won the initial confrontation. Su Weiwei glanced at the only 2 remaining seats in the classroom, and then walked over to Lin Qinshu. Everyone at the school knew that Shenli was courting her, so she definitely wouldn't sit next to him. She didn't want to be seen as having anything to do with him. Lin Qinshu was different. She didn't know him, but she had heard in the past 2 days that Ye Mengxi was dating the man in front of her. A man with a girlfriend would always behave himself in public, and it would be obvious that the seat next to Lin Qinshu was a better choice. "Classmate, may I sit here?" Su Weiwei walked over to Lin Qinshu's side and asked softly. Lin Qinshu's eyebrows furrowed slightly. He suddenly felt that the woman in front of him was not as innocent and pure as she appeared to be, and a feeling of being used suddenly arose in his heart. Shenli invited Su Weiwei to sit next to him in front of the whole class, but Su Weiwei ignored him and walked straight over to Lin Qinshu's side. This was completely provoking a conflict between Lin Qinshu and Shenli. Although Lin Qinshu didn't care about Shenli, he still felt uncomfortable being used like this. The beautiful woman in front of him suddenly made him disgusted. Even if there was a reward of a Vajra kidney, he was not interested anymore. Chapter 45, The Background Horror of Su Xia. It doesn't matter, the classroom isn't mine. If it were mine, I wouldn't let you sit down. Lin Qinshu said indifferently. As soon as these words came out, the entire classroom instantly fell silent. Su Xianghua was rejected? And she was rebuked? Are rich people just so uncaring? Su Weiwei's expression froze for a moment, and she gave a faint smile as if she didn't care about what had just been said, and she still chose to sit down next to Lin Qinshu. Bang! Shinli slammed the table. You don't know how to appreciate good things. It's your honor that Weiwei is willing to sit next to you. Apologize to Weiwei immediately, or I'll show you why flowers are so red. Lin Qinshu sneered, looking at the other person with disdain and saying, another dead-licking dog. Everyone in the classroom felt that there would be a good show to watch immediately after hearing this. These two rich second-generation kids were competing against each other, and they were the ones who loved to watch this kind of commotion the most. What do you want? A female teacher in a white professional dress and a high ponytail walked into the classroom and shouted. She heard the noisy voices before she entered the classroom, and as soon as she entered, she saw Shinli crawling up from the table, looking like he was about to fight. Ding! A beauty with a face value of over 90 points has been detected. Name, Su Xia. Face value, 93. Age, 26. Height, 169. Bust, 34D. Favorability, 0. Su Xia walked to the front of the classroom, picked up the microphone on the table, and said to everyone, if you don't want to listen to the lecture, just get the hell out. Shinli was about to say something, but for some reason, he didn't say anything in the end, and sat down resentfully. Lin Qinshu's eyes lit up when he saw this teacher. She was another 90-point beauty, but this time the system didn't release any missions. In theory, every time a beauty with a score of 90 points or higher appears, it should be accompanied by a mission. The classroom was large enough that the voice of a single person could not reach every corner of the classroom, so there would be a microphone in this kind of large classroom. Su Xia saw that the students had quieted down and said, I am your future law teacher. My name is Su Xia. In the future, you two classes will take my class together. If any of you don't want to, you don't have to come. Next year, when you make up for the failed subject, maybe I won't be teaching you. Also, because of the lack of teaching resources at the school, most of the classes for your two classes will be taken together, so what you have to do is get along well. Do you understand? The last sentence of the slightly authoritative words made the students involuntarily reply, understood. Lin Qinshu looked at Su Xia on the stage and was full of admiration. A beautiful 26-year-old teacher actually had such an air of authority, and her domineering appearance seemed to be innate. These students were not much younger than Su Xia, but they were made to tremble at her words, and no one dared to speak out. What made Lin Qinshu feel the strangest was his two roommates, Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang. These two were like jackals with green eyes and drooling at the sight of any beautiful woman with a score of 80 or above. But after seeing Su Xia, they didn't dare say a word. They even suppressed the green light in their eyes, for fear of attracting Su Xia's attention. What's wrong with you two? Is this new teacher an elder in your family? You're so scared. Lin Qinshu looked at the two of them in puzzlement. Li Wuqi quickly put up a finger and placed it by his mouth to hush. This scene made Lin Qinshu even more confused. What were these two guys afraid of? Fan Jianxiang explained from the side, don't look at this beautiful teacher. She may be pretty, but her identity is even more intimidating. She is the daughter of Su Banning, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of the Demon City. Can't you see that Shinli, one of the four princes of the Demon City, dares not even make a sound? Li Wuqi also added from the side, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee is just a piece of cake. Her father also has an older brother, the god of war of the southern military region, and her grandfather is one of the founding generals. It is said that when Su Xia was in junior high school, a boy blocked her way home in order to woo her. Although nothing happened at the time, that night, a fighter jet from the southern military region took off. Since then, the boy has never been seen again, and along with his family, they disappeared without a trace. Holy shit. Is this a fucking official background or a triad background? Su Xia's identity is that her father is the secretary of the Shanghai Municipal Party Committee, her brother is the god of war in the military region, and her grandfather is still a member of the Red Generation. No wonder Su Xia has such a commanding presence, and a single sentence from him can make Shinli Du, one of the four princes of the Devil's Metropolis, stay put. Hey, how do you guys know all this stuff? For Li Wuqi and Fan Jianxiang to know all this is already beyond the scope of gossip. Ordinary people shouldn't know these things, after all, the descendants of the Red Generation are known for their low profile. Forum, as I said the other day, there's a new beautiful teacher at our school called Su Xia. As soon as Fan and I heard that she was beautiful, we hurried to the forum to look at the photos of the beautiful woman and participate in the discussion. As a result, someone who knew the information broke the story. Lin Qinshu glanced at Xia Lu, as if asking if he knew about it too. Xia Lu shrugged. I don't read the forum. If I had the time, I would have gone on a video call with Yan Yan. Su Weiwei, who was sitting next to Lin Qinshu, also heard their conversation. It seemed that her eyes were fixed on the podium, but in fact, she was shocked inside. I never would have thought that the new teacher had such a powerful background. Su Weiwei couldn't help but think that if she could get along with the teacher, then Shenli and the other boys would probably stop harassing her. She had no interest in romance right now. She had started having seizures again, and Su Weiwei had chosen to study medicine in order to cure her of this rare disease, a disease that there were only a few cases of in the entire world. Ding! A beautiful girl with a face value of over 90 has been detected. Option 1, skip class and molest Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom. Bonus, proficient in chess. Option 2, skip class and molest Su Xia in front of everyone in the classroom. Bonus, proficient in chess and marksmanship. Here it comes, a mission. Oh, but is this mission asking him to go and get himself killed? Skipping class is no big deal, at most he'll fail the class, but molesting Su Xia, the other party has a military commander as a brother. After the molestation, will he not even know how he died? Especially the second item, there will be physical contact during the molestation. System, can I not do this task? Ding! There will be no punishment for not doing the task, but if the host is unable to complete such a simple task, the chance of subsequent trigger tasks will become smaller. The host decides at his own discretion. Lin Qinshu's face was unsettled, but in the end he gritted his teeth and decided to do it, otherwise if the system didn't give him tasks in the future, then he would have no tears to shed. This time Lin Qinshu planned to choose the first option, just flirt a little. If he got the hang of it, he might even lose his life. He had just obtained the system not long ago, and hadn't properly enjoyed the benefits yet. Just then, the scene of their group whispering was seen by Su Xia. Chapter 46. You molest me now. The male student in the penultimate row, the one in white, stand up for me. Su Xia said sternly. It so happened that the entire back row only had Lin Qinshu and Su Weiwei wearing white, and most of the others were black or royal blue. The four of them spoke, but in the end, because they were all wearing the same color, Su Xia couldn't tell them apart, so she had to rely on the color of their clothes, and as it happened, she chose Lin Qinshu. Lin Qinshu slowly stood up and stared straight at Su Xia. He was just thinking about how to complete the task when he was suddenly called. Which class? What's your name? Su Xia is a new teacher, and she doesn't know a single student in this classroom, let alone which class they are in. Lin Qinshu, Sociology Class 1. Lin Qinshu said casually. Su Xia frowned at his attitude. Did you hear what I just said? Repeat it. Lin Qinshu gave a slight smile. I'm sorry, but the teacher's voice was so pleasant that it made me daydream, so I didn't hear anything clearly. The whole audience was silent. They even looked at Lin Qinshu with frightened expressions. Shenli even threw him a gloating look. Most people in the classroom would go on the campus forum, and even those who didn't would have heard from someone nearby about Su Xia's identity just now. Knowing that Su Xia's identity was so powerful, how dare he make a pass at her? Su Xia was instantly outraged. For so many years, no one had dared to speak to her like that since the incident when the missing male student had blocked her way. Fine, if you can't hear me, come up here. It just so happens that I need a teaching assistant for today's class, so you'll do. Su Xia thought of a way to deal with Lin Qinshu. Su Xia had learned some self-defense techniques from her brother, and she could use this to punish the student who had dared to molest her. Her self-defense techniques had been certified by her brother, and even ordinary soldiers could do nothing against her. Lin Qinshu walked to the front of the podium, and the two stood together, creating the most adorable height difference. Su Xia turned to the other students and said, "Today I will give you a general introduction to the laws that correspond to different degrees of harassment of girls. You, consider yourself a scoundrel, now molest me." Lin Qinshu froze, and all the students in the classroom were also dumbfounded. What kind of outrageous words are these, actually making someone directly molest her? Lin Qinshu quickly reacted, "It seems that there is a conspiracy, but how can you not take advantage of the physical contact that comes your way? I was just worried that there was no way to complete the task." Lin Qinshu reached out and touched Su Xia's waist. Su Xia grabbed his hands with both hands, quickly turned her back around, and tried to give Lin Qinshu a shoulder throw. However, Lin Qinshu did not move at all, and at the same time quickly reached out with the other hand and slapped her behind where she was facing Lin Qinshu. Ah! Su Xia let go of Lin Qinshou's arm in surprise, looking at him angrily. Lin Qinshou said with a wicked smile, "Teacher, didn't you just try to shoulder throw me? I don't have any distinguishing features, except for my strong lower body." Su Xia was furious, her face flushed. She had never been touched by a stranger of the opposite sex before, and Lin Qinshou had just hit her there. That kind of situation just now was considered elementary molestation of a woman, and the perpetrator would be subject to at least 15 days of criminal detention. Although the fall had not been successful, the lesson still needed to continue. "Now put your hands on my shoulders," Su Xia said between clenched teeth. Lin Qinshou cooperated and put his hands on her shoulders. Su Xia raised her hands, intending to push Lin Qinshou's hands away, and then hit his face with her head. However, her hands were not pushed away, but were instead pulled into Lin Qinshou's embrace. "Let go of me," Su Xia shouted, her face red with anger, as Lin Qinshou held her in his arms. "Teacher, didn't you say to let me play the rogue? Do you think the rogues outside will listen to you?" Lin Qinshou laughed in a mean way. "Let go of me at once." Su Xia's anger was about to reach its peak. Thinking about teaching Lin Qinshou a lesson, she ended up being taken advantage of instead. Seeing this, Lin Qinshou let go of her hand, not teasing Su Xia anymore. The task had been over-completed, and the next step was to skip class. "You don't need to attend class today, get out." Su Xia pointed at the classroom door. "Teacher, I did all this to cooperate with you, but you're being a bit unreasonable now." Lin Qinshou looked innocent. Everyone can see what you're thinking. Don't think that just because you know a little martial arts, you can do whatever you want. Get out of here. Stand there, and come with me to the office after class." Lin Qinshou deliberately took advantage of her, but she was the one who told the other person to come up, and now she was angry when she saw the other person. Lin Qinshou shrugged his shoulders and left the classroom. However, he didn't listen to Su Xia and instead left the school building directly. On the way, he sent a message to Ye Mengxi, "Meng, is class over? What do you want to eat for lunch?" Ye Mengxi didn't reply, so he could only go back to the dormitory first. He wouldn't stay by the classroom door, which was different from his mission of skipping class. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, the system's mission completion tone sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Grant the other party's request and help Wen Ruxue solve the problem. Reward, 800 million in cash and a copy of the Wen family secrets. Ding! The secrets of the Wen family have been transferred to the host's WeChat collection in the form of a document. Hello, esteemed customer, your account number 9527 Magic City Bank card has received a transfer of 800 million yuan, with a balance of 1,362,369,053 yuan. Ha! Why is this the reward? I thought it was the mission with Su Xia just now. This is the mission that spent 500 million on Wen Ruxue last night, so it seems that the crisis has been resolved. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task of teasing Su Xia. Reward, proficient in chess and marksmanship. Host, Lin Qinshou. Strength, 8. Stamina, 9. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 7. The maximum for each attribute for ordinary people is 10. The host's values are normal for ordinary people. Car, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Murcielago. Home, Cloudwood Villa No. 1. Skills, proficient in martial arts, chess and marksmanship. Balance, 136-236-9053. Su Xiao's reward for the task also arrived, and Lin Qinshou suddenly felt that he had gained knowledge about chess and marksmanship in his mind. These two skills are really useless to him. He doesn't like to play chess and he's not going to join the army. But having a lot of skills is better than having none. Lin Qinshou took out his phone, opened his favorites, and planned to take this time to find out what the Wen family secrets were. Chapter 47, Secrets of the Wen Family. Lin Qinshou clicked on the large file with the 1G, and inside it said the outline of some secrets. There were also some accompanying illustrations. Are there really so many melodramatic incidents in these big families? When Shouyoung, the eldest son of the Wen family, is married to a person from the Yang family in Kyoto, and is reckless and not subtle. He is often taken advantage of without knowing it, and is conceited, arrogant, and stupid. He is not loved by the head of the Wen family, but he is helplessly the eldest son. Wen Jiashang has a son, Wen Wenfeng, but this son is not Wen Jiashang's son, but Wen Jiashu's. Wen Wenfeng still does not know the truth about this. One night more than 20 years ago, when Jia Shang passed by the servant's room drunk and saw the maid who had just finished bathing, he lost his mind and executed her on the spot. After that night, the maid became pregnant and eventually gave birth to Wen Ruxue. The truth is that Wen Ruxue is not Wen Jiashang's daughter, because Wen Jiashang had a hidden illness that prevented him from having children. His wife Yang Xinghua kept this a secret from Wen Jiashang because of Wen Wenfeng. 2 years ago, when Jiashang was in a club and, after taking illegal drugs, he played a young woman to death. No one knew about this, and he buried the body under the tree in front of the Wen family ancestral hall. The young woman who was toyed to death was an orphan with a strange personality and few friends, so even if she disappeared, no one looked for her, and the matter was kept hidden. Damn! Lin Qinshu couldn't help exclaiming. This is only the beginning, and it's already so exciting. Wen Ruxue's father is not her father, and her father still doesn't know that his son and daughter are not his. This is really a good show. These rich families sure know how to have fun. Just one of the family members is already so chaotic. What will happen if you read on? Lin Qinshu continued reading. In addition to introducing the family relationships of the Wen family, there were also some things he had done. He liked to gamble, and was tricked by his younger brother Wen Jiaxu, who had someone set a trap for him. He now owed 80 million in high-interest loans. He was afraid to say anything, for fear of being kicked out of the family head competition. As long as he could become the family head and take control of the Wen group, he would be able to pay back the money. However, this has also become a bargaining chip in Wen Jiaxu's hands. If there is no accident, Wen Jiaxu will reveal it on the day of the family head competition, thus kicking him out of the family head competition. Seeing this, Wen Jiashang's secrets are over. At the end, there are a few photos left, all of which are related to these secrets. They are simply unbearable to look at, but Lin Qinshu still watched them with interest. There were also a few photos of Wen Jiaxu drinking with the people who set up Wen Jiashang to gamble and discuss the incident. The simplest photo was of a big tree, which should be the tree where Wen Jiashang buried the body. Seeing this, Lin Qinshu couldn't help but marvel at the power of the system. This kind of photo was obviously not taken. It felt like the entire screen was screenshot at a specific time. Lin Qinshu looked at the secrets of the second son of the Wen family. Compared to Wen Jiashang's uselessness, Wen Jiaxu's was much more exciting. Wen Jiaxu was extremely deep. His wife was the head of the secretary's office in the Demon City, a strong-willed person who had not yet given birth to a child. On the wedding night of his eldest brother Wen Jiasong, he took advantage of Wen Jiasong's drunkenness and did something that would cause thunder and lightning to strike. Wen Jiaxu is an ambitious person, unlike his eldest brother's stupidity and his youngest brother's cowardice. He will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. His wife Yuqing, as the Secretary General of the City Secretariat Office, is of great help to him, so even if she doesn't let him touch her during the week, he can swallow his anger. Even when he was rumored to be incompetent and unable to procreate, he didn't refute it, because he knew that he already had an heir. He even secretly joined forces with the Wang family of the demon capital and vowed to take the position of head of the Wen family. His wife, Yuqing, was someone who didn't like men, and after marrying into the Wen family, she never let Wen Jiaxu touch her. The two were originally a union of people with ulterior motives, and they had already made a pact from the beginning. The photos behind Wen Jiaxu were all of him meeting with various people, as well as photos of Yuqing with some woman in a hotel. Lin Qinshu looked at the photos of Yuqing playing with some women and couldn't help but marvel. It turned out that the TV series wasn't lying, there really were couples who played their own games. Although Yuqing was almost 40 years old, she still looked charming and full of charm. Indeed, women don't age as quickly if they haven't given birth, and judging from this information, Yuqing might not have even had sex yet. Wen Jiaxu has a whole bunch of plots and schemes, and he even caused the capital shortfall for Wen Jiaming this time. Lin Qinshu didn't look at it carefully, and flipped to the back to Wen Jiaming, Wen Ruxue's third uncle. The person who could make Wen Ruxue sign a contract to sell her body to help should be the better of the three. Wen Jiaming, his wife Zhao Yaping, have a son Wen Jianfeng, Wen Ruxue's biological father. Lin Qinshu was instantly dumbfounded when he saw this sentence. Holy cow, the Wen family was unable to bear children. He was still wondering whose child Wen Ruxue was, and then he was given a result in the blink of an eye. It was really explosive. This is big news, Lin Qinshu continued reading. More than 20 years ago, Wen Jiaming, who had just returned from school, was already late at night. On the way back to his room, he heard a sobbing sound coming from the servants' room. Wen Jiaming peeked in, and in the dark room, a ray of moonlight shone into the room. Wen Jiaming saw a scene that he would never forget in his life under that faint light. How could a boy in the budding of adolescence have such restraint? At that moment, he was overwhelmed by lust, slammed the door behind him, and pounced on the figure. The woman who was sobbing on the ground was Wen Ruxue's mother, who had just been assaulted by Wen Jiashang and was once again pounced on by a dark figure. After a long time, the dark figure fled from the room. The next day, Wen Jiaming found out who the person he had fallen on was. Because of this, he didn't even dare to go home, and stayed at school. It wasn't until Wen Ruxue was born and Wen Ruxue's mother died that he dared to come back. Later, the Wen family and the Zhao family formed an alliance, and Wen Jiaming became the person in the alliance. After marrying Zhao Yaping, they had a son. By chance, he learned about his eldest brother Wen Jiashang's hidden illness. It was also at this time that he learned that Wen Ruxue was actually his daughter. From then on, he secretly took meticulous care of Wen Ruxue. However, due to what he had done in the past, he had never dared to acknowledge Wen Ruxue. This is the only secret about Wen Jiaming. His other actions were all within the norm. He has the least amount of information, but there are still photos of him. The room was illuminated by the light of the moon, and the situation inside the room seemed to have been photographed recently. It was completely impossible to tell that the photos were taken more than 20 years ago. Lin Qinshu put down his phone and let out a long breath. None of these Wen family members are good people. Although there is only a brief mention of Wen Ruxue's mother, these events ruined her life, and she died depressed in the prime of her life. Chapter 48. How much money does your schoolmate have? Wen Ruxue's mother's tragedy also extended to Wen Ruxue. If Wen Jiaming hadn't discovered later that Wen Ruxue was his daughter, Wen Ruxue might have had an even more miserable life, and it was even unknown whether she would still be alive. Lin Qinshu looked through the back to see if there were any other stories, but there were only the third generation Wen Wenfeng and Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue's main secret was that she had now become Lin Qinshu's lover, which was not a secret to him. Wen Wenfeng's story is more exciting. His personality is very similar to his biological father Wen Jiaxu, deep and cunning. What almost made Lin Qinshu vomit was that Wen Wenfeng was actually gay. Those images made Lin Qinshu vomit. This so-called Wen family secret story is actually about the shameful things that happened in the Wen family. With this information, he can manipulate everyone in the Wen family. Moreover, Wen Wenfeng's level of perversion far exceeded imagination, and it almost even affected his younger brother Wen Jianfeng. This Wen family story is pretty ridiculous. What's the point of staying in this kind of family? Wen Ruxue has to be let go from that filthy place. There's no hope of getting back the 500 million of his own, so let's just spend it on buying Wen Ruxue's freedom. Ding! Host's reluctance towards the 500 million detected. Option 1. Use the Wen family secrets in your hands to help Wen Jiaming take the position of head of the Wen family, and you will be rewarded 10 billion. Option 2. Use the Wen family secrets in your hands to send Wen Ruxue to the position of head of the Wen family, and you will be rewarded 8.8 billion and plus 1 spirit. Ha! I'm not reluctant. Damn it, you system, I don't want to get involved in the mess of the Wen family. Ding! The battle for the Wen family head will be held tomorrow morning at the Wen Ancestral Hall. Good luck to the host. This system is forcing me to do something I don't want to do. I just casually thought about it and a task was issued. It seems that I can't avoid going tomorrow. The system gave him the task so lightly, but Lin Qinshu knew how difficult the task was in reality. It would be difficult to get Wen Ruxue to become the head of the family, and even with the secrets of the Wen family, it would be impossible to get it done. Getting the three brothers of the Wen family and others to agree would be difficult. How could someone who was originally an illegitimate daughter become the head of the family? He had to think of a good way. Lin Qinshu put away his phone and pondered. He didn't know how long it was before his phone rang. Senior, I'm done with class, where are you? Ye Mengxi immediately called Lin Qinshu as soon as she left the classroom door. Meng, I'm sorry, I suddenly have something to do, I can't have dinner with you, how about tonight? I'll book a room at Shouyoung. Lin Qinshu wasn't in the mood to eat right now, he had to think about tomorrow and planned to go talk to Wen Ruxue. Ye Mengxi said with some disappointment, okay then. Senior, please be careful when you go out to take care of business. After the call, Ye Mengxi's friend Wan Qingqing said indignantly, I told you he was a scumbag, he just got my Meng and then ditched her. Ye Mengxi hurriedly explained no, he just had something come up. He said he'd invite you all to Shouyoung for dinner tonight. Shouyoung? Really? Meng, is that the Shouyoung that's rumored to serve only 8 tables a day and where you can eat a small Manchu Han Imperial Feast? Wang Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. Yao Jingjing and Wan Xingqing were also a little surprised when they heard Wang Ying say this. Ye Mengxi nodded. Of course it's true. Shouyoung has already been bought by your senior, so you can go there whenever you want to eat. Ye Mengxi remembered the scene of watching the fireworks from the hotel opposite after dinner at Shouyoung that night, and her pretty face also turned slightly red. Ah? Shouyoung was actually bought by that scumbag? How much does it cost to buy such a high-class place? Wan Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. Ye Mengxi pursed her lips and looked at Wan Qingqing with a plaintive expression. Okay, it was my fault, it was your senior, not a scumbag. Wan Qingqing couldn't stand the stares and quickly begged for mercy. Shouyoung is very famous, and it must have cost tens of millions to buy. Yao Jingjing was also surprised at Lin Qinshou's financial resources. A restaurant that was legendary to them had actually been bought by their best friend's boyfriend. It cost 200 million to buy. At the time, it was because the senior had promised to take me to Shouyoung for dinner, but there were no reservations left, so the senior simply bought the entire Shouyoung. Ye Mengxi's face was full of pride when she talked about this, completely unaware of the shock on the faces of the 3 women around her. Just to treat Ye Mengxi to a meal at Shouyoung, he angrily spent 200 million to buy the entire Shouyoung. How can such a man be called a scumbag? Even if I were a scumbag, I would still be willing. Meng, how much money does your senior have anyway? Yao Jingjing was a little dry mouth. He dared to spend 200 million to buy the restaurant just for a meal. This is no longer an ordinary rich man, and they suddenly changed from indignation to envy. Ye Mengxi shook her head and said, I don't know. I didn't ask my senior either. I'm not with him for the money. I liked him when he didn't have anything. The 3 girls suddenly fell silent. They had originally had a very bad impression of Lin Qinshou, this scumbag, but suddenly knowing that he was a godly magnate, this reversal of impressions left them at a loss. Put yourself in his shoes. If it were them, they would definitely fall too. Unfortunately, they weren't, and could only be people who envied Ye Mengxi. Lin Qinshou, who was sitting in the car, was just about to make a phone call to Wen Ruxue when Li Wuqi's phone rang. Beast, where have you been? Teacher Su told you to stand in front of the classroom as punishment, and I haven't seen you after class. Everyone is freaking out, and I think you're in trouble. Li Wuqi's tone was a little gloating. I have to go a little early, so let Lao Fan and Xiaoli know, and let's have dinner together tonight, and cancel all other appointments. Lin Qinshou said nonchalantly. Great. I can finally eat your meal. No other appointments are as important as dinner. Li Wuqi said excitedly, as he didn't have any appointments in the first place. After hanging up the phone, Lin Qinshou called Wen Ruxue again, but no one answered. He could only go to the Snowdrift bar to see if she was there. It was broad daylight, and the bar was not yet open. When he met the cleaning staff, they said that Wen Ruxue was not there. Lin Qinshou was speechless for a while. He had looked for Wen Ruxue twice, but he couldn't find her either time. Just as Lin Qinshou was considering whether to go to Wen Ruxue's house to look for her, Wen Ruxue's phone rang. Where are you? I need to talk to you. Shall we have lunch together at noon? Lin Qinshou picked up the phone and said directly. Chapter 49. You can call me Wang Shuesheng. The other person said after a moment of silence, I'm in the middle of something right now, but can we have dinner together tonight? When Ruxue was lying on her bed in her room at the moment, her expression a little complicated. She thought that Lin Qinshou was going to ask her to keep their promise, but it was so sudden in the middle of the day that Wen Ruxue couldn't accept it for a moment and could only say that she wasn't free. But you can't hide forever, and she had half a day to prepare her thoughts, and she felt that she should be ready to think about it tonight. Lin Qinshou had no idea that she was so complicated, and he didn't intend to do that anyway. He remembered that he had already agreed to have dinner with Ye Mengxi and the others that night, and it wouldn't be good to let them down again. I'm busy tonight. How about this, I'll go see you after I'm done. It might be late. After thinking it over, she could only find time after dinner. Okay, I'll wait for you at Snowfall tonight. Wen Ruxue wanted to find a place with a lot of people to avoid this matter. No, let's go to your place. Floating snow is too noisy, not suitable for talking about things. After saying that, she hung up the phone without asking Wen Ruxue if she agreed or not. Wen Ruxue's face turned a little rosy. Thinking about what would happen tonight, she bit her lips and struggled. After a moment, her eyes became determined. If she promises something, she has to keep it. Going back on her word is not her style. Wen Ruxue looked at the environment in the room and decided to decorate the room a bit. Since she was already going to give herself up, she might as well not be coy and reluctant. It would be better to be open and honest, decorate the environment a bit, and add a sense of ceremony. Thinking of this, she took out her phone and bought some decorations and flower petals on the same city website, and even took out her normal 1982 Lafite Rothschild. After Lin Qinshou hung up the phone, he suddenly felt lost. If he had known that Wen Ruxue was busy, he would have just gone to dinner with Ye Mengxi. After sitting in the car and thinking about it, he called Chen Shanshan. After all, Chen Shanshan's favorability rating was about to break 90. If he managed to win her over, he wondered if the system would have any special rewards. Besides, Chen Shanshan had sent a bunch of messages in the past 2 days saying that she wanted to transfer the building ownership back to him, and he hadn't replied. At this time, Chen Shanshan was reading some finance-related books in her office. Now that she held a high position, she had to study even more. She couldn't keep doing the job if she wasn't qualified for it. After answering Lin Qinshou's call, she quickly put down the books, took out a mirror and tidied her appearance. Now she wasn't sure how she felt about Lin Qinshou. As soon as she saw a message from him, she would feel happy inside, and she often thought about him. She didn't know if this was love. After all, love was a luxury for her in the past. In order to try to improve the lives of her family, she simply couldn't have other thoughts. The bank branch in the financial center of the Magic City where Chen Shanshan worked was located. After picking her up, Lin Qinshou didn't plan to go anywhere far for dinner. After parking the car, the two walked to a Western restaurant in an alley nearby. Chen Shanshan took the lead and said, "Let me treat you to dinner. You've helped me so much, I should invite you to dinner. And fill out this information. I'll transfer the building back to you. It's no problem for you to treat me, but forget about the transfer. If you transfer the building to me, Uncle Wang and the others might be embarrassed to take advantage of me because I don't know them well. And the asset of 6 million is dispensable to me. If you feel burdened, you can save up and pay me back the 6 million. Lin Qinshou laughed and smiled. For a girl with a strong sense of self-esteem, you should show her respect. Who pays for the meal is a trivial matter for Lin Qinshou nowadays, but it is very important to Chen Shanshan. If Lin Qinshou now acted like a chauvinist and insisted on treating her, then Chen Shanshan's impression of him would suddenly drop. Previously, Lin Qinshou had heard a cousin tell him about his story. Because he was too chauvinist, he always felt that men should pay when they were out, and a girl who had originally had a good impression of him said she would treat him to dinner. In the end, the cousin secretly went and paid the bill himself, and the girl was very angry when she found out, and never contacted the cousin again after that. To his cousin, it was just a few $100s for dinner, but to the girl, it was a proof of equality and mutual respect. Just as the two were looking at the menu, a voice suddenly came from the side. "Shanshan, you're here too." A man with a big pompadour and wearing a casual suit appeared at the table. "Wang Kun, Sr." Chen Shanshan looked at the person approaching. It was her senior at school, who had graduated from school a year ago. During school, he had been crazy about Chen Shanshan, but Chen Shanshan had ignored him. Wang Kun's fiery gaze made Chen Shanshan feel very uncomfortable. "Shanshan, it's fate that we can meet in this sea of people. Can I sit down?" Wang Kun flashed a smile that he thought was very handsome. "No." Lin Qinshou said coldly. If he didn't know whether Chen Shanshan and this Wang Kun had a good relationship, he was ready to get up and chase the person away. Wang Kun then noticed that Lin Qinshou, who was sitting across from Chen Shanshan, was from our school? "You look a bit unfamiliar." "Hello, I'm Wang Kun, a few years ahead of you. You can call me Wang Shui." Lin Qinshou coldly spat out the word "get lost" from his mouth. Wang Kun's face suddenly looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. Chen Shanshan, who was standing nearby, didn't want a good meal to be interrupted, so she spoke up and said, "Wang Kun, this is Lin Qinshou, not from our school, he's my friend. The two of us are out for dinner today, so it may not be suitable for you to be here." Although Wang Kun had been rejected countless times by Chen Shanshan, he was a little embarrassed to hear such direct words from the other party. He laughed awkwardly and said, "Okay, then, Shanshan, let's make another appointment some other time." Chen Shanshan's face turned cold. "Senior Wang Kun, please call me Chen Shanshan, and I will not make any more appointments with you in the future, so please be careful with your words." Wang Kun's eyes flashed with a sinister gleam, and without saying anything else, he left directly. Wang Kun walked out of the restaurant with an iron black face. In fact, he had followed Chen Shanshan to this restaurant all the way, just to make it seem like a chance encounter and have dinner with Chen Shanshan. After inquiring from the school about where Chen Shanshan worked, he came over non-stop and happened to see Chen Shanshan and Lin Qinshu walking to dinner together. He had also deliberately not looked at Lin Qinshu just now to see if the other person was a pushover, but Lin Qinshu had completely disrespected him. "Brother Bao, do me a favor, I'll buy my brothers a drink tonight." Wang Kun made a phone call and gave some instructions. Then he turned his head and looked through the glass at the two people, Chen Shanshan and Lin Qinshu, chatting and laughing. A smile of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then he left. Chapter 50, The Sleeping Dragon and the Sleeping Phoenix. Lin Qinshu and Chen Shanshan finished eating with smiles on their faces, and they also got to know each other a little better during the meal. Chen Shanshan was the child of a poor family. Her mother passed away shortly after giving birth to her, and her father never remarried, so the two of them lived together. Her father was a simple and honest man, but he attached great importance to education, and from a young age he taught Chen Shanshan not to accept food from others. That's why Chen Shanshan has such a strong sense of self-esteem. Chen Shanshan is also relatively sensible, and has been the top student in her class since she was young. Until now, she has finally been able to give her father a better life. This exchange has made Chen Shanshan change her opinion of Lin Qinshu. Halfway through the conversation, she mentioned many things she liked to play when she was a child, and discovered that Lin Qinshu knew about them and had played them too. In her impression, rich people should not play the things that poor children play, and the two had a lot more common topics to talk about. "Do you have to go to work in the afternoon? Do you want to go for a walk?" Lin Qinshu remembered that he didn't have any classes in the afternoon and didn't need to go back to school. Shouyoung was nearby, and he didn't want to go anywhere. Chen Shanshan thought about it and realized that she didn't really have anything to do. Shouyoung hadn't arranged too much for her, because she hadn't yet fully adapted to the intensity of the work. "That's fine, I'm looking for an apartment too. I'm about to graduate, and now that I've found a job, I can't keep living in the dorms." Lin Qinshu heard this and a dark line appeared on his forehead. He had wanted to go to a movie theater with Chen Shanshan to kill some time, but instead the other person wanted to look for an apartment. "That's fine, but didn't your company assign you a dormitory?" Lin Qinshu asked curiously. "Usually bank employees are assigned a place to live, right?" Chen Shanshan shook her head. "This is the financial center, and the houses in the neighborhood are all too expensive. The company just gives everyone a housing allowance instead of dormitories." The two of them found a milk tea shop, ordered 2 cups of milk tea, and sat down to check the rental prices in the neighborhood. The rent for a single room in this neighborhood is over 6,000 yuan, Chen Shanshan sighed as she looked at the prices. "It's too expensive, I guess I'll have to look further away, otherwise I'll be giving most of my salary to the landlord." Chen Shanshan sighed and said, "These poor and small ones all cost 6,000 to 7,000 yuan. Her salary plus various subsidies can also amount to 20,000 to 30,000 yuan, but it is still too expensive for her and not worth it. She would rather go farther away. Let's go. Instead of looking at your phone here, you might as well go and see the real environment." Lin Qinshu took Chen Shanshan and walked towards some closer places, planning to first look at the outside environment and then consider the inside if it wasn't bad. With Lin Qinshu's current strength, there is no pressure to buy a suite for her to live in. But Lin Qinshu knew that even if he was willing to buy, the other person might not want to live there. The two walked to a residential area, and the nearby buildings were very old, feeling like they could collapse at any time. This area should have not been fixed because it was too densely populated with locals. How could the financial center of the city allow such an old place to exist next to it? As they turned into an alley, 4 or 5 burly men appeared in front of them, staring at Lin Qinshu and Chen Shanshan with fierce eyes. Lin Qinshu's brows furrowed slightly. He felt that this group of people were deliberately waiting for them. Chen Shanshan also sensed that something was wrong. Regardless of the difference between the sexes, she nervously pulled Lin Qinshu and wanted to turn around and walk out, but 3 people came up behind them, sandwiching them. Lin Qinshu noticed that Chen Shanshan's hands were sweating, and used the other hand to pat her lightly. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lin Qinshu turned around and looked at the people on the opposite side. "I wonder what you guys are looking for us for." The 2 groups of people surrounded them from the front and back, so who else would they be looking for? A scarred face in the front sneered. "Our brothers see that you are dressed up and looking smart, and you are accompanied by a beautiful woman, so we are jealous. Just give us some money to spend, and leave the woman with me for fun, and you can go." Lin Qinshu's gaze hardened, and he was about to act, when suddenly he saw a figure in the corner behind them. From the fleeting figure, Lin Qinshu saw who it was and suddenly understood why this group of people had suddenly appeared here to stop them. Lin Qinshu gave a cold smile. Do you want the person hiding behind to come out and act first? Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't get the chance. As soon as Lin Qinshu's words fell, the figure rushed out, yelling as he ran, "Let go of my schoolmate, come at me if you have anything to say." This figure was precisely Wang Kun, whom Lin Qinshu had met in the restaurant before. Wang Kun squeezed through the crowd and came to Shanshan's side. He said with righteous indignation, "Shanshan, don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one can touch you." After he finished speaking, he turned around and assumed a fighting stance, ready to fight to the death with the other person. Everyone looked at him with a strange expression. If he had come out before Lin Qinshu spoke, he could have continued acting. Everyone else has directly exposed your plot, and you're still acting, isn't that embarrassing? The scarred face coughed twice. Brother Wang, the other party has seen through you, so don't act anymore. Wang Kun froze for a moment. He had just run out and was exposed? Shanshan walked up to him and looked at him with disgust. Senior Wang Kun, I originally thought you were a normal person and a good person, so I treated you as a friend, but I never expected that you would actually find someone to play the hero and save the girl. Take your friends out of my sight, or I'll call the police. Wang Kun also learned from the Scarface gang how he was exposed. When he heard that Lin Qinshu was the one who talked, he almost vomited blood on the spot. If they just ignore it, no one will know. These idiots, they really are a bunch of idiots. He simply told him not to act anymore, wouldn't that be admitting it? But since it had already been exposed, there was no point in acting anymore. Wang Kun reached out and knocked Shanshan's phone out of her hand, which immediately went black when it hit the ground. Wang Kun simply stopped pretending and sneered, "Report to the police? Now you can still report it? I've chased after you for 4 years, and you haven't even given me a second glance, not even giving me the chance to have dinner with you. Now I've woken up, I don't want to win your heart, just your body. Brother Bao, cripple the man, and take the woman back to enjoy with the brothers." The scarred face of the man known as Brother Bao gave a small smile, a smile that was even uglier than crying. "Remember what you said, and the drinks for my brothers tonight. This woman can be yours first." Shanshan's body trembled slightly, out of anger and fear. Lin Qinshu pulled her behind him and whispered, "Stay behind me, and if you're scared, close your eyes." He could have stopped Wang Kun from snapping Shanshan's phone just now, but the phone was a bit broken and didn't seem to be worth saving. "What's with the airs, you little punk? If it weren't for you, my plan would have succeeded." Wang Kun shouted angrily. Brother Bao's men rushed up one after the other. Shanshan fearfully closed her eyes and heard only a few muffled grunts, followed by miserable screams of pain. Chapter 51, Shanshan's skyrocketing favorability rating. Shanshan hurriedly opened her eyes, which had closed from fear, and the scene in front of her shocked her into silence. She saw Lin Qinshu's figure weaving through the crowd of the other party, his silky movements and concise strikes. In less than a minute, 9 of the other party were left standing, and only Wang Kun was still standing at this time. The brother and younger brother brought by Brother Bao had all fallen to the ground. Lin Qinshu came to Wang Kun's side and said in a voice just loud enough to be heard by Brother Bao, "I'll transfer the money to you later." "Well done." After patting him on the shoulder, he turned around and dragged Shanshan away from the scene. After Lin Qinshu dragged Shanshan away, Wang Kun was still standing in the same place, dumbfounded. He had no idea what Lin Qinshu had meant by what he had just said. Brother Bao got up from the ground with a pale face. His right hand had just been dislocated by Lin Qinshu. "You little brat, playing one set within another. So you were using us and were in league with that kid. Brothers who can still move, beat him up." Brother Bao kicked Wang Kun in the stomach. The group of men didn't know what was going on, but since Wang Kun was the reason they were being beaten, what were they waiting for when their boss had already started? Lin Qinshu had just now deliberately not beaten Wang Kun, and when he left, he deliberately said those words to Scarface. This way, once he left, they would fight each other like dogs. Even though Scarface and the others knew that Lin Qinshu was lying, they had just been beaten up and were looking for somewhere to vent their anger, so they took him seriously even though he was lying. Lin Qinshu and Shanshan didn't react until they had walked outside, their hands still holding hands. "Sorry, it was an emergency, I wasn't trying to take advantage of you." Lin Qinshu laughed and let go of her hand. Shanshan also recovered from her shock. The situation, which had seemed hopeless, had been turned around by this man before her eyes. The heroic sight of him fighting off 9 people with just one, Shanshan was afraid she would never be able to forget it. Ding! Shanshan's favorability towards the host +3, now 88 points. Lin, I didn't think you knew martial arts. You scared the hell out of me just now. I was about to bite my tongue and kill myself. Shanshan patted her constantly rising and falling chest, and the ripples caused by the shock made Lin Qinshu swallow hard. Cough cough. I know a lot of things, you'll find out if you spend more time with me. Lin Qinshu covered his embarrassment with a dry cough. Ding! A beautiful girl with a 90-point appearance score has encountered difficulties. Option 1, help Shanshan solve her housing problem, reward, language proficiency, 3.3 billion. Option 2, ignore it and let Shanshan find her own way, deducting 30 points from Shanshan's favorability. Damn, why does the system have to be like this? Even if you give me more money, I'd still choose to help Shanshan. Why do you have to threaten me with deducting favorability? The two of them just kept walking. The environment here was obviously not fit for living, it was too messy. Halfway through the walk, Lin Qinshu said he needed to go to the bathroom, and when he returned, he was carrying a black bag. Shanshan, I just happen to have a suite near where you work, why don't you go there to stay first? I'm still a student, and I'm still in the dorm most of the time, so the house is just sitting empty. Lin Qinshu just had a plan in mind, one that would solve Shanshan's housing problem and also complete the task. Shanshan was silent and didn't say anything. She didn't know what to say or how to say it. Deep down, she really wanted to do what Lin Qinshu said, but she always felt that she had been troubling Lin Qinshu too much lately. Moreover, their relationship is still unclear. It would be inappropriate for her to just move in with him, even though Lin Qinshu said he doesn't live there. What if he needs to stay there occasionally? It's not appropriate for a man and a woman to be in the same room. Lin Qinshu saw her concerns and said, if it's a burden for you, you can just pay me rent. 800 yuan a month. I like the number 8. Normally, I won't go over without your permission, so you are the tenant and I am the landlord. A landlord can't just go into a tenant's house, so you don't have to worry about me going to your place to live. Lin Qinshu said with a smile. And look at the surroundings here, it's dirty and messy, and it's not safe for a girl like you. Listen to me, just go and live with me. Lin Qinshu continued. Shanshan looked at Lin Qinshu with watery eyes. She could tell that the other person was giving her pride a way out, and she didn't want to let the other person down, because she really needed a place to stay. If she continued to look, she might end up finding a place far away, and her daily commute might take up most of the day. Thank you, why are you being so good to me? Shanshan said, moved. Lin Qinshu's actions over the past few days had really hit home with her. Spending time together made her, a woman with a strong sense of self-esteem and weak sense of security, feel very comfortable. Because you deserve it. Lin Qinshu replied, staring straight at her. The two of them locked eyes, and their heads got closer and closer. Just as they were about to kiss, the horn of an electric bicycle sounded from behind, pulling the two of them back from their emotions. Can you kiss on the side? This is a fucking intersection, do you think you're in an idol drama? A woman scolded. Lin Qinshu and Shanshan happened to be at an intersection, blocking the flow of electric bicycles. Shanshan's face turned red, and she quickly left the area. Lin Qinshu hurriedly chased after her. Shanshan, it's a bit late today. I've got dinner with my roommates tonight, so I'll have to take you house hunting some other time. Do you want to go to dinner with me? It was gradually getting dark. Now even if Shanshan wanted to see the house, he couldn't show it to her. He could only come up with an alternative excuse. He would have to hurry and buy a flat in the next 2 days. As for asking Shanshan to go to dinner with him, he had simply said it on the spur of the moment. After saying it, Lin Qinshu regretted it. If Shanshan said she wanted to go, he would be in trouble. It was a dinner date with Ye Mengxi. In Lin Qinshu's restless mood, Shanshan shook her head and said, I'm not going. I have to go back to the company, finish up some things, and then go back to school to pack up a few things. Do you have time this weekend? If you can, take me to see it at the weekend, and we can move in straight away. Lin Qinshu let out a silent sigh of relief. Of course there is, as long as you need it, I have time at any time. He was really afraid that Shanshan would say yes. Men's mouths are deceitful. Now that he's taking her to see a flat, he doesn't have time, and yet he still dares to say that he has time for anything. A comment from the system. Oh, By the way, I just bought you a present. Your phone got broken earlier, and when I was in the bathroom, I happened to pass by a phone store, so I bought you one first. You can't refuse me, right? If you really want to thank me, next time let me taste the food you cook yourself. During the conversation earlier, Chen Shanshan said that she was very good at cooking. Chen Shanshan gave a smile. Okay, I'll cook for you myself on the day we move. Ding. Chen Shanshan's favorability towards the host has increased by 1, and now stands at 89. Just 1 point away from a successful strategy. Lin Qinshu was overjoyed inside. After dropping Chen Shanshan off at the company, Lin Qinshu drove towards Shouyoung. Chapter 52, Let's buy some helicopters. It was rush hour, and although Shouyoung was not far away, it would take more than an hour to get there. Lin Qinshu, stuck in traffic, wondered if he should just buy a helicopter, at least he wouldn't get stuck in traffic. When Lin Qinshu arrived at the door, he saw Shang Ping waiting there. Ye Mengxi and the others were also picked up by a car sent by Shang Ping. Shouyoung originally had a Rolls-Royce as a shuttle car, and after Lin Qinshu bought Shouyoung, Shang Ping immediately ordered 2 more Bentleys for transfers. Lin Dong, the private room is ready, and the guests are all here. Will it be the Manchu Han Imperial Feast again this time? Shang Ping respectfully asked. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast again? Lin Qinshu was actually a bit tired of it, after all, he had just eaten it the day before. If not, let's order something else. By the way, if you have time, go and find out about helicopters. Shouyoung should buy a helicopter to shuttle guests around. That would really boost business. He'd been thinking about this problem all the way here. The reason Shouyoung's business is getting worse is because of its location, which is plagued by traffic jams. But the reason it's doing well is also because of its location. This location is like a double-edged sword, bringing both profit and loss. As long as the traffic problem is solved, the reason for the poor business will be solved. Shang Ping's mouth twitched. Lin Qinshu said it was simple, but it would cost more than 10 million yuan for just one plane. What's more, the expensive part of the plane is the maintenance during the week, and you also have to build a plane ramp. Most importantly, you have to cooperate with other buildings and build a ramp on the roof of those buildings. After calculating the cost, even if more people come to eat, it will still be a loss. After all, what money can you make from one meal? Shang Pingxi finally decided to tell Lin Qinshu about the stakes involved, hoping that Lin Qinshu would see the reality. Lin Qinshu did not understand business, and he could not figure out these losses. However, he had a system, and coupled with his money and arbitrary nature, the losses meant nothing to him. What he wanted was to preserve Shouyoung. If the losses continue, even his head chef Shang Ping will have to go, and who will cook the small-scale Manchu Han Imperial Feast for him in the future? Lin Qinshu patted Shang Ping on the shoulder. Don't worry about the losses. You are in charge of running this project. Buy the helicopters, rent the helipad, and I will take care of the daily maintenance costs, which will not be counted as an investment in Shouyoung. Shouyoung only needs to be responsible for making money, and let me take care of the losses. Lin Qinshu immediately transferred 100 million yuan to Shang Ping to buy 3 helicopters. Shouyoung has plenty of space, plus the rental of the building's helipad, and the daily maintenance of those helicopters. 100 million yuan will last a long time. He told Shang Ping to ask him for more when it's used up. After the money was transferred, Lin Qinshu walked into Shouyoung on his own, leaving Shang Ping alone in the wind. A place to eat, and they invest 100 million yuan at the drop of a hat. Is this person rich and reckless, or does he have other plans? Shang Ping stood at the door, trying to figure it out for a long time, but couldn't. Lin Qinshu arrived at the private room, and Ye Mengxi came up to greet him joyfully. These were the 3 girlfriends who had argued with him in the morning, and at the moment, they had become a little quiet. Beast, this is the first time I've ridden in a Rolls-Royce. It's so luxurious and extravagant. Li Wuqi exclaimed. He and Fan Jinxiang came together, and Xiaolu brought his girlfriend Guanyan, and they all brought their girlfriends to the dormitory to join the other girls' dormitories. It seems that they really love each other. After everyone was seated, Shang Ping began to serve the food. There was no specified menu for today, and they would eat whatever was served, but the food at Shouyoung was never simple. Shang Ping even had the waiter bring up 2 cases of Lafite Rothschild 1982. Because Li Wuqi and Fan Jinxiang said that red wine doesn't get drunk, and it's definitely not enough to just get 1 or 2 bottles, so we simply took out the entire store's inventory. I toast to Meng Meng's girlfriends. Thank you for caring about her. If it weren't for you good sisters, I wouldn't have met Meng Meng today. Lin Xinqiu raised his glass and toasted the three women. Ruan Xingqing. Ruan Xingqing stood up and said with an embarrassed look on her face, "It's true that we were a bit arrogant, and we would like to apologize to you here. We shouldn't have judged you as a scumbag when we didn't know you well." Yao Jingjing and Wang Ying also raised their glasses and stood up. After all, the three of them initially thought that Lin Xinqiu was just playing around, but after hearing that the other person was throwing money around for Ye Mengxi, they felt that the other person should be serious. Using whether someone is throwing money around to see if they are sincere is superficial, but it is also very direct. "Then how do you know I won't be a scumbag?" Lin Xinqiu looked at them with a half smile. Yao Jingjing spoke first. "Handsome and rich, I'd be willing to be a scumbag." Ruan Xingqing and Wang Ying quickly tugged at the hem of her shirt to indicate that she should stop talking. "I promise here that as long as Meng still wants me, I will stay by her side until she gets tired of me." Lin Xinqiu finished the wine in his glass in one gulp. Li Wuqi also came over with a cup in his hand. Although he still had a cast on, he didn't take any anti-inflammatory medicine after hearing that there was a dinner tonight, just so that he could drink a couple of glasses. "Hello, ladies. My name is Li Wuqi, I'm a good friend of the beast, and I'm currently single." Puff. Wang Ying suddenly let out a laugh. Everyone turned their attention to her. Although Li Wuqi's name was very strange, it was something everyone already knew, so why was the reaction so big? "Sorry, I'm from Hong Kong, and this senior's name, in my language, means shameless, so I couldn't help laughing out loud," Wang Ying explained with a smile. "I'm actually from Hong Kong," which surprised Lin Xinqiu a little, because very few people from Hong Kong come to study in the mainland. Either they go to university locally, or they choose to study abroad. This is because universities in Hong Kong have a scoring advantage for locals, and they are also relatively top-notch schools. The only comparable ones are those in the mainland, except for the top universities, and those abroad, and the threshold for Hong Kong people to go abroad to university is also much lower. Fan Jianxiang pushed Li Wuqi aside with one hand and said loudly, "My name is Fan Jianxiang, which is much more normal than in shameless name. I'm also single." Put. This time, all three girls laughed together. Yao Jingjing said with a smile, "You people in the extreme hostel should stop introducing yourselves all the time. Who doesn't know everyone at Jiaotong University?" Fan Jianxiang and Li Wuqi both smiled awkwardly. Chapter 53, Do you want to be the head of the Wen family? In the midst of laughter, time quickly passed to just after 9 o'clock. The school would be closing at 10:30, and it would take some time to get back from here, so there could be no second half. Lin Xinqiu asked Sheng Ping to arrange a shuttle bus to take them all back, and in the melancholy gaze of Ye Mengxi, he put her in the car. Lin Xinqiu had wanted Ye Mengxi to stay, but he had more important things to do. The task the system gave him was too rushed. He had to go find Wen Ruxue to see how to proceed with tomorrow's plan, or find out if the Wen family had any weaknesses other than the secret. After sending everyone away, Lin Xinqiu also asked Sheng Ping to drive him to Wen Ruxue's residence. He had also drunk wine, but he would need the car again tomorrow, so he could only ask Sheng Ping to work hard and take a taxi home after dropping him off. Lin Xinqiu used his memory to find Wen Ruxue's residence and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Wen Ruxue's voice came from inside the house. "It's me, didn't we agree to meet tonight?" Lin Xinqiu looked at the scattered flower petals at the door. Could it be that this woman is hiding a man inside? These flower petals look like they were plucked from a bouquet. Could it be that a suitor sent flowers and hid them inside? Lin Xinqiu pressed his ear to the door and listened for any movement inside. Wen Ruxue opened the door and welcomed Lin Xinqiu in. Lin Xinqiu looked at the dim environment inside, the weak light provided by a few candles, and the petals scattered all over the floor. "Have you run out of money to pay the electricity bill? Or have you started to like the primitive and energy-saving life?" Lin Xinqiu said unromantically. Wen Ruxue lowered her head and said, "Why are you here so early? Just wait for me a little longer." Then she ran into the room. Lin Xinqiu sniffed the air and smelled a different smell. There were also 2 plates on the table, covered with lids. There was also the red wine, the candles, and the scattered flower petals on the floor. If he still didn't understand the situation, then he really was a straight man. Lin Xinqiu suddenly realized at that moment that Wen Ruxue had probably misunderstood his meaning. She thought that he was going to keep his promise, so she set up the environment a bit. At this time, the door opened, and Wen Ruxue was wearing a black lace nightgown, stepping on the floor barefoot with her hair scattered like a waterfall. Because of the candlelight, Wen Ruxue's slightly flushed face was not easy to see. She slowly walked up to Lin Qinshu and whispered, "I prepared some wine and food. Let's drink." Lin Qinshu didn't expect there to be a surprise. Wen Ruxue had prepared this all day. Even if he didn't mean it, he should cooperate for now, so as not to break the woman's heart. After Lin Qinshu sat down, Wen Ruxue came over to his side and poured him a drink. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted from Wen Ruxue, entering Lin Qinshu's nostrils. Lin Qinshu couldn't help but take Wen Ruxue in his arms. Wen Ruxue let out a startled cry, nearly spilling the wine in her hands. The two gazed into each other's eyes, gradually drawing closer and closer, until their two shadows overlapped. Lin Qinshu's hand, which had been behaving badly, rested beneath the hem of her nightdress, and it began to move unfaithfully. Wen Ruxue was startled and quickly stood up. "Wait a minute, let's eat something first." Lin Qinshu smacked his lips and looked at Wen Ruxue, who hurriedly returned to her seat. The temperature of the French wet kiss just now was still lingering around the edges of her lips, and there was even a trace of moisture left. Wen Ruxue's face was rosy, and the flickering candlelight shimmered on her face. Lin Qinshu took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Well, actually, I didn't come to see you because of that, there's something else." Wen Ruxue looked at him doubtfully. "I want to learn about your Wen family." Lin Qinshu already knew a lot about the Wen family from the secrets of the Wen family, and now he wanted to see how Wen Ruxue felt about their family. Wen Ruxue's expression became even more puzzled. She let go of this beautiful woman and actually wanted to learn about the people in the Wen family? Is it because she is not charming enough, or is there really something going on? Wen Ruxue didn't understand, but she still cooperated and said, "Although I am a Wen family member, I don't know much about the Wen family. Since I was young, I have been no different than a servant. My father, Wen Jia, has never looked at me properly, Yang Xinghua hates me, and my half-brother Wen Wenfeng has never paid any attention to me. Yang Xinghua is from the Yang family in Kyoto. Although they are not one of the top families in Kyoto, they are much stronger than our Wen family. So even if the Wen family is rubbish, he is still a popular candidate to be the family head. Because there is also the issue of the next family head to consider. At the moment there is only my older brother, my younger brother and I in this generation. My second uncle Wen Jiashu, I have very little contact with him. I saw him a few times when I was young, but it seems that he was never at home. My second aunt is even more rare. Apart from coming back during the New Year and other holidays, I can hardly see her on weekdays. Second aunt is the Secretary General of the City Secretary's office. Although she doesn't have much real power, she spends every day around people with real power, and in many ways her power is greater than many people's. And the two of them have no children, making the Wen family the most mysterious family of all. My third uncle, Wen Jiaming, is probably the only normal person in the Wen family. Third aunt is Jia Yaping, not from a big family, and not a high-ranking official. She's just the daughter of an ordinary rich family. She gave my uncle a son, Wen Jianfeng, who is now 10 years old. When it comes to this uncle, Wen Ruxue's expression became softer. It seems that Wen Jiaming was a light in her dark childhood, shining on her and not letting her fall into the darkness. Lin Qinshu pondered for a moment and then asked, "In your opinion, who will win the family head contest tomorrow? And is there still a voting member in this family head contest?" Wen Ruxue looked at him in surprise. "How do you know that the family head selection meeting will be held tomorrow? There is no one else. It's just the three families, persuading each other. Although this is a very stupid way, the Wen family is already small, so there is no need to find too many people to participate. The one who is most confident should be the Wen family, right? After all, he is the eldest son, and Yang Xinghua is backing him up. My third uncle, because of the disappearance of those funds, although the amount was made up, he was definitely set up by someone, and the evidence must be in someone else's hands. He definitely won't be able to compete. The struggle for the leadership of the Wen family is actually a struggle for power in the Wen family. One person controls the power and the shares of the Wen group. The loser has to leave the country and live elsewhere, never to return. This method of election in the Wen family is really stupid. The three brothers persuade each other for 7 days and 7 nights, and no one is convinced. Chapter 54. I really don't want to come and see the faces of these people. In the end, it will either be coercion or bribery, or fighting and killing. And this can't even be considered a family head struggle. There aren't even many people in the Wen family. It can at most be considered a struggle to seize the Wen family assets. When Jushu has prepared so many things, it seems that it is already a foregone conclusion. Do you want to be the family head? Lin Qinshu looked at Wen Ruxue with sparkling eyes. Wen Ruxue's expression changed, and then she shook her head. The only good feeling I have towards the Wen family is for Uncle San's family. How the Wen family is doing is none of my business, and I am just a woman, and an illegitimate daughter at that. In any case, I don't deserve to be the family head. Wen Ruxue rejects the Wen family so much, even if she is given the family head position, she won't want it, right? This is a difficult situation. How about I help your uncle? Lin Qinshu thought about it. Since Wen Ruxue didn't want to be the family head, then he would choose the first option and push Wen Jumming up. After all, there was a reward of 10 billion, which was only a little less than the second option. You? What are you going to do? Wen Ruxue has been baffled by Lin Qinshu's motives since just now. Why are you suddenly interested in this matter? It seems that before you didn't even know what kind of existence the Wen family was. Wen Ruxue stared at him straight, as if she wanted to find the answer in his face. Nothing, now that you are already mine, I want to get back for you the wrongs you suffered back then. Lin Qinshu said casually. Wen Ruxue, who had heard this, suddenly had tears in her eyes. Since she was young, no one had been so selflessly kind to her except for her third uncle Wen Jumming. Lin Qinshu had bought her a bar and then gave her 500 million. Although nominally she was Lin Qinshu's person from now on, and he gave her 500 million in compensation. In fact, she knows her own worth, and Lin Qinshu has not asked for any reward. Even tonight, it was her misunderstanding that led to the current situation. In fact, Lin Qinshu only wanted to help her seek justice and interfere in the Wen family election for the family head. Such unprompted help, always answering her every need, is more than she could handle, not to mention the fact that she is a woman who has lacked love since childhood. No woman could resist such an offensive. Wen Ruxue came up behind Lin Qinshu and embraced him from behind. Why are you so good to me? I'm actually not worth it. Lin Qinshu grabbed the small hand that reached out to him. Who says you're not worth it? To me, you'll always be worth it. If I had to give you 5 billion, or even 50 billion, to make you happy, I would. The mood was getting to the point where it would be rude not to reciprocate. Lin Qinshu stood up from the stool and slowly turned to look at the other person. This time, Wen Ruxue did not shy away from his gaze, but instead came up to him of her own accord. Lin Qinshu embraced Princess Wen Ruxue and walked towards the room, smirking and saying, since we're all set, let's not waste any time. Wen Ruxue's face flushed slightly, and she gave a soft before burying her head in Lin Qinshu's chest. The flickering candlelight seemed to be blessing them. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the first kill of Wen Ruxue, who has a face value of 95 points. Reward, Charisma +1, Perfect 10 Supplement Pills 1. Perfect 10 Supplement Pills, after taking them, they supplement whatever is lacking in the body until it reaches full value. Host, Lin Qinshu. Strength, 8. Stamina, 9. Spirit, 7. Charisma, 8. The maximum for each attribute for ordinary people is 10, and the host's values are normal among ordinary people. Car, Pagani Zonda, Lamborghini Murcielago. House, Cloudwood Villa No. 1. Skills, Martial Arts Proficiency, Chess Proficiency, Marksmanship Proficiency. Balance, 126, 206, 9053. Lin Qinshu didn't think much of the system prompt he heard in the middle of the night, and fell asleep after getting things done. The next morning, Lin Qinshu helped Wen Ruxue into the car. Although he had been very gentle last night, it was still Wen Ruxue's first time after all. She still had some mobility issues, so Lin Qinshu went out early in the morning to buy breakfast. It was time to go to the Wen Ancestral Hall and help Wen Ruxue's third uncle take the position of head of the family. Lin Qinshu did not tell Wen Jumming that she was her biological father. If Wen Ruxue knew this, it would only make her more sad. The elder she has always respected actually laid hands on her mother back then, and he is also the biological father who caused her to be born. Such a melodramatic thing, it's better not to think about it, just maintain the current relationship. Lin Qinshu first drove to the Jinmao building. Early in the morning, he asked Sun Ji to secretly print out some photos and put them in 3 envelopes. The names of the 3 Wen brothers were also written on each envelope. This was Lin Qinshu's plan for today, to make them back off after seeing the photos. Qinshu, maybe we should just forget about it. I feel very happy right now. It might be better if Uncle doesn't become the family head. He is honest and simple-minded, not suitable to be the family head. If we go there like this, we won't even be able to enter the ancestral hall. Wen Ruxue persuaded, she didn't want to become the Wen family head, and she didn't want uncle to become the family head either. Being an ordinary person in an ordinary family might be the best fit. Most importantly, she didn't want Lin Qinshu to get into trouble. After all, the other party couldn't even handle Genen Long real estate, let alone the even more powerful Wen family. Don't worry, I'm confident that Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu will abdicate and let someone else take over. If my plan doesn't work, then Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu will be in an uproar. Lin Qinshu did not type out all the secrets of the Wen family, and only asked Sun Ji to type out the pictures. Soon they arrived at the Wen family shrine. The fact that the previous Wen family could own a small shrine in the city center meant that they must have been even more powerful. Now, however, the family had dwindled to the point that there were only 3 people fighting for the family head position. In the Wen family shrine, tables and chairs had been set up in front of the ancestral tablets. The previous Wen family of 3, Wen Jiaxu and his wife, and Wen Jiaming's family of 3 were all sitting there. Everyone is here, let's get started. Wen Jiasong, sitting in the middle, said with his eyes closed and a composed air. He believed that with his wife Yang Xinghua by his side, what could the other 2 possibly compete with? And after the competition, what contribution could they possibly make to the family? Shuer hasn't arrived yet, and she is also a Wen family member. Wen Jiaming said that he had called Wen Ruxue last night to ask her to participate in the election of the family head, but the phone had been disconnected. Later, he sent a message, but he didn't know if she had seen it. A servant, what kind of Wen family member is she? Hurry up and get started, I've also made an appointment with my sister to go to the spa. Yang Xinghua snorted in annoyance and said impatiently. Wen Jiaxiang continued to keep his eyes closed and didn't say anything. Jiaming, everyone's time is precious. Ruoxue originally didn't have deep feelings for us, and she might not come. Let's just get started. Wen Jiaming said indifferently. Wen Jiaming looked out the door, then sighed and stopped talking. He wanted to get Ruoxue more involved in the family's affairs and see if he could get some benefits for her. To be honest, I really don't want to come and see the faces of people like you. When Ruoxue walked in holding Lin Qinshu's hand. Chapter 55, The Wen Family Farce. How dare you? How dare you speak to your elders like that? Who told you to bring outsiders to our Wen family ancestral hall? Even you are not qualified to come to this ancestral hall, and yet you dare to bring people here. When Shan opened his eyes and glared at him, yelling at Wen Ruxue. Lin Qinshu stepped forward and stood in front of Wen Ruxue. Old man, don't yell at my wife. My wife is willing to come because she is giving Wen Jiaming face, otherwise your Wen family could be ruined without a trace. Lin Qinshu said disdainfully. If Wen Jiashang is really Wen Ruxue's father, he can't help but offend him a little. After all, he is the father-in-law. He is just a loser with a tenuous family connection, and yet he dares to yell at his woman. This is my fiancé, Lin Qinshu. I didn't come here for any reason, except as a member of the Wen family, to come and see the ugly faces of you all fighting over the family head. After introducing Lin Qinshu, Wen Ruxue took him and sat down next to Wen Jiaming. Wen Jiashang was furious. Fiancé? When did I give you permission to get married? You are a member of the Wen family, and I, as your father, have the final say in marriage. Get out of here with him right now. Lin Qinshu laughed coldly. Father? What kind of father are you? You don't even know if the child is yours. Upon hearing this, Yang Xinghua, Wen Jiaxu, and Wen Jiaming all changed expression. Lin Qinshu's words had a 3-pronged effect. Big brother, forget it, no matter what, Ruoxue is still a Wen family member, she brought her fiancé here, let them observe the proceedings. Business is important. Wen Jiaxu looked at Lin Qinshu, and the coldness in his eyes flashed away. When Jiashan was about to say something else when Yang Xinghua, who was standing next to him, spoke up, saying, Let's get started quickly, my girlfriends are nagging me. Upon hearing Yang Xinghua's words, Wen Jiashang shut his mouth and snorted. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiashua both glanced at Lin Qinshu without thinking. They didn't know what the man had meant by what he had just said, and whether he knew something. Let's get started. I don't think anyone wants to withdraw from the family head struggle. Let's each talk about our own value. Jiaming, you're the youngest, you go first. Wen Jiashang waved his hand impatiently and said. Wen Jiaming took out a financial report. This is the financial report of the enterprises under the Wen family group that I have operated over the years. I, Wen Jiaming, have worked diligently and created nearly 10 billion in wealth for the family. I believe that I still have some brains when it comes to making money, and that is my value. What Wen Jiaming meant was that if I was not allowed to be the family head, you could go make your own money and see if you had the ability to do so. Lin Qinshuo's eyes flashed with surprise. He had not expected that this seemingly honest and simple Wen Jiaming could speak such sharp words when fighting for the family head position. It seemed that he was not a simple character either. Oh. As far as I know, your company had a huge capital shortfall, and it seems that you personally hid quite a lot of money, but you actually made up for it all. Wen Jiaxu flipped through the financial statements and began to fight back. Wen Jiaming's face changed. Apart from him and Zhao Yaping, only Wen Ruxue knew about this. How did Wen Jiaxu know about the shortfall in his funds? There were only two possibilities as to how Wen Jiaxu could know about this. Either someone close to him betrayed him and told Wen Jiaxu about it. However, based on Wen Jiaming's knowledge of Zhao Yaping and Wen Ruxue, this was impossible. Then there is only the second possibility, that Wen Jiaxu had someone do this. This was a conspiracy against him from the beginning, and it was all for today. How could that be allowed to happen? What's the point of making so much money if it all goes into your own pocket? You're lucky you haven't been exiled from the family, and you still want to be the head of the family? When Shanshan said angrily, while thinking to himself, his third younger brother is so rich, it shouldn't be a problem for him to borrow tens of millions to pay off a gambling debt, right? My second brother is so crafty, humph. Wen Jiaming sat down with a cold snort and didn't say another word. He knew that he couldn't compete for the family head position. Wen Jiaxu casually threw the financial statement aside. It was a joke to him. Wen Jiaming wasn't the only one in the Wen family who could make money. As long as there was money, they could hire more talented people to work for the Wen family. I am in charge of public relations in the Wen family, and basically control the network of connections. The family is not just about money. My wife, Yu Qing, is the Secretary General of the City Secretary's office, and deals with various high-ranking officials all year round. As long as I become the head of the Wen family, I can lead the Wen family to the next level and no longer be limited to the business world. As soon as Wen Jiaxu spoke, the scene became quiet. What he said did make sense. A family cannot only have money. As long as you have connections, money will continue to flow to the Wen family. No one refuted him, and Wen Jiasong also delivered his own campaign speech. I am the eldest son of the Wen family. My wife Yang Xinghua is even from the Yang family in Kyoto, and my son Wen Wenfeng has also brought billions of profits to the family in recent years. When it comes to connections and making money, I have both. Wen Jiaxu's mouth curled up in a sneer. The so-called money-making and connections are not the personal abilities of Wen Jiashang. A good-for-nothing is a good-for-nothing. He is relying on his wife and children to run for the position of family head, but he never thought that his wife and children are both his Wen Jiaxu. I received a phone call a while ago, and it seems to say that my eldest brother owes them gambling debts, and the amount is not small. I don't know if this is true. Wen Jiaxu asked. Wen Jiashang's face turned black. He had thought that no one knew about this kind of thing, so why would the debt collectors be harassing Wen Jiaxu? There's no such thing. Your brother must have received a scam call. Wen Jiashang said stubbornly. Wen Jiaxu seemed to have been prepared for this, and took a piece of paper out of his pocket, on which were written the two characters IOU. I also thought it was a scammer, so I had someone investigate to see who would dare scam Wen Jiaxu, and the result was that the other party gave me an IOU. Wen Jiashang's face turned ashen when he saw the IOU. It was indeed an IOU he had signed, for the sum of 80 million. It wasn't that he didn't have that much money, but because he had lost far more than that, he had already emptied his pockets. Wen Jiashang gave a faint smile. Brother, don't bother fighting for the position of family head. I'll help you settle this matter and give you an additional 200 million. I've already bought you a place abroad, so you can spend your retirement there in the future. Wen Jiashang didn't say a word, and turned his head to look at Yang Xinghua, who was playing with his phone and ignoring him. Wen Jiashang angrily slapped the phone out of her hand. I've been forced into this situation, aren't you going to say something? Yang Xinghua was full of anger. What's there to say about your own trash? If you want to be the family head, let him be, and if you want to go abroad, go. I'm taking Wenfeng back to Beijing with me, and I want a divorce. Bitch, you dare. Wen Jiashang raised his hand and was about to slap Yang Xinghua in the face when Wenfeng grabbed his hand. Chapter 56, Humiliation. Wen Jiashang was furious when he saw that his son, whom he had doted on since childhood, was actually on the opposite side. At this time, Zhao Yaping suddenly stepped forward. Big brother, calm down. I have some photos here, you can take a look. Lin Qinshou glanced at the photos and found that they were almost exactly the same as the ones he had in his hands. Could it be that the system stole them from her? They were photos of Wen Jiaxu discussing things with a few people, and these people were probably the ones who set a trap for Wen Jiaxiang. Wen Jiaxiang saw the photos and immediately turned pale, gritted his teeth and said, "Second brother, you really have some skills, you actually set a trap for me." Wen Jiaxu saw that the matter had been revealed, so he simply stopped pretending to be the eldest brother. A winner takes all. You fell into the trap, so that proves I have one. Humph, you can forget about becoming the family head, I will never agree to you being the family head. Wen Jiaxiang snorted coldly. Wen Jiaxu smiled slightly. If you disagree, then just pay back the money on this IOU. What kind of image would a family head have if he owed gambling debts? Wen Jiaxiang looked at his third younger brother, Wen Zheming, and said, "You lend 80 million to your eldest brother first, and I will pay you back after I become the head of the family." Wen Zheming sighed and shook his head. He didn't have 80 million, and he couldn't even come up with 8 million. If it weren't for Wen Ruxue giving him 500 million, he would probably have been taken into custody by Wen Jiaxu by now. Although he was surprised as to why Zhao Yaping had these photos, it seemed that the situation today had been controlled by Wen Jiaxu. The position of family head can only be Wen Jiaxu's. Lin Qinshou, who was standing nearby, also looked at Zhao Yaping thoughtfully. There was not much information about her in the secrets of the Wen family. Her performance today seemed to be inconsistent with the public's judgment of her. Could there be some hidden circumstances? Wen Jiaxu stood up and laughed out loud. You two both have flaws and are not of one mind. Don't worry, I have already made arrangements for you abroad. You will spend the rest of your lives abroad. Everyone present was silent, and Wen Jiaxu also seemed to have long expected this outcome. At this time, Lin Qinshou stood up. Let me say a few words. Everyone turned their attention to him, and Wen Jiaxu and Yang Xinghua suddenly frowned between their eyebrows. They were still very uneasy about the words Lin Qinshou had spoken when he first appeared. This is our Wen family's business, what makes you an outsider qualified to say a few words? Wen Jiaxu looked at Lin Qinshou indifferently. Lin Qinshou took out a thick envelope from his pocket and threw it at Wen Jiaxu. I suggest you find an unoccupied corner to read it, and don't let anyone else see it, Lin Qinshou said with a smile. Wen Jiaxu ignored him and took out the photos in the envelope directly. As a result, the first photo was of him and Yang Xinghua, and his forehead suddenly became drenched in sweat. He stuffed the photo back in. He then walked to a corner and took out the photo. The more he looked at the content of the photo, the more shocked he became. He couldn't even remember when it was taken, and if he handed this in, it would be enough to get him killed several times over. A few minutes passed, and Yu Qing wanted to go over and see what those photos were, but Wen Jiaxu blocked her with his hand. Wen Jiaxu came to Lin Qinshou's side with heavy footsteps and said in a deep voice, "What do you want?" Lin Qinshou gave a slight smile and ceded the position of family head to Wen Zheming. All the shares in the Wen enterprise were transferred to Wen Zheming's name, and then take your little stash of money to live abroad in retirement. I don't believe you haven't hidden some private money, and haven't you already settled everything abroad? Wen Jiahu stared at Lin Qinshou for a long time before sighing. Third brother, I didn't expect you to have this up your sleeve. It seems that over the years, second brother has underestimated you. Wen Zheming sat behind him, dumbfounded. When he heard Lin Qinshou's request to Wen Zheming, he immediately turned his head and looked at Wen Ruxue. Wen Ruxue just smiled and shook her head, indicating that she didn't know the reason either. Lin Qinshou shrugged. Don't flatter him. He doesn't even know me and has no knowledge of these matters. If it weren't for Shuer, I wouldn't even want to come today. Lin Qinshou actually didn't have a good impression of Wen Zheming. After all, he was one of the perpetrators back then. Don't give me the young and impulsive excuse. Who hasn't been young? Wen Jiaxu looked at Yang Xinghua and Wen Wenfang with a complex look in his eyes, and then sighed deeply. The whole person instantly looked much older. I promise you, as long as these things don't go public, I can stay abroad forever. Upon hearing this, the entire audience was shocked. Wen Jiaxu, what nonsense are you talking about? Yu Qing slammed the table in anger. Yang Xinghua was also shocked as she looked at him. Last night, when Jiaxu came to see her and told her that if she could take over the family head position, he would divorce Yu Qing and give Yang Xinghua a proper title, while Wen Jiashan would be driven out of the country by him. Now that Wen Jiaxu has given up being the family head and chosen to go abroad, does that mean the previous promise no longer counts? Humph, even if Wen Jiaxu doesn't become the family head, there's still me. I didn't agree to let Jia Ming become the family head. When Jiashan, the shit-stirring stick, jumped out again. Lin Qinshu took the photo of the big tree out of an envelope and threw it over. You two, transfer all the shares of the Wen family enterprises in your name to Wen Jiaming, and then get out. When Jiashan, who looked disdainful, received the photo and cold sweat instantly ran down his forehead. This big tree is exactly the big tree in the ancestral hall courtyard, and there is a skeleton hidden underneath, and the person who buried this skeleton is none other than him. Why would the other party know about something that no one knew about in his opinion? When Jiashan looked shocked and uncertain, crumpled the photo in his hand into a ball, stared at Lin Qinshu fiercely, and finally sat down in his chair helplessly. Lin Qinshu took out several share transfer contracts and asked them to sign and seal them. What tricks did you use to threaten my father and uncle? When Wenfeng stood up and shouted. Lin Qinshu saw him stand up and hurriedly took 2 steps back in fear. He didn't want to get too close to this man. You too. Lin Qinshu felt in his pocket and took out the envelope with Wen Wenfeng's name on it and threw it over. Who knew when Wenfeng slapped the flying envelope onto the ground, scattering the photos inside all over the place. Don't even think about threatening me with these useless things. They may work on my father and my second uncle, but they won't work on me. When Wenfeng didn't even look down to see the photos. Lin Qinshu looked at him with a strange expression. Are you sure? When Wenfeng's photos are all explosive. Everyone present was originally curious about the small envelopes, and they all looked at the photos scattered on the floor. One of them floated to the feet of Yang Xinghua. When she picked it up and looked at it, her face suddenly turned black. Chapter 57 Expelling You from School. You bastard. When Jiaxu, who had seen the photo, kicked Wen Wenfeng in the back. When Wenfeng, who had been kicked to the ground, was still dumbfounded. When he looked down at the photo, he knew how wrong he had been. In the photo, he was with 2 men, which was his deepest secret, and now it had been exposed to his closest family members. Now he finally understood why his father and second uncle had been manipulated over an envelope. Yang Xinghua and Wen Jiaxu were also shaking with anger when they saw the photos. Their only child was actually not quite normal. When Wenfeng glared at Lin Qinshu viciously and gritted his teeth, saying, "Why do you have these photos? Who the hell are you?" At that moment, Lin Qinshu seemed like a demonic presence in front of everyone, able to see into everyone's darkest secrets. Lin Qinshu took out the remaining envelopes from his pocket. There were still Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing, as well as Wen Jiaming's. Lin Qinshu put away Wen Jiaming's and threw Yang Xinghua and Yu Qing's over. Since he had already given them the envelopes, he might as well give them the complete set so that they could also find out together why Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiayu had bowed their heads. The moment Yang Xinghua saw the photo, she shoved it back into the envelope and looked at Lin Qinshu with a pale face. Yu Qing was the same, her face full of shock. Now that everyone's curiosity had been satisfied, they could get back to what they were doing. Lin Qinshu sat back down in his seat. Wen Jiashang and Wen Jiaxu each signed their names on the share transfer document. I hope you can keep your promise. Wen Jiaxu gave Lin Qinshu a deep look before turning and leaving the place, but at the moment he turned, the cold light in his eyes became more and more sharp. Wen Jiashang also snorted coldly and left quickly. Wen Ruxue curiously asked, "What method did you use to make these people admit defeat? What was in those envelopes?" Lin Qinshu took her hand. It was just some embarrassing evidence. Okay, the matter is settled, let's go. As the two were about to leave, Wen Jiaming stood up. Wait. Wen Jiaming felt like he was dreaming. When he came in the morning, he knew that there was no way he could become the head of the Wen family. The speech he just made was just a last-ditch attempt to try harder. In the end, he failed. He thought that his family would have to leave China and go abroad to live. But Lin Qinshu stood up and, in no time at all, drove Wen Jiaxing and Wen Jiayu out of the house. He sat there doing nothing and became the head of the Wen family. Even the contract for the transfer of shares had already been signed. Although I know you are doing this for the sake of Shuer, I still want to thank you. Shuer is lucky to have met you. Shuer, you can move back home from now on, and from now on, we will be a real family. Wen Jiaming said excitedly. Yes, Shuer, although you have always called us uncle and auntie, we have treated you like our own daughter. Zhao Yaping also beamed. The photo she had just provided was given to her by a cousin, who happened to be one of the people who set up Wen Jiashang. She had wanted to use that photo to make her eldest and second brothers fight to the death, and then her family would reap the benefits. But she had been naive. Wen Jiashang was too spineless. A few words and a few things were enough to make him speechless and without the courage to argue anymore. Lin Qinshu heard this and instead sneered. Does Wen Jiaming want to recognize Wen Ruxue in this way? He didn't want Wen Ruxue to know his real background, otherwise, he would have just handed over the Wen family's hidden disease case book to the other party. Wen Ruxue is very happy now, and there is no need to stir up these melodramatic things. Lin Qinshu took the envelope that belonged to Wen Jiaming from his bosom and threw it over. Shuer will not go back to the Wen family, and she will have no further ties with the Wen family in the future. You can do whatever you want. Wen Ruxue was at a loss for words at Lin Qinshu's words. She didn't know why Lin Qinshu was so hostile towards her uncle. She secretly tugged at his sleeve, and Lin Qinshu grabbed her hand and turned around, pulling Wen Ruxue away from the Wen ancestral hall. Wen Jiaming held the envelope in his hand and looked at the two people leaving, not knowing why. He also couldn't figure out why Lin Qinshu was so hostile towards him. He didn't disagree with the two being together, and he was disgusted before he could say anything. Wen Jiaming opened the envelope, and Zhao Yaping leaned over. He was about to take out the photo inside, but suddenly stopped, remembering the reaction of the group of people just now when they saw the contents of the envelope, and combined with Wen Wenfeng's photos, Wen Jiaming felt that this kind of photo could only be seen by himself, and Zhao Yaping could not see it. Why don't you take it out and have a look? Zhao Yaping looked at him in puzzlement. There's nothing to see. You take Jianfeng home first, I'll go to the office and take care of the rest. From now on, the Wen family will be our family. Wen Jiaming couldn't hide his excitement. Zhao Yaping was also very happy, so she didn't pursue the contents of the envelope. Although she wasn't particularly smart, she knew that everyone had their own secrets, and that some secrets, if learned, could lead to no return. After returning to the office, Wen Jiaming went to his office, locked the door, and took out the envelope Lin Qinshu had given him. From it, he took out a photo, which depicted the scene that happened more than 20 years ago when he returned home late at night from school. Wen Jiaming trembled after seeing it. He couldn't imagine where this photo came from. It was late at night at that time, and the room was pitch black, with only a faint moonlight shining in. And the clarity of this photo was also impossible to take at that time. Wen Jiaming slumped in his chair, his eyes shifting, with a look of fear and also a look of complexity. No one knows what he is thinking at the moment. After a long time, he presses the secretary's phone. He calls all the senior executives and shareholders of the Wen Group to attend the shareholders' meeting in 2 hours. On the other side, Lin Qinshu just got into the car when he received a call from Li Wuqi. You beast, you escaped from Su Xia's class again today. That bitch Su Xia told us in class to tell you that if you don't see you again before the sun sets this afternoon, she will apply to the school to expel you. Damn it! Although Lin Qinshu didn't really care about his school status, he didn't want to disappoint his parents. Moreover, campus life was so wonderful, and he had just started living a luxurious and carefree life. He couldn't take what the bitch said lightly. After all, with that terrifying background, it might just be a matter of Lin Qinshu being expelled. Chapter 58, Invisible Card. Shuer, I'll take you home first, get some rest. I have to go back to school, there's a new teacher there, and I'll be expelled if I skip class. Lin Qinshu took Wen Ruxue to the bottom of her building. Wen Ruxue rolled her eyes. It doesn't really matter to you whether you go to school or not. Thank you today, if it weren't for you, Uncle San wouldn't have become the head of the family. I'll reward you when you have some time. After saying that, she leaned over and kissed Lin Qinshu. After Wen Ruxue got out of the car, he drove directly to the school. On the way, he was still wondering why he hadn't received a prompt for the task to be completed. Logically speaking, he should have completed task 1 and received a reward of 10 billion. However, this was one of the tasks that Lin Qinshu had completed most unsatisfactorily, because he really didn't look down on Wen Jiaming. As a father, even if he was a biological father that no one knew about, he didn't show any concern for his daughter. When he learned that his daughter had a fiancé, his expression didn't change at all. He didn't even ask about Lin Qinshu's background. Doesn't he worry that his daughter will meet the wrong person? This is the first thing Lin Qinshu dislikes about Wen Jiaming. The second thing is that he clearly saw the figure of his youngest son Wen Jianfeng in Wen Wenfeng's photo, but he didn't say anything. He even stepped on the photo with his foot to prevent Zhao Yaping from seeing it, as if he was afraid that Zhao Yaping would rush up and make a scene, interrupting his plan to observe the situation quietly. From these 2 points, Wen Jiaming is a selfish person, but there is no way around it. The task requires either him or Wen Ruxue to be the head of the family. Wen Ruxue doesn't want to do it herself, and he doesn't want to let Wen Ruxue get involved in that mess, so he can only take advantage of Wen Jiaming. Although Wen Ruxue deeply feels affection for her third uncle and is grateful, judging from her feelings towards the Wen family as a whole, she will rarely return to the Wen family in the future. Lin Qinshuo's car pulled into the school and headed straight for the teacher's office building. The roar of the Lamborghini's engine filled the entire office building, just as Su Xia was preparing to go upstairs while talking on the phone downstairs. "Teacher Su, I heard you were looking for me," Lin Qinshuo said with a smile as he got out of the car. Su Xia, who was on the phone, glared at him and held up a finger in a gesture of silence. Lin Qinshuo stood silently by the side, waiting for Su Xia to finish her phone call. "Mom, I told you I'm not in a hurry to get married, and I'm not interested in any of those guys. I've just started working, so don't act like your daughter hates getting married, okay?" Su Xia said impatiently into the phone. "Don't be so stubborn. Zhou Feng is a promising young man introduced to us by Grandpa's friend, and he's booked on a flight from Kyoto tomorrow. You'll come home for dinner tomorrow night no matter what and meet Zhou Feng," Su Xia's mother, Li Lingyu, said from the other end of the phone. Su Xia, who was on the phone, glanced at Lin Qinshuo unintentionally and suddenly had a plan. "Mom, I already told you I have a boyfriend. Tell that Zhou Feng to go back. I'll bring my boyfriend to you to meet." Li Lingyu immediately spat out, "You think your mother is stupid? You just said you didn't want to get involved in a relationship, and now you say you have a boyfriend. That's a really bad excuse." "It's true. I didn't say anything because I didn't want you to know yet. Now that you found someone for me to meet, I might as well tell you." Su Xia glanced at Lin Qinshuo without being noticed and turned her back. "That's good. Bring that boyfriend of yours over tomorrow night. If what you say is true, I won't find you any more matchmaking partners in the future." "That's it. I'm going to play mahjong." Li Lingyu didn't give Su Xia a chance to speak and hung up the phone. After her phone was hung up, Su Xia stamped her feet twice angrily, turned around and looked at Lin Qinshuo. Lin Qinshuo was still immersed in the girlish feeling that came from Su Xia at the moment of stamping her feet. The next second, he felt that the other person's eyes were not quite right. "Teacher Su, although I have skipped class, it is not yet to the point of expulsion. Don't even think about threatening me with this to do something bad." Lin Qinshuo crossed his arms and held them in front of his chest. "Pa! Come with me." Su Xia saw him looking so angry and funny, but when he thought about being eaten yesterday, the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Originally, Su Xia wanted to take Lin Qinshuo to the office, but then he thought about it and turned back towards the classroom apartment. Lin Qinshuo followed behind, thinking to himself, could it be that this woman has a crush on me? Could it be that with the system, I will also be unable to escape the hidden rules today? When they arrived at Su Xia's apartment, Lin Qinshuo could smell a faint fragrance as soon as he entered the door, which seemed to be the same as the smell on Su Xia's body. The teacher apartments had one room and one living room, and each teacher had a set, with everything inside. For Lin Qinshuo, he was still quite curious as to why the daughter of a municipal party committee secretary chose to live at school. In theory, her family should not be far away, and by living in such a teacher apartment, wouldn't she have no daily life? "You have skipped class twice, and each time you will lose 5 credits. You won't graduate," Su Xia said directly after he sat down. Lin Qinshuo also found a stool and sat down, saying carelessly, "Teacher Su asked me to come, you're not just trying to scare me, are you?" Su Xia originally planned to call the person to her office and scold them in front of all the teachers to get her revenge, but now she had other plans. "Originally I was going to go to the academic affairs office to talk about your problems, but since it was your first offense, I'll give you a chance. I happen to have something for you to help with tomorrow. If you do a good job, I'll forget about this." What Su Xia meant was to ask Lin Qinshuo to pretend to be her boyfriend and go home with her tomorrow night. She had no choice, as she didn't have a single friend of the opposite sex. Because of her brother, the warlord of the military district, no one dared to take advantage of her. The men all backed away from her, fearing that they would disappear from the world for no reason. Now that she has finally met a man who is not afraid of her and who even dares to take advantage of her in front of the whole class, this person can only be the one in front of her. Can I say no? What help can a student like me do? Teacher Su is too flattering me. Lin Qinshuo roughly heard what kind of help Su Xia was asking for from her phone call just now. He has no intention of getting involved in the mess of this family with a strong background, and if her brother, the god of war in the military region, finds out, he will have his legs broken. It's too dangerous. Ding! A beauty with a face score of over 90 has asked for the host's help. Option 1, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend and accompany her home to solve the trouble of the blind date, bonus power +1. Option 2, become Su Xia's fake boyfriend and accompany her home to solve the trouble of the blind date, gain the approval of at least 2 of the Su family members, power +1, stealth card 1. Stealth card, after use, it can turn the user invisible through light refraction for 1 hour. Chapter 59, Buy a House with Ye Mengxi? Stealth card? What the hell, now this kind of sci-fi stuff is popping up. I absolutely have to do this mission. Damn, I just refused, and the next second it's issued to me. The system is doing this on purpose. Lin Qinshu cursed inside. If the system had issued the mission earlier, he would have agreed. Now, if Su Xia just agreed to his refusal, how was he going to pretend to be Su Xia's boyfriend? Wouldn't the task just be wasted? I can promise you one thing within my power, and I will let you off for skipping class. Think about it. Seeing that bullying didn't work, Su Xia had to resort to bribery. As long as she can solve this problem at hand, she is willing to make some sacrifices. Lin Qinshu was silent for a moment. The other party gave him a way out, and he could just take advantage of it. However, if he came down too easily, he would feel reluctant. How about this, if you help me with something, I will agree to be your fake boyfriend for a day and help you solve that blind date problem. Lin Qinshu's eyes twinkled slightly, and there happened to be something he could ask the other party to do right now. Su Xia's background and identity just happened to meet his requirements. Sure, tell me, what do you want me to do? Su Xia readily agreed. Lin Qinshu first added her to WeChat, then opened the file of the Wen family secrets and picked a few photos to send over. This is some criminal incidents that I happen to know about. The other party's family is very powerful, and if you go to the police, it will not only be ineffective, but it will also cause trouble for my personal safety. If your identity is really as rumored, then they should all be brought to justice. Lin Qinshu sent some evidence of the Wen family's crimes, including Wen Jiaxu's and Wen Jiaxiang's. Wen Jiaxiang had killed and buried the bodies, and Wen Jiaxiang had done even more. Over the years, he had done a lot for the Wen family, which was equivalent to him being the dark side of the Wen family. This was all evidence that would allow them to serve their sentences to the end. Lin Qinshu had no intention of letting them go. He was no saint himself, and people's hearts were unpredictable. He had no intention of letting two-time bombs out in the open. The safest thing was to let them eat public sector meals. At first, he had no channel to get to them because Wen Jiaxu's connections were even stronger than those of the so-called Li family. Even with the evidence against the Li family in hand, he was at his wit's end, let alone the Wen family. It just so happened that Su Xia's identity and background were strong enough to give it a try. As for why he didn't give Su Xia the information on the Li family father and son, it was because he now had another plan. It would be a bit too easy to let the Li family father and son eat public sector meals. Moreover, although the Li family father and son were not as powerful as the Wen family, Li Jianfu's network of connections spread across both the black and white worlds, unlike Wen Jiaxu's connections, which were only in the white world. What's more, if Su Xia can get the Wen brothers to cooperate, it will prove that her family has the strength to get the Li father and son to cooperate. At that time, she can just hand over the criminal information on the Li father and son to him. Su Xia clicked on the first photo, which was a picture of a big tree. What is this? Why is a tree so important? This is the location where the body was buried. The body is buried under that tree. You might need to hurry. He might move the body soon. Wen Jiaxiang, after seeing this photo, will definitely find a way to move the body away. By then, he will have no worries and will come back to make trouble again. Originally, Lin Qinshu did not intend to pay any attention to it. Wen Jiaming is making the trouble, so what does it have to do with him? Upon hearing this, Su Xia sat up suddenly, shocked, looking at Lin Qinshu. Wen Jiaxiang? The eldest son of the Wen family, one of the 4 families in the demon capital? Lin Qinshu nodded and pointed to her phone and flipped it back. There were also some of Wen Jiaxu's. There should be enough evidence to take down the 2 brothers. Su Xia quickly flipped through the photos again, and there were also some agreements and contracts. After looking at them for a while, Su Xia's face was full of seriousness. She quickly stood up and took the bag next to her. I'll find you tomorrow afternoon, but first I'll help you deal with this matter. She was a person who hated evil, and with the education of her original family, she had zero tolerance for these criminal things. Su Xia quickly left the house with her bag, leaving Lin Qinshu in her room, dumbfounded. This woman is also decisive. Lin Qinshu muttered. Now that this matter was settled, he was once again idle. He got up and prepared to go back to Yunlu Villa, and he didn't plan on going to class in the afternoon. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Lin Qinshu took it out and saw that it was Li Qing calling. "Master, the property you asked about has been found. Not far from your school, there is a small community nestled against the mountains and beside the lake, Silver Lake Villa. I have sent you the sales number, you can go and see the property anytime." Lin Qinshu then remembered that he had promised Ye Mengxi that he would buy a house, so he immediately called Ye Mengxi. "Meng, do you have a class this afternoon? I have an appointment with the real estate salesperson, let's go and see the property." "Senior, I have an exam in the last 2 classes this afternoon. This exam is quite important. Is the time in the first half of the class enough?" "It's enough. I'll pick you up now. Wait for me downstairs at the dormitory." Lin Qinshu dialed the phone number sent by Li Qing in the car. The salesperson was a woman, and her charming voice rang from the other end of the line. "Hello, this is Zhang Chun from Gold Medal Real Estate. How can I help you?" This voice with a hint of a lisp made Lin Qinshu's bones crack. "It was Li Qing who asked me to find you. There's a house for sale at Silver Lake Villa, right? I'll be there in about 20 minutes. It only takes 10 minutes to get to Silver Lake Villa from Jiaodai University, so I'll leave 10 minutes extra for Ye Mengxi. After all, it's not that easy for a woman to go out." "Oh, it's Mr. Lin. Qing told me about it. I'm here right now. You can call me and I'll go out and wait for you." Zhang Chun's voice suddenly became enthusiastic. "Okay, I'll call you when I get there." After the call ended, Ye Mengxi walked out of the dormitory building. "Senior, I heard that you were called to the office by the new teacher. Are you okay?" Ye Mengxi asked with concern as soon as she got into the car. "It's fine, the teacher told me not to skip class anymore, or else he will withhold my diploma." Lin Qinshu smiled and patted her head. "Then you mustn't skip class again, otherwise you'll be in the same grade as me and I won't be able to call you senior anymore." Ye Mengxi laughed, covering her mouth. The two quickly arrived at the gate of Inhu Villa. At this time, there was already a woman in white professional attire, with a pair of black silk stockings under her feet that accentuated her more than 1 meter long legs. Her hair was tied up in a big yellow wave, and her smiling face carried a touch of charm. After Lin Qinshu got out of the car, Zhang Chun came up to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Zhang Chun, I just spoke with you on the phone." Lin Qinshu looked at the woman in front of him. The system didn't prompt that her appearance didn't reach 90 points, so she should have an 80. But the mature and charming aura she gave off was still a big plus, and Lin Qinshu would give her an 85. "Well, let's go, show us the house." Chapter 60, a 40 million yuan house, given away for free. Zhang Chun led the two to Villa 33 at Silver Lake Villa. The villas here are all single family. Although it is not as large as Yunlu Villa, it is also more than 500 square meters, and there are front and backyards. This type of small villa is exactly what Lin Qinshu was looking for, and it's up to Ye Mengxi whether she likes it or not. Ye Mengxi explored every corner thoroughly, occasionally raising her hand to gesture what should go here. "Senior, will this be very expensive? And this is too big, it's not convenient to clean, is it?" Ye Mengxi suddenly remembered that she should consider saving money for Lin Qinshu. Although it is said to be sold as the love nest for the two of them, it seems that it is not necessary to buy such a good one. Zhang Chun quickly said that the property here has cleaning aunties, and it costs a few hundred yuan to clean once. Of course, you have to hire an auntie to clean such a big house. "Meng, if you like it, this is the place. You take a look first, while Miss Zhang and I go take care of the paperwork." Lin Qinshu and Zhang Chun arrived in the lobby. "Miss Zhang, how much is this apartment?" Zhang Chun had not even asked the price after looking at it for so long, but it had already made her confidence in the purchase grow. "Mr. Lin, this apartment has just been renovated and no one has lived here yet, and it comes fully furnished. So the price will be a little higher, around 42 million. 40 million? It feels expensive, after all, it's near the school district, not the city center. Back to square one, that's almost 100,000 per square meter. Miss Shang, I hope to buy it for 40 million. Why don't you go and negotiate with the original owner? If possible, we can make a decision today." After Lin Qinshu finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and started playing with it, ignoring the other person's flirtatious gestures. From time to time, he leaned over to show a deep ravine in front of his eyes. It wasn't that Lin Qinshu didn't want to look, it was just that looking at it too much was really annoying. Okay, I'll discuss it with the original owner and get back to you later. Zhang Chun walked outside with his phone. Lin Qinshu was thinking that if this Zhang Chun was capable, then he could also leave the matter of buying Thompson Riviera to the other person to handle. After all, he had promised Chen Shanshan that he had a house there, and he would rent it to her. Recently, there have been a lot of task triggers, and they have all been crammed together. So far, most of them have not been completed. Speaking of tasks, why hasn't the reward for the Wen family ancestral hall arrived yet? Could it be that it hasn't been counted as completed yet? I'll have to go find Wen Ruxue later to find out what's going on, and don't mess up halfway through and delay the completion of the task. After a while, Zhang Chun walked in through the door, and Lin Qinshu's gaze fell upon her. Suddenly, the phone in her hand dropped to the ground, and she quickly bent down to pick it up. At the moment she bent over, the two large, white rabbits on her chest squeezed together. Lin Qinshu knew that Zhang Chun was doing it on purpose, but he didn't expose her. If there was something to see, why not look? Even if it was annoying, he had to look. Zhang Chun also started to think after she heard Ye Mengxi call him senior. She thought that the two of them were just ordinary lovers, and that Lin Qinshu, a rich second generation, was probably just playing around with her. Since he is a plaything, why can't she be one too? Being a plaything by the side of such a rich second generation heir is better than wasting time on those losers. Mr. Lin, the original owner of this property, has agreed to the deal, on the condition that everything is settled today and he receives the down payment. Zhang Chun wiggled her hips in a tight skirt and sat down next to Lin Qinshu. Down payment? No need for that. Just bring the contract, and I'll pay the full amount after signing. Down payment? Who do you think you're talking to? Zhang Chun's pupils constricted slightly. Paying 40 million in one go, it seems that he is a wealthy second generation. By the way, Miss Zhang, I plan to buy a house in Thompson Riviera. Do you have any listings? Lin Qinshu saw the other party's uncomplicated style of work and planned to close the deal on Chen Shanshan's apartment. Yes, Mr. Lin. What are your specific requirements? Zhang Chun asked happily. This is the rhythm of getting rich. The houses in Thompson Riviera are all worth hundreds of millions of yuan. If she can close a deal, it will be as much as the total amount of her orders over the past few years. It needs to be renovated and preferably unoccupied. It doesn't matter if there are no appliances, just buy them when the time comes. The houses in Thompson Riviera are not small, so it's useless to have requirements for the area. It was the closest to where Chen Shanshan worked, and it was expensive, but that was always the case. After all, after completing the task, the money would be returned. He wasn't wasting money, he was making money. Zhang Chun quickly looked through her phone. There was indeed a listing that met Lin Qinshu's requirements. Mr. Lin, here is a furnished unit, but it is unfurnished. What do you think? Zhang Chun leaned over to Lin Qinshu, pressed the pair of big white rabbits on her body against his arm, and held the phone in front of him. Lin Qinshu felt the softness on his arm and coughed twice to fake composure. Are you free? I want to go take a look. Of course, you don't need to bring a key there, it's all code locked, so I don't need to go back to get the key either, I can go directly after I'm done here. Zhang Chun said excitedly, today is going to be a two-sale day. Lin Qinshu nodded. Okay, I'll call Meng down. This apartment is in her name, so let her sign the contract with you. After that, I'll transfer the money to the seller. Lin Qinshu pulled away from her arm and got up to go find Ye Mengxi. Although the soft feeling was very comfortable, Meng was still here, and it wouldn't be good if she was seen. After I drop Meng off at school later, I'll let her rub against me all she wants. At this time, Ye Mengxi also finished looking at the house and came to Lin Qinshu's side, exclaiming, "This house is so beautiful, can I really live here in the future?" Lin Qinshu patted her head and said, "Silly, of course you can live here as long as you want. Let's go sign the contract and you'll be the owner of this house." Ye Mengxi was pulled by Lin Qinshu to the table. Zhang Chun, who was next to the table, was still in a state of shock and had not come back to her senses. A house worth 40 million yuan was casually given away, and not even in her name? You have to know that even if many rich second-generation children have money, they also buy the house in their own name. Although they say verbally that they are buying it for those women, in fact, they only provide it for those women to live in. But this rich second-generation child in front of her is different. He doesn't even write his name, only the girls. Zhang Chun, who had come back to her senses, looked at Lin Qinshu's sparkling gaze. Ye Mengxi realized after signing the contract that the name on the house was only hers.